Charmaine, it's going to be interesting to see what will happen in these matches. I've just looked at them while warming up. Both teams seem to have good height in the circles. So it will be interesting to see what the matchup will be in the circle. And I know that Tshwane has Vilmi playing for them in the centre position, who used to be a former Mangwanung player.
Oh, that's quite interesting. You know, a bit of a split heart there, maybe missing her old team and her old province. You know, but I've seen both of these teams play yesterday and the day before. You know, and the height in the circles are certainly an advantage if you use it wisely. I mean, we've seen players that are a bit shorter that can completely outplay the taller defenders, or vice versa. So I'm excited to see whether the taller players can actually, you know, outplay each other.
Yep, definitely. And I know that Tshwane has got the goal shooter, goal attack, both being shooters. Actually, they're both playing the shooter position, but I see that for the under-19 tournaments, they've used one as a goal attack. So that'll be interesting to see if they can utilize playing screens, what they can set up in circle, because it's definitely different having height in the circle than having a moving circle. So it will be interesting to see what they're going to do in that shooting circle. We're going to go down to Andy, who's courtside, and see what she has to say.
Day 3 of the Telkom Netball Champs. We've been treated to 2 days of scintillating action from these sides, of course, campaigning in the under 17, under 18 and under 19 categories here at Hoërskool Waterkloof. The rest of the teams from under 12 will still continue in the all ages competition that is currently taking place at Dr. Eeghe Jansen High School, where all of those teams are contesting. But back to the action that you can expect here today on court. We are going to be starting things off with a cracking encounter that will see Mangawung under 19 taking on the Tshwane under 19 side. And in terms of the sides to watch, of course, in this under 19 division, Tshwane is one of the teams to beat and have shown exactly why it is that they are a force to be reckoned with in terms of South African netball. Well, that's what you can look forward to for the day. There's still another couple of encounters, 7 of them after this one, in terms of the action that you can expect from day 3. So do make sure you stay with us on this very cold morning. Of course, temperatures said to be around 8 degrees Celsius very early on, and I'm sure an indication that you'll see is that the players behind me warming up, some of them still have their jackets on, and generally with warm-ups you're already feeling a bit warm, the blood is pumping, but not the case here because the temperatures are quite low. So that's what you can expect. Then stay with us and do ensure that you inform everyone that the SuperSport app is where everything is at. If you want to catch up with the action, make sure you do download that app. Let everybody know that they too can be part of this Telkom Netball Challenge.
And on the Tshwane side for the under-19s, we've got on goal shooter Imke Visser, goal attack Ndlovu Hitsekile, wing attack Shani Mokken, centre Wilmi van Heerden, wing defence Kylie van Wyk, goal defence Agang Kutemane, and goalkeeper Zanay Boerenstein with the coach Sunay Mokken. And for the Mangwanung team, on the goal shooter position, we've got Rita Oosthuizen, Kisha Kurki, Michaela Steenkamp, Tlotang Mukamelu, Carla Victor, Mihandi Steenkamp, Zionay Grobler, Kamu Merwe, Janine Mulman, Unati Figlanel, Zihela Skokosana. So looking forward to both these sides, and Tshwane with the first centre pass. And on the court currently, the team with the red bibs are Tshwane under 19 and Mangwanung playing in the blue. Itzikile using the outside circle player there, and Imke Visser going into a stronghold for them immediately there, Charmaine.
I love to see a quick play around the circle. However, I just wanted to see Ndlovu, you know, just maybe passing a straighter, stronger pass across that circle. It was quite a bit of a lob pass, and that's easy to intercept, as we saw the Mangaung centre actually coming in for that intercept.
Yeah, and I think Tshwane missed two opportunities right now in that circle with two missed feeds, but also it is kind of the nerves that's still settling, so we'll see what Mangaung can do here. Doing a beautiful offload there to her goal shooter, and she'll be looking to put that in. Good job.
As a shooter, I hated standing underneath that post and taking those shots from there. But we can clearly see that these girls have been practicing a lot, you know, they've been training hard. And it's good to know that the shooters aren't scared to step up and take those shots.
Mangaung definitely playing a different circle, with the goal attack putting on a good movements in that circle, sweeping that circle and trying to open up that goal shooter. The space of the goal shooter is very small on the line right now.
Yeah, and I think the goal attack used the right entrance into the circle. We saw yesterday a lot of the goal attacks, they tend to sweep very close to the line of the circle instead of going to the mess and then playing from it. So that was very clever play from Keisha over there. Really impressed with that.
Strong lead coming there from the wing attack for the Tshwane side. But unfortunately, again, a misfeed. It's like they're just putting the ball too high, the Tshwane team right now.
And I think the leads are coming a bit early from the wing attack and the goal attack. You know, give your defenders the opportunity to attack down. I mean, you play defense yourself. You know, you guys love to attack when you get the opportunity.
Good shot there from Tshwane, goal shooter. And Tshwane is on the scoreboard. It seems that the Mangaung team is getting over that line a bit easier, and a beautiful intercept there by Ahang, the goal defense for the Tshwane side.
She's been really impressive over the past 2 days. She's one of those players that actually wants to go for the flies, and it's good to see that the players aren't afraid to take those risks. But I think she also knows she's got backup in Zane and her wing defense, Kylie.
Yes, and just there we saw Imke Visser, the goal shooter from Tshwane, moving out of that circle. I think that's a really good play because it gets the space open for Hitzekele to go in and then putting on the hold for them.
No, it's kind of like they're swapping around now, goal shooter and goal attack position essentially. But there's nothing wrong with a great lead from a goal shooter. I think it can change a flow of motion for the play.
Yes, definitely agree on that. I think Tshwane should look at keeping their centre court players off the circle, allowing that space for the shooters to come out and get the movement going. Zanai Burenstein trying to get away with that throw-in, but unfortunately not hers to take. She's got a beautiful lean, that goalkeeper.
Massively long arms. It's really impressive. You don't see a lot of these younger players actually stretching into a defense on the shooters. A lot of them tend to jump, which is not always as effective as a lean.
Yes. There's quite a number of offsides in that goal shooting circle from the mid-court players from both sides. And that's something that you don't really want, because you then have to play the extra pass in the circle instead of just going straight in and putting the shots up.
Yeah, some umpires do play the advantage, especially when this ball is already in the circle. However, if that transgression happened just before the umpire blew the whistle or before the ball went into the circle, it has to come all the way back, and that's a frustration.
Oh, and it seems like the smallest circle, the smallest player in the circle comes down with the rebound there.
That was quite impressive, but I think it was also, she was really lucky with the timing there of Zane's jump.
Yeah. Oh. Let's see now how they go through the midcourt. It seems like the center of Tshwane and the wing attack are playing similar spaces and just not finding each other on that attack as one would have wanted to.
Yeah, definitely. And it's you want your center to be the person that actually clears and opens up your space. So maybe the center for Tshwane just take that run down the side rather than trying to go down the middle if it's already been filled.
No, definitely. And it's a very fine line, Charmaine, because for a center you can either overplay the game or you can just be there, like you've just said, just be there for in case there's nothing, you go in.
I always tell my center, you've got the capable goal defense and wing defense, wing attack, goal attack to bring the ball to the shooter. You are the assistant. So go down and you can turn around and come back.
Yes. Again, Tshwane just hesitant on that feed. I think they should look in on that first second into Imke Visser and give it that ball straight and not be hesitant on that feed.
It's quite frustrating for a shooter to know you're available and to show or shout, I'm here, and that ball's still not coming into you. However, it does depend on the other attackers' play and what they're looking at and what they're seeing.
The goal defense of Tshwane Agang being very involved on that attack for them. And I think what Tshwane should try is to have their defenders play back a bit more and then allowing the leads to come from the front, because they are confining the space, and that's why they're struggling there. And a good finish there by the goal shooter from Mangwaneng. She's been quite impressive and solid underneath that post.
I really enjoy the goal attack and the goal shooters, communication in the circle for Mangwaneng. They talk really well, and the goal attack, I think she's playing a really smart game. She's going to the defenders, confusing their space, making it difficult for them to defend the goal shooter.
And there we go. First shot for Keisha Kurki there. Brilliant. The timing of Hitsekile has been quite impressive there on the goal attack position for Tshwane. I think her timing is really, really good.
Yeah, no, definitely. She times her runs and, her entrances into the circle perfectly. I just want her a bit closer to the mess. So she's getting the ball quite far or more mid-range, long-range than short.
Yes.
But then again, she can shoot it.
And the score currently, Tshwane leading by 1 goal, 6-5, and a brilliant tip there by Kaylee van Wyk, the wing defense of Tshwane. And there they go on that first second, giving that ball. And now you just want Imke to finish that for them.
The defense from Mangwaneng is much better than it was yesterday. They're all pressing, they're congesting the space, and they're all putting Tshwane in one space, and that makes it really difficult to actually get out of that defensive unit.
Yeah, for me, just again, Tshwane wanting to play too much balls on that transverse line. Everyone seems to be stuck on that transverse line, and they can't get that ball moving there with speed.
Yeah, there needs to be a player like the goal shooter to break out of that hold. Just give another option instead of waiting for the ball.
Oh, good vision there by the wing attack from Mangwaneng, Michaela Steenkamp. But again, the defense of Tshwane just really brilliant. They're playing space marking, which makes it hard to feed. And a beautiful intercept there by Miandi Steenkamp, the goal defense for Mangwaneng. And a good finish there by Tshwane, leading 9-6.
Oh, did you see the goal attack coming in? I thought the shooter would have given her that ball, but I think her head was just down, and she turned just before the goal attack actually entered into that space.
One thing I like about Tshwane is how quickly they get out of that defensive third on a throw-in. the transition from there is really good. It's just them struggling here in the goal third, I would say.
Definitely. But then kudos to the defensive unit of Mangaung for actually pressing and stopping that speed, because sometimes it's really difficult to break a speed, especially when a team gets out of your defensive third that quickly.
Oh, unlucky there, and throwing to Mangwanung. They would want to try and score now, and trying to keep that score close, especially in the first quarter.
No, that was just an unforced error by the goalkeeper. She got a bit frustrated and flustered because there was no one, and then she stepped on the line, or actually into court. And they lost that turnover that they worked so hard for.
Oh, clever play and good vision there from the center. Wilmy seeing that goal shooter straight underneath that post. And that's the end of the first quarter. Tshwane leading 11-6 after this first quarter. Oh, no, that's not the end. Still extra time there.
I'll never complain about some extra time.
Still 10 seconds there, I think, on the clock. And there we go. It's the end of the first quarter. Jermaine, who's been the standout for you in both sides?
At the moment, I'm really impressed with the goal attack from Tshwane. And Ndlovu, she's been stepping up in that circle. Just want a bit more accuracy from the feeders for Tshwane. And then I'm also quite impressed with the shooting circle in completion for Mangaung. But I need that wing attack to be stronger on her drives to the edge, and you're confident on her feeds. But kudos to both defensive sides. I mean, they've been phenomenal so far.
Yeah. And do you think there will be any changes from either sides?
I think for now the coaches should, just keep it as is, let them settle more into that game, maybe make some changes in that third quarter, but for now I would keep it as is.
Yeah. I think the one thing from Mangaung that I need to add there is once they have their goal shooter that stays in that circle and allowing the goal attack to play that circle, it seems to work for them. Once the goal shooter starts moving, they seem to be in some trouble there.
Yeah, definitely. Goal attack taking over there.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed one player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Mabongi Mzomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
And we are back here in this game, first game for the morning. And Tshwane is still playing strong netball out there on the court, Charmaine. For me, they've been the better team this morning. Just struggling to really be consistent around the goal shooting circle.
Yeah, I mean, that is a bit of a worry, but it's not affecting them at the moment. I'm just scared that it will affect them in the later, more difficult and competitive games.
Yeah, and I think just Shani Moken, they're not playing the right option. I think she should have given that ball to a goal attack. It's Akili right in front of her.
But a great turn there from the defensive unit of Mangwang. You know, they've been doing that quite often. It's just not being capitalized on.
And again, the goal shooter from Mangwanun, Rita, just moving a bit too much in that circle, right?
No, definitely. I feel like, and I think a lot of the players don't know this, but there's a big difference between a moving shooter and moving too much as a shooter.
Yes.
It's when you move to have a clear drive and a clear mission to where you're going to. So I think, but that comes with experience, that comes with age, you know, with age. Oh,
Yeah.
it's terrible to say, but it's a true thing. So I think the more Rita plays the position, the more comfortable she'll become with that.
Definitely, and there's a lot of pushing and shoving going on in that circle, but again, just her keeping her cool, not being affected by the defense, because right now she's getting caught up with that defense pushing her, and then her eyes go down and they miss her on the feed.
You know, and unfortunately, the circle is going to be a messy place. There's always going to be contact, and, you know, it's going to be tough to play in there. So it's learning to, you know, deal with that and then actually just feeding off of that to make you a bit stronger.
And again, a beautiful timed lead out of that circle from Imke Visser. For me, that's been the difference between the two goal shooters. Imke being a little bit more diverse as a player. She can move, she can hold. Where when Rita moves too much, it's not a good thing for the Free State right now.
Yeah, there's a bit more patience also to Imke, and she looks more settled at the moment.
Yeah. And also a very strong hold. If you look at that again, she's not letting the defense affect her too much.
Benefits of having a tall shooter. Huh?
Again, looking at that goal shooting circle, Rita right now, you can see how she's trying to get the body of the back defender and setting up a feed for her team.
Yeah, I would just want her to allow her goal attack to create her space, like she did a bit earlier in the game. She wasn't as, you know, it feels like she wants to move the whole time now, but your goal attack is your mover.
Yes. And looking at that offload options on the goal attack there for Keisha, there's not too much options for her once she's got the ball in hand. And for me, when the goal attack has got the ball in hand, you need to have one player behind her and the
Always.
other mid-court player setting up for the goal shooter.
Always, yeah, definitely. We spoke about it yesterday, Nontle and I, and we said, you know, there's always one player directly behind a shooter and the other attacker about 45 degrees from her.
Oh, unfortunately, a line break there. But again, Twana getting that ball back.
That was a really strong take there by Imke.
Yeah. No, I have to agree with you. And she lunges to that ball and still keeping that back foot behind her, which makes it very hard to defend a shooter that plays like that. Oh, quick bounce passes there from Twane. And again, just hesitant on that ball, but good thinking there from the goal attack of Mangwanun. But again, Zanay getting a tip there. She's got a massive lean, that player, right?
And see what I said earlier, if you just use your lean a bit more, it's going to be so effective.
Yeah, and I think with that tall defense, if you've got Zanay leading on that goal shooter, you need to give a quick ball to your goal shooter because you won't be able to shoot over her hands. Oh, just a little bit too high there from Vilmi. But I'm pretty sure they'll try and get this ball back.
I've been quite impressed with both of the centers. You know, they've been very equally matched, both of them attacking, defending, strong drives. So that's a very equal matchup for me at the moment.
Yeah, and for me, if you look at the center wing attack from Mangwanun, they've got a very good feel for each other. But a beautiful intercept there, again by Zanay Berenstein. She's been quite superbly in that defensive circle.
But then again, you know, some of the amazing intercepts come from very poor feeds, and that was one of those. You know, you could see the wing attack there, Michaela. She was just doubting her feed, and that allowed for Zane to pounce on that and get that intercept.
And I have to say, the goal attack from Hitzakile, she's shooting with confidence. When she goes into that circle, she just puts up that shot. But again, also keeping in mind, she is a goal shooter, so she's not afraid to shoot. Interesting play there by Wilmy, playing it back to the goalkeeper, and just allowing for space to open up in front.
Yeah, Shawnee very high up there on the attack. Their defense is strong enough to bring the ball down for them, so
I think it's good to see her going up high. It allows space for the shooters, but then again, the timing from there should be on, and you should time it right going back into that circle again.
it's more about the timing than anything.
Yeah, I think Mangaung is just struggling to find Rita in that circle. It feels like once they land and they're ready to feed, look at that, they just can't find her eyes, eh?
But she's also looking down. You know, she's making these great moves, but she has to look down at her feet to make the moves. And again, that comes with experience. The more you're going to play the roll and the front cut and the step in front of the player, the better you'll become at it. So she has the moves, definitely. It's just about not looking down when making them.
But again, Charmaine, getting back to that, I think the defensive pressure is making it hard for Rita. And I have to give it to Twane's defense circle. They're really doing a good job there.
Their whole unit is working together, you know, from Van Wyk on wing defense and even Wilmy on center. It's a whole court pressure, and that applies and eventually reaches the shooter. I've been in situations very similar to that, where the pressure from the other team is from their goal shooter all the way down to the keeper right next to me, which makes you as the shooter stress.
Beautiful tip there again by Jamie Van Wyk, or Kaylee Van Wyk. She just uses that outside hand really well. And Itzekile giving that ball to her goal shooter, Imke Visser, who's also been good today. Pretty consistent. Unfortunately missing that shot there.
As long as you get it back, no coach will complain.
I have to say, Wilmy's first ball out of that centre third has been really great today. She seems to give that ball with good confidence and again having good vision on a centre pass.
It seems as if this team has been playing together for quite some time, and you know that's always a benefit. If you can see players who've come together since under 14 maybe, playing in the same provincial team, it has such a big influence on the confidence and the communication.
Oh, good feed there. And faking. That's the first fake we've seen. She's faked it, she's pulled the defense, and then she put the ball in, which was good.
Well, they can use it more now because they see it worked. Not overuse it, of course. But I mean, Rita got that ball and she shot it in. If she gets the opportunity, she'll make it count.
Antoine leading quite confidently now, 20-9, and they would just want to try and play some good netball now, limit their mistakes, and because the pressure seems to be off them for a little bit now.
This is where you can, just try out more flies for the defenders. I, as a shooter, take a bit more of the longer mid-range shots, if that is what you would want, and if that was the coach's instruction, of course.
And good finish there from Kisha Kurki, the goal attack for Mangwang. Oh, look at that again. Beautiful first set.
Yeah, it's as if there's no real second option at the moment for Tshwane after a centre pass. Great defense then from Mangwang. You could see them all pressing, but just then slipping on that last second.
And I think there you can see Shani just giving that ball to Hitzekele, who's in front. And because both defenders of Mangwang is dropping back on the goal shooter of Tshwane. And again, just Hitzekele playing herself into that circle.
That was a much better feed from Michaela to Rita. more confidence in her feed, and that's what you want from a wing attack to a goal shooter.
Oh, unfortunate swing of that ball there. I don't think that was the best option to take. But I'm pretty sure they'll try and get that ball back.
I can see where they wanted to go to though, because it was quite congested on the one side. They wanted to swing to open up the space. I think the ball might have just slipped out of their hand there.
Yeah, Charmaine, looking at that goal shooting circle of Mangaung, sometimes Rita gets caught in between both defenders, and it seems like she's struggling to know which defender to pick up. And I always say to players, pick up the defender furthest away from the ball. So yeah, that's one thing she's struggling with right now, and I think that's why they're also struggling to get that ball in.
Yeah, and I mean a double block you could definitely use to your advantage. You can decide actually which one you want to pick up, but as long as you pick strong and you hold strong on that pickup, the one can run loose, that's fine, because your goal attack's the one that will pick up and sweep that. But I think Rita at the moment, she just needs to, when she picks up, pick solid and strong and stay there.
Yeah, for me, I have to give it to Itzakile. She's been the dominant goal attack in that circle. Dominant on attack as well. She's had a great game this morning. And end of the second quarter, Tshwane leading comfortably 23-11. And it will be interesting to see if either sides will make changes during this halftime.
Yeah, I think maybe a few changes in the attacking end for Mangaung. You know, Tshwane now have the ability to either change or stay the same. I don't think it'll really affect them at the moment. But still quite impressed with both sides. So it's been a really good first half of this match.
And we're going down to an ad break now, and we'll be joining you soon after this halftime break.
The speed of a jaguar. The reflexes of a sunbird. The strength of a diamond. They train to inspire. They play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
It's colossal. Is it brilliant? Here it is. But he's a competitor. Here we go.
They all step up. But only one team has what it takes to be champion of the world. The ICC T20 World Cup. Only on Supersport, your world of champions. Stay connected to DSTV for all the big hits and nail-biting action. Broadcast brought to you by Ram Hand-to-Hand Couriers.
And Charmaine, what a start we've had this morning with Tshwane in Mangaung. Tshwane now settling that score 23-11. The Mangaung team is getting over that line a bit easier. And the defense of Tshwane has been outstanding today. The defensive is on that feed. I think they should look in on that first second into Imke Visser. And the goal defense of Tshwane Agang being very involved on that attack for them.
The goal shooter.
And there we go. First shot.
Unit.
Yeah, for me, just again, Tshwane wanting to play too much balls on that
To
chance.
get you a bit stronger.
And again, a beautiful timed lead out of that circle from Imke Visser. For me, that's been the difference once she's got the ball in hand. And for me, when a goal attacker's got the ball in hand, you need to have one player behind. They've got a very good feel for each other, but a beautiful intercept there again by Zandra.
You could see them all pressing, but just then slipping on that last second.
And I think there you can see. Okay, and we are back, third quarter of this encounter between Tshwane and Mangaung. Tshwane leading comfortably 23-11. And it will be interesting to see. I see that Mangaung has made some changes, Charmaine, and I definitely expected some changes to happen from their side. They've changed their goal attack, center, wing defense. They've made a lot of changes.
Yeah, let's see if it pays dividends to them, but we did say at the halftime break, that maybe there should come some changes in the attacking end, and that was already a beneficial movement there. Just maybe give the goal attack some time to settle, get the closer shot. But so far, not a bad start for the Mangaung team.
Yes, definitely. And I think that Tshwane has also made a change on their mid-court players. They've brought on a new wing defense, Mila, and they've moved Van Wyk to the center position and Wilmy to the wing attack position. They've taken off Shani Mokken, and it will be interesting to see how they play that mid-court now with that changes being made.
That's much better movement there from the goal attack. She just needs to lift her ball. You can kind of she's stopping with her movement through her shot.
Yeah, Charmaine, for me, that's been also the big difference between both sides. Tshwane shooting with confidence. The goal shooter, goal attack, they both shoot with confidence, whereas Free State, they don't have that confidence in that circle.
But what makes a big difference in that is getting the opportunity. And at the moment, the pressure is so high. There's a lot of defensive turns for Tshwane, so it's difficult for Mangaung to actually settle into that rhythm. So I do get where they're coming from. However, if you get that opportunity, you've got to take it.
Yeah, and a beautiful drive there from Wilmy across that line, being available on that center pass. I think she's doing a good job on wing attack, I have to say.
Yeah, I haven't seen her there, and I'm really impressed so far. Let's see if she can do it for the whole quarter.
Yeah, for me, she's the dominant feeder for Tshwane. And your wing attack usually is the dominant feeder. So I think it's a good change to see her there. And still have that dominance on the feeds happening for them.
No, definitely. I couldn't agree more.
And again, looking at Rita now, she wants to get into a shooting position. She moves away from the post quite a lot. And Zandai getting in a beautiful tip there again. Wow. Good to see that happening.
Yeah, it is awesome. But I mean, as a shooter, shouldn't you have picked up on that by now? It is the third quarter already. Most coaches ask their players to at least know the basics of their opponent in the first 5 minutes. So, I want the shooters for Mangaung to just realize that that is what she's good at. Maybe someone pick her up when the other one is shooting.
The one space that they haven't made any changes was in the defensive circle, and I think that's good because for me the defense of Mangaung, the goal defense goalkeeper, has been doing a good job this morning.
Definitely been. Unfortunate just there, the goal defense, Miyandi getting a caution for persistent contact, but I mean that's to be expected from a defender.
Oh, Tshwane now struggling to put that ball in. But there they go.
It must be the cold. You guys aren't used to this type of cold weather.
No, especially not in Pretoria. Oh, unlucky there by Wilmy. I have to say that was a quick 3 seconds. And she got caught for that ball in hand.
Great defensive pressure though, but that's the type of feeds you want. You can see, I think it looks like Carla has moved to center for Mangaung, and that was a great feed into Rita.
Oh, there she goes. Rita, she puts that shot up. Mangaung to take the center. Oh, unfortunately, a miss there again by the Free State goal attack.
But just that extremely long feed into the midcourt. Did your coach always tell you to, play the shorter feed first before you play the longer feed after an intercept?
Yeah, I think it depends on the strength of your goal shooter. Let's see if she can put that up.
She's got quite a wide base, which she shoots from, which is interesting. We usually taught, as shooters from a young age, your base should be your shoulder width. But I mean, if it's her action and it works for her, you go, girl.
Yeah, definitely. But I have to say, I think you will agree with me, I love the speed of Wilmy there on that wing attack position. I think the change have been good for Tshwane. Finding that spaces now seems to be easier for them, but also Mangaung being a bit more tired now.
Yeah, probably. But also, I like the changes from both teams. At the moment, it's working. It's a bit more level. I think the score for this quarter already might be 3-3. So, I mean, that's just a testimony to both teams making good changes.
Yep. And a beautiful pick up there by Mila, the wing defense from Tshwane. And a good finish there by Hitsekele. And I think for the defense of Tshwane, that's been the one thing that gave them confidence this morning is the finishing of that ball. And just look at that again, Mila trying to find that goal shooter.
Yeah, sometimes those work out and sometimes they don't. But hey, you got to try them to see if it's going to work.
Yeah, I like wing defenses that's gutsy with the ball in hand. Because, yes, they are a defender, but they're also somewhat of an attacking player, a wing defense.
Yeah, I used to play with Jeline Rousseau, now van der Merwe at Marties, and she was one of those players that could feed that ball absolutely brilliantly.
Oh, and you can see that defense of Tshwane again, making life so hard, and a beautiful tip there by Zanay Berenstein. I have to say, Charmaine, the timing to be able to do something like that, that's just something else.
No,
that's textbook netball.
No, 100%. For a junior player to be able to do that, no, that's well done. Kudos, Zanay. That was brilliant. But again, I want the shooters to pick up on that. It's the third quarter. She's been doing it for, over 20 minutes. So someone pick that up.
Yep. Oh, and a good cover again there by Agang, covering that space for her goalkeeper. And the trust between those two players is really good, hey?
Oh, no, definitely. But, you can see they've played together for quite some time, and it does have just such a big effect on the whole team.
Yeah, Shaman, I have to agree with you on that. Both those players play for the club team that I coach at. And seeing them just really settling as a combination is a really good thing for the future as well.
Definitely.
And a good reset there by Wilmy, hitting that circle edge on her own with no one to play to.
That was a great screen there by Itsekile. She picked up the goalkeeper and Imke got that base.
And Tshwane leading comfortably now, 30-15. And I'm pretty sure they're just enjoying it out there now.
It's good to see, though, that even though the gap is quite big, both teams are still stepping up and, giving us some good netball.
Oh, unfortunate miss there by the goal defense from Steenkamp. Also a very impressive player for me on the side of Mangaung is their goal defense player. She's gutsy, she goes for a lot of balls, she's very strong outside the circle.
Yeah, she's incredibly strong defensively, and she's quite a short player, but she's made life difficult for Imke and Hitsekile there in the circle.
Yeah, for me it will be interesting to see if you try and move her out to a wing defense position. again looking for that ball, and maybe, like you said, she doesn't have the height advantage, so it will be interesting to see what she can do on a wing defense.
She does kind of have that wing defense look about her, you know, that irritation of a wing defense that you need to come through there.
Oh, good pick up there by Mila. She's been there for the side this morning. Oh, and a good feed by Wilmy. You see, for me, Charmaine, now they're putting in that ball on the first second and not allowing the defense of Free State to get in the way.
Yeah, they're playing with a lot of speed, not necessarily, you know, the timing of their ball, but the ball speed itself is so quick, and that's incredibly difficult to defend.
Yeah, and what I like about Wilmy is you can see when she hits circle edge, immediately she looks at the goal shooter first to see if she's an option, and if she's not, then she'll play the goal attack, and that's something that you do want on attack.
Yeah, there's nothing we love more as shooters than someone that looks at us first.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't kick a ball in netball, ne?
Nope.
Oh, that was much better play there by the goal attack for Mangwung.
Yeah, for me, the goal attack have been struggling on that shooting end. And I think, again, maybe also the goal shooter, Rita, needs to give her confidence and say to her, you know what, you're on now for the first quarter, so give me that ball, I'll help you out, just to help her settle the nerves as well, because she's been taking majority of the shots.
She has, and you know, as a shooter, you're the one that's supposed to be taking those shots. But she's been playing really well positionally, the new goal attack, so I'm impressed with that. I just need her to take that really close shot, you know, maybe right next to the post, to get her confidence back. I'm a firm believer in a shooter that, you know, kind of lands in the circle and plays it.
And there it is. That's the play that we've been looking for. That play that they just did into that circle, Rita picking up the back defender and allowing her feeders to give her the ball, but unfortunately just not finishing it.
Oh, that was a much better pick up there from her. You know, she held strong against Sane, but just unfortunately not able to capitalize.
And there we go, the end of the third quarter. Tshwane leading comfortably, 52-16. It's going to be interesting to see if there will be changes again after this quarter break. But I think Tshwane really playing the better netball. And for me, they've had a very good third quarter.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting quarter. Both teams have stepped up and stepped out onto courts. And, you know, it's been a more level quarter. So I'm quite interested to see what's going to happen in the fourth quarter.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Don't wait too long, because what's going to happen is the player will do to fall back, pick up the goal attack, be on the goal attack, and be on the wing attack. Okay, centre just pull back. Did you see how nice that centre pass was?
Oh, Charmaine, again, that goal attack from Tshwane has done a superb job today, and I like the changes that Tshwane have made in the third quarter. I really like the combinations that they're playing, hey?
Yeah, definitely. Both teams have made some changes, but Tshwane is paying dividends for them. But at this stage, it's been the battle of the goal attacks, and Tswane's goal attack has been the one that has stepped up.
Yeah, and I think just during this match, Mangaung struggling to find rhythm in their goal shooting circle. I see that they've made a change again. They've brought on a new goal attack. They've moved Michaela Steenkamp into that goal attack, and I have to say I like Michaela on the goal attack position, so I think it's a good change for them.
I'm excited to see her there. She was a strong wing attack, but I think she's got the ability to have strong movements on goal attack.
And I can be wrong, but I think the Steenkamps might be related, the goal attack and the goal defense. I know their mom, Lani Steenkamp, also a very good coach in the Free State. But I'm pretty sure that they might all be related. I see their mom is sitting next to the court watching them. So it will be interesting to know if they are related.
How special is that, though, to be able to play with someone in your family? My sister and I had that privilege, and I can tell you we had a lot of fights about it, but it was awesome.
Good finish there by Imke Visser.
That was a much better feed there from the wing attack down to the center, Carla. It was a strong pass, you know, it came right from the shoulder all the way through.
Yeah, and also Tshwane have made a few changes there. They've changed their wing defense, goal defense, and they've brought on their wing attack, Shani Moken, onto that goal attack position. It will be interesting to see the difference again in the shooting circles. With Itzakile, they have played more of a holding circle, and with Shani, I think they're going to try and bring in some movement.
I love a bit of movement, so let's see what she can do there on the goal attack position.
And right now, again, you can see the change of defense for Tshwane. With the change in players, they're playing a more of a tight game, sticking hands over. So it's good to see the change of style as well.
Oh, good quick hands by Michaela.
And again, Zanne getting a hand into that ball. Gosh, I have to say she's been superb.
Oh, no, the defenders for Tshwane have really stepped up today. And it's quite impressive, you know, the ability and the skills that these kids have at their age.
No, definitely. I can't agree with you more. Oh, good looking into that space, but unfortunately a bit too hard. And Tshwane having that throw in.
Yeah, I think if she took that with two hands, it would have been hers, you know. But unfortunately, that's a thing from the junior teams that I've seen quite often over the past 3 days, is the one-handed catch. I don't know why they want to catch with one hand. She's just been holding so well in the circle, Imke.
Yeah.
I mean, as a goal attack, I mean, you're so confident to feed that ball and even to take the shot because you know she's going to be there.
Beautiful intercept there by Miandi Steenkamp, the goal defense from Free State. He read that so well, and that was just so good to see.
Oh, she's been working so hard, you know, she's been tireless in her pursuit, so I'm glad that she finally got the accolade for, you know, her hard work throughout the match.
Yeah, and I have to say I like Michaela Steenkamp on that goal attack position now. You can see she has the skill set to play that position really well. But again, just she's trying to find Rita there for that offload, but not getting it through to her. And again, a missed shot there from the goal attack.
I think it's quite difficult to change your goal attacks the whole time. You know, it's like a defensive duo. It's a special type of communication and confidence and trust in that circle. So it's really difficult for a brand new goal attack for both quarters now, and I think that affects Rita on goal shooter too.
Yeah, no, I can't agree with you on that more. I think for me, they've been struggling in that shooting circle, struggling to find the right combination. Oh, unlucky there, but again, good defense there from Steenkamp, that goal defense.
She's got some elevation, eh?
No, definitely. Oh, and there we go. Good pick up there by Grobler, the goalkeeper.
Yeah, she's been quite quiet, but when she's been, you know, when she's been awake and when she's looked up in the circle, she's been taking some incredible balls.
Yeah, for me, Mangaung again, just having a few drop balls, not catching the ball. I mean, that's just basic of netball, passing and catching. The game always comes down to passing and catching.
All the time, but you know, that's also a good thing because these are controllable errors. So you can go back and you can actually fix them. These aren't big things that need massive changes. So I think if they fix their basics, this can be a completely different team.
Yeah, good pick up there by Zanay on that rebound.
I think the big difference here has been the accuracy of the passes for the teams.
Definitely. And I like the communication between Wilmy and Van Wyk around that circle. They are playing the space really well, utilizing it around the circle as good as they can. And look at that again. Steenkamp really playing good skill on that goal attack, but Zanay coming away with another tip. And she's been having a field day there.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that can definitely be prevented. You know, Rita can just pick up her tummy, and then she won't be able to jump those shots. Protect your players, protect your goal attacks and your goal shooters. That's how you gain advantage.
Yeah, and I have to say, Imke Visser really has good hands for them. She's taken every ball that they've given her into that circle this morning. You know what, Charmaine, I think for me as well, Tshwane is just playing with confidence. And I think they might have played a little bit more netball than Mangaung this year. And that also makes a difference, the court time that they've had.
Yeah, nothing beats game time, eh? You can feel it after off-season if you haven't been on court. And then as soon as you get back into that rhythm, it makes such a big difference to your play.
And there was a beautiful timed movement there by the shooters from Tshwane. And that trust and confidence.
Yeah, I like Carla Victor on center a bit more than I liked her on wing defense. She's got strong leads. She's available for the players. You know, and that's the difference as well. There's a strong center drive coming through now.
Oh, good little offload there by Imke Visser. I didn't see that coming.
That came on the 3rd second.
Oh, brilliantly done there by Shani Moken, falling out of court and still managing to secure that shot for her side.
Much better timing on the attack for Mangaung, you know. You can see the changes have been quite clever. I fear it's maybe been a bit too late.
Yep. And Tshwane is still leading comfortably with a 59-20 score. I think they would want to try and get into the 40s during this game. And that's great to see. It's great intensity that they've shown throughout this game. I think for me, interesting, Tshwane haven't been scoreboard based. They just kept playing ball for ball. And that's good to see when a team doesn't get scoreboard based.
No, I didn't always understand why there has to be a chase for a certain score.
Yeah, it's just about keeping your performance up for the duration of the game. And A bit of a misfeed there, but Imke's still securing that ball for them, and that's just lovely to see when a goal shooter can do that. And Shani Moken there calling time there for a substitution. And they're bringing on a new goal attack there, Tshwane. Interesting, moving Imke Visser out to goal attack and bringing on a goal shooter. It's good to see. It's good to see when teams try different stuff.
I mean, they have the opportunity right now. There's just over 3 minutes left in this match, and I mean, try something now rather than later. Good tip there from the new wing defense for Mangwang. She just got a hand in there, unfortunately not able to secure it though.
Shooters from Tshwane just struggling to find their rhythm right now, and with the change being made, they just need to find their sync.
It'll happen.
Be interesting to see with Imke now moving out to goal attack what happens with the shooting average, because the moment there's more movement you get a bit more fatigued, and then the shooting starts to drop.
Well, that was just a lot of fumbling over there for a couple of players, but Tshwane coming away with the ball, and it's with our new shooter now. Unfortunately, she can't make that count.
Oh, good play there by Mangwang, getting that ball through court, nice and easy. But again, doing the basics right, and securing that ball.
You'll see there Rita picked up the goal defense. I would have loved to see her do it more often, especially with Sane with those long arms.
And with a few minutes to go, Tshwane really leading comfortably. And for me, they've been the better team today. They've done the basics right. They've been good on defense, good in the shooting circle, very good in the mid-court. I have to say they've been very strong in and around the goal circle.
Yeah, it's been a really impressive match from the under-19s of Tshwane. You know, they came out, they were ready for this match, even though it was quite chilly this morning.
Good shot.
Yeah, that was a great shot from Imke. And I like this last combination for Mangwang more. Just unfortunate that it happened a little bit too late.
Yeah, but I have to say the changes from Tshwane has been great. It hasn't affected their game in any way. So good on them also for having that changes and being a team that can play a lot of different combinations.
Shows the depth.
Oh, and a beautiful intercept there again by Zanay Burenstein, the goalkeeper for Tshwane, reading that space.
Oh no, that was a beautiful take by her, and I would love to see her team finish it off for her.
And great finish there by Tshwane, leading and winning 40-22. Brilliant game for them this morning. Even in this cold weather, they've done superbly. And we're going to go down to the court.
Yeah, I was really excited to see both these teams step out and step up. Mangwang, a much better performance today than the two previous days. You know, I was really happy to see that they actually came out and they looked like they wanted to play this morning. So it was a really good match to start off our third day. Very riveting, very exciting.
And we're going down court to Andy, who will be joined by Rita.
Our commentary team. So that's where we end the first game for day 3 of the Telkom Netball Champs. Mangaung, of course, are falling to the Tshwane side, with Tshwane then reasserting their authority in terms of this under-19 division. I am joined now by players playing goal shoots, of course. Keeping the goals taking over was Rita Oosthuizen of the Mangaung side. Rita, it was a tough game for your side, but you did look like you were sort of fighting for the result here today.
Yes, I think the first 2 quarters we really put on a fight. Yeah, the third quarter we lost it a bit, but I'm really proud of the girls and it was really nice to play.
Now, looking at the experience, of course, we are into day 3 now. What are some of the key takeaways that you've had in the past 2 days, and also with the group of players that you're playing with here?
Yes, I think the most important thing that I learned is it's really important to play as a team. You can't do individual. Yes, there is times of individual brilliance, but we need to play as a team. And I'm really proud to say that I have a really nice team, and I really enjoy it very much. But all congratulations to Tshwane. They put on a really good show.
And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Oh, what a bubbly personality, Rita Oosthuizen. Not getting the result, but still having a huge smile on her face because, well, she says she enjoys playing with the players that she does have in her team. I'm going to bring in Kylie van Wyk now of the Tshwane side, of course, starting off in a different position, ending off in center. Kylie, thank you very much for your time. Now, we've seen you straddle on court, goal defense, wing defense, center. Yeah. It's been quite an experience for you, hasn't it?
Yes, it's wherever my coach puts me, that's where I go, and I give my best. Yeah.
Of course, you're a player that, know people would have these comparisons. You have a sister that's been playing for the Tshwane side, for Turks. How do you deal with that pressure and perhaps people expecting you to be another Jamie?
Yeah, there is a lot of pressure, being obviously Jamie. She's amazing. So I think it's actually more of an inspiration, a little bit of a role model. So it's good pressure and good nerves. So yeah, it's good.
And speaking of pressure, now you're a side that came into this one perhaps as favourites as the Tshwane team. How do you deal with that? Is that a heavy tag for you to be carrying?
It's more like a standard to keep, so I think it's more motivational. It is a lot of pressure, but it's good pressure, yeah.
And looking ahead then in terms of how your team can perhaps get into the final and perhaps lift that trophy, what are the focus areas that you think you need to perhaps sharpen on?
I think as a team, I think we could communicate more. They put up a good fight, so every team are going in with a focused mind, put this game behind us and focus on the next one.
Thank you very much, Kylie.
Thank you so much.
That is Kylie van Wyk of the Tshwane side. Of course, came into this as tournament favourites perhaps, but they have had to work for the results that they've been grinding out. Still undefeated so far is the Tshwane side, and mounting that result against Mangaung then to add to the tally of results that they've been getting. So we still have quite a number of games in store for you in the Telkom Netball Champs. Do stay with us.
Verstappen's ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton's going to try again, this time on the inside and comes to the touch. A case of what if, all in one moment. I am hungry for more action like this. The cheers you can hear for tens of miles around.
I thought I was going to have a heart attack, to be honest.
Fasten your seatbelts as the exhilarating second half of the Formula One season continues. On Supersport, only on DSTV Premium. Broadcast proudly brought to you by Discovery.
Hey man, what would Disky be without you? I mean, Nina, the over-the-top passionistas. Nani, abashayela phansi. Without lessons in swim. Lava that we love to hate. Without the encyclopedia of Disky. Cover the flare, the rhythm, that brings the wow. Hey, don't forget that fire commentary.
Juna. A streaky breakaway. Can he find a goal? Oh my word!
And to you, who brings the shade? Need to celebrate.
The sky is the limit.
Long live the DSTV Premiership. Long live.
Disky is everything with you, and you are everything to Disky.
Game time, boys.
Yay! What's with Disky? So, Babi Sebonke, to live the best of the DSTV Premiership on Supersport, your world of champions on DSTV.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sport. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed one player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Bongyum Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
It's a chilly day here in Gauteng, here at the heart of Tshwane. In Waterkloof, Hoërskool, the heart of Tshwane is chilly, and the girls are getting ready to warm up, to get ready for the next game. And up next, it is the Nelson Mandela Bay up against the Johannesburg under-19s. It's going to be very exciting to see what these two sides are going to bring in this day 3 of the Telkom Netball Championships 2021. We've seen a lot of talent here in this tournament. I mean, we have under 17, under 18 and under 19s, and we've been treated with a lot of talent here. And it's so exciting to see that Netball and Telkom, Netball South Africa and Telkom are really investing in the future of South Africa, because these are our future Proteas. And I think having 2023, the World Cup, hosting the World Cup 2023 has given us a lot of opportunities. I mean, we had DSTV, we had Tweezer, now we have Telkom Netball Championships, and this is all happening in 2021. This has been one of an exciting years so far, especially after COVID, where we really didn't do anything. And I'm so excited to see a lot of people coming out and coming to play netball, and also all these new tournaments that we have been seeing, especially this year. So it's netball all around South Africa. And we still have the Telkom Netball League coming up next week, starting on Saturday in Sun City. So everything netball this year, 2021, and it's still going to be a lot of fun here in Hoërskool, Waterkloof. I'm not alone in commentary. Let me introduce Charmaine Bart.
Hello everyone, I'm so excited for this matchup between Johannesburg B and Nelson Mandela Bay. Nontle, I think this is going to be such an exciting match to have our second game for the morning, and it's really cold up here. I mean, we are freezing, we're not used to this type of weather up here, but the girls look as if they're warmer than we are at the moment.
They look like it, you know. but you know, if you warm up and you're ready for the game, you have to make sure that you are properly warmed up, so that you just avoid any kinds of injuries. And as we get underway in this first quarter of Johannesburg under-19 up against the Nelson Mandela Bay, all the way from Port Elizabeth. It is Johannesburg who will get us underway, and that is Lucia Tiso, the center. And like us to just go through the starting lineup. We'll see for Johannesburg, Kayla Nell on goal shooter with Jean-Marie Mulder, and the mid-court will be Liema Jezi, Sia Tiso, Someleze Mgiva, and in the defensive unit is Sia Makamba and Angelique Roth. And for the Nelson Mandela Bay, Deborah. Okay, that was the Nelson Mandela Bay, Kayla Nell. And for the Johannesburg side is Deborah Bagidi, goal shooter, Lebogang Ramalo, goal attack, Riabeto Sintle, wing attack, Ngobile Soji, center, Caroline Sprong on wing defense, Matsepo Magama on goal defense, Camilla Hank will be on goalkeeper, and that is the Johannesburg team. And Johannesburg is a team playing in the white bibs, and the Nelson Mandela Bay is the team playing in maroon bibs. There's only one goal there for Johannesburg. As we see the wing attack of Johannesburg, Riabeto Sintle on attack.
They've been going through the court quite quickly. You know, they switched from their defense to their attack with such speed. It was difficult for the Nelson Mandela Bay team to actually pick up on that.
That was a brilliant intercept there by Caroline Spronk came from nowhere and grabbed that intercept away from the wing attack. Yeah, that was good hands there by the goal defense of the Nelson Mandela Bay. And Lucia Makamba.
Oh, that was a clever little pass out there by the goal shooter. The defender was just hanging, and then as she dropped that stretch, you know, she played the ball out.
You know what's exciting is that two of these players on court actually play for my team. So it's so exciting. It's interesting. I'm happy to see these kids really taking this game seriously, you know, because netball has changed so many people's lives. I mean, given other people who never had an opportunity to go to school, if you play netball, you get bursaries, you go to university, you know, you do a lot of things. So it's not just playing. It can also become, it's a key to success. I mean, I'm talking from my experience. If it wasn't for the bursary that I got from Nelson Mandela University, everything would not be possible. So really, netball can open doors for a lot of kids.
I couldn't agree more with you, Nontle, and I feel like it's such a privilege to be able to see our girls out on court. And as a coach, you know, when you see your players, it's so rewarding. And, you know, well done, coach. You can be very, very proud to have them on the court today.
2-2 is the score between the two sides. You know, I still think the teams are still trying to suss each other out.
That's always the first 5 minutes of a game, isn't it? You know, we're just getting a feel for one another. What are you really good at? What can I defend a bit more? So the first 5 minutes might seem a bit sluggish to some, but we're very used to that.
Shot there by Lebogang Ramalo, the goal attack of Johannesburg. And now is the Nelson Mandela Bay on attack. Oh, well, she did not have to pass that long ball. I mean, the goal attack was that the center was actually waiting for the pass.
Yeah.
So she didn't have to force that long ball.
I think sometimes you get so excited when you see your goal shooter positioned like that to maybe be able to catch that ball, but I think excitement took over there more than anything else.
Look at that ball speed from Johannesburg. Good fake there from the goal defense, Matepo Makama. Oh, beautiful base drive from the goal attack of Johannesburg, Lebogang Ramalo. I mean, we've been saying her name over and over again. I think for all the Johannesburg, Lebogang is a player to watch.
She's been playing really well. You know, she's got that kind of perfect goal attack movement down to a T. She knows when to drive the base. She knows when to sweep the circle. And that's really a testimony to a great goal attack.
But what we've been seeing here, Charmaine, is that a lot of goal attacks have taken over that wing attack responsibility of driving for the ball, you know, feeding the goal shooter, you know, and it's so exciting to see that they also, even after driving and fetching and sweeping, they also take majority of those shots inside the circle.
Yeah, it's definitely a good thing because, you know, as a goal attack, what do you do when you get in the circle? You feed your shooter. So why not feed from the outside as well if you've got that positioning? So it's wonderful to see the girls take that responsibility up and make it their own.
Clever play there from the goal shooter of the Nelson Mandela Bay, Kayla Nell. Good give and go with Usenta Usiatiso. Just a 1 goal difference between the two sides, and it is the Nelson Mandela Bay center pass. They have an opportunity to equalize. Look at the Johannesburg trying to crowd to force them in that middle court. Beautiful intercept there from the goal defense, Matepo Makama.
Oh, that was a brilliant take, and she went with both hands. She came flying into that intercept. Was beautifully taken by her.
And also, I mean, look at that, the height. She looks like a wing attack.
She does.
But look, the elevation inside that circle. She is agile, she's alert, and beautiful vision also, and I think she'll keep those two shooters from the Nelson Mandela Bay guessing.
And haven't we seen throughout this week already, you know, the past 2 days, that height really doesn't matter. It's all about your skill.
I agree with that. I've always been that player. Oh, nice tip there from Caroline Spronk. I've always been that coach to say, you are short, so you should not, kill yourself because you're short. Use your what is your strength if you're short? Is speed. So why don't you use that to your advantage? Stop dwelling on things that you don't have. So if you're short and you have brilliant elevation, that works for you. 4-4 is the score, and now it's Johannesburg on attack as we see Bagidi driving outside that circle, trying to create space for Lebogang Ramalo. Oh, brilliant! I mean, that pass was not on because Angelique Roth was there and she's tall, and that pass also was not, was not accurate pass.
No, and we spoke about it yesterday as well, Nontle. We said a defender's dream is an inaccurate pass.
It is. It is, and as we see another opportunity there for Johannesburg. And 5-4 is the score, and Johannesburg are now leading.
It's a very tight first 8 minutes here, isn't it, Nontle? You know, the girls are they're very equally matched for now. I'm excited to see who's going to bring out those intercepts, and those strong takes for the teams.
It's so exciting to watch a game like this, Charmaine, because you don't know who's going to take it. You don't know what changes the coaches are going to make, and also you don't know how the teams are going to come back, with a different strategy, maybe in the second quarter or third quarter. So it's always interesting for the girls, for the combination, and for the coaches. So I like to see this type of games, 5-5, 10-10, that's fine. But the only thing I want to see is a team that is taking charge, especially in that third quarter. There must be a team that starts to pull away.
Definitely, and I think the changes that it make can either make or break a side, and it's going to be interesting to see whether the coaches are going to make changes.
Rebound there for Angelique of Nelson Mandela Bay. Good patience from Nelson Mandela Bay.
I was just about to say the same. They're playing so patiently, but then, that's such a basic error, stepping out of court. But again, that's a fixable. You can fix that.
All right. For me, Charmaine, the wing attack of Johannesburg, Riabezo Sintle, is too high up for that second ball. The goal defense, wing defense will take that ball down.
Yes.
And then she should be on where she normally stands for the center pass, creating space for herself so that when the wing defense or goal defense is driving down, she also has that space. She can dodge and also drive for that ball. So I find that, as you can see right now, she's also crowding the right-hand side of the court. She's following the ball. And it's not always the case, because once you do that, there is someone's space that you're crowding.
Yeah, definitely. And we spoke about that extensively. That's not necessarily about assisting. You're filling a space, like you said, and that's all about timing. I think if she uses her timing a bit better and she waited a bit longer, just that tiny bit more patient, then she'll be able to help and actually assist with her leads.
Still a 1-goal difference between the two sides. We see Johannesburg getting a deflection. Bakidi out, give and go with wing attack, Riabetswe. And look at that lunge of Lebogang Ramalo, and she converts that. What a shot!
No, that lunge was impressive from Lebogang. She just stretched out. It looked so graceful, didn't it?
Yeah, I think goal defense of Nelson Mandela Bay, Sia Makamba, is going to have to do something different, because currently she's following the goal attack of Lebogang.
That was a brilliant roll from her. It's just unfortunate that she couldn't get it in. She pulled the goal defense towards the top of the circle, rolled back, and she got that perfect overpass from her center, and that's what you want to see.
That's exactly what you want to see in that shooting circle. You want to see a lot of creativity, and that's exactly what the goal attack of Johannesburg, Lebogang Ramalo, has given us in this first quarter. And this is how we end things off in the first quarter. The battle between Johannesburg and the Nelson Mandela Bay. It is the Johannesburg B who are leading Nelson Mandela Bay by only 2 goals. But stay tuned with us here. We still have a lot of action here in store for you.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed 1 player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Bongium Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
We are back here at Hoërskool, Waterkloof, here in the city of Tshwane. It is day 3 of the Telkom Netball Championships. And it's the second quarter of this battle up between Johannesburg and the Nelson Mandela Bay. And we end things in 7-2 in favor of the Johannesburg. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Nelson Mandela Bay will do in this quarter.
Oh, that's an unfortunate miss there from Kayla. I think she just didn't follow through on her shot.
Yo, look at that goal defense. She's hungry. Matsepo Makama, she's agile, she's everywhere. We keep talking about her. That's a player to watch. And also the Nelson Mandela Bay shooters and feeders are going to have to be careful. I mean, with the ball they release around it, because you know what, a player like that, you really need to fake before you can release.
Oh, 100%. I was about to say, they can't really play an over ball because she's got elevation for days, and then you can't play the ball on the ground because she's too quick to get that ball. So what do? You fake it.
Her. Good rebound there from Bakiti. I don't know why she's not taking it, because she is on zone 2. Our foot on the line. An opportunity for Nelson Mandela Bay. Obstruction called against Deborah Bagiti.
That's a good drive from the center. She didn't really crowd the space, but she was available to assist.
Oh, that's so unlucky there from the goalkeeper of Johannesburg, Camilla Hank.
I thought she had that one.
She had it, but now it was supposed to go out, but the pole, it hit the pole and went straight to the goal shooter, Kayla Nell's hand.
Have you ever been so lucky?
Yeah, she was so lucky. She was in the right space at the right time. And Nelson Mandela Bay is leading for the first time, sitting 8-7. I think they're having a good start in the second quarter. What I like about them is the way they look after that ball. They're not rushing it. I mean, we saw in the first quarter how they will get into that transverse line, center third, and try to feed to Kayla now. But now I'm sure the coach had a chat with them and say, ladies, we need to build it up. You also only need to feed when you get into that edge of the circle.
I think that's something that comes from, you know, you do that at practice, you do it in a training. And you need to see now that you can't really just try and do the same things over and over. I mean, this girl, she has been phenomenal.
It was a team effort, team defense. They were, you know, closing them down, denying them space into that shooting third. So they knew that the long one is going to come. But the one thing that Nelson Mandela didn't do is to go to the ball. They were all standing, and that's how they lost that ball.
They were all kind of hanging in the space. There was also no strong lead. And that's where we said yesterday, we want the goal shooters to come out and be that assistance for them.
Yeah, as we see by Gideon, goal shooter, creating space. But now the goal attack really also needs to do something. Because now if the goal shooter drives out, you can't have a goal attack who's standing. Really also needs to move, confuse the defenders. Yeah, good rebound from the goal defender, Sia Makamba. Makamba on attack. And center, Mobile Sochi picks it up. Oh, Caroline! That was a beautiful take. Also, again, it was Johannesburg who was dominating and crowded that midcourt, and that's why they managed to take that ball.
But unfortunately, you know, just not capitalizing on that. Great defensive effort again, but, you know, the basic errors creeping through for the Nelson Mandela Bay team. And it's unfortunate when you work that hard to take something.
You know what? I saw that she wasn't comfortable in taking that shot. You could see from her eyes she was looking to offload, but the goal attack said shoot, and she really needs to make sure when she gets that ball, confident. You must think it in.
Yeah, the goal shooter, Kayla, she moved just too early on that feed. If she waited a bit longer for the ball to be above her head, she would have gotten it on a comfortable spot right underneath the post. But then, you know, you live and you learn.
Yeah, we live and we learn. We're still 9 at peace. I mean, we see one team leads by 1, and the other one also will lead by 1. It's not clear team that is taking charge. Good pressure there from goalkeeper Camilla Hank.
Yeah, she's quite strong in the air, so both of them actually are strong in the air, that defensive duo. So I wouldn't play the high balls in the circle for Nelson Mandela Bay.
You're right. No high balls, bounce passes. Here's that roll again from Lebogang Ramalo. But now that accuracy needs to kick in. I mean, I think this is a third or fourth ball. You know, and no, that is over a third, my God. I think she was frustrated. No one was coming forward. Yeah, we saw that, but play back. The goal defense or center wing defense.
I also think she expected the goal attack to actually come forward to that ball because there was the space. But you know what? Unfortunately, Johannesburg make it count after that turnover.
Good pass there from Caroline to Lebogang. Penalty called against Sia Makamba. Oh, these balls really need to sink, ladies. Look at that stretch there from Angelique.
You know what the thing is that I'm a bit worried about is Lebogang is doing all the movements, she's doing all the runs, but she's also taking all the shots. So I want Deborah to actually step up and play the goal shooter role.
Yeah, she really needs to also tell herself that I can do it, because currently I think she's scared. She doesn't look like she's ready or she's comfortable enough to take those shots. Caroline and Riabeto Sintle on attack. Good pick up there from the goal attack, Jean-Marie Malda. of the Nelson Mandela Bay. And now Caroline, no, Somlenze Mkiva and Sia Makamba on attack. That's what I want to see. I want to see the defenders bringing that ball down, you know, allowing the wing attack and goal attack also to reposition.
That was much better patience from the girls from Nelson Mandela Bay. You know, they didn't rush and try to pass that long ball into it. They just waited and played the right balls.
That was a beautiful play there from the goal attack.
Much, much better play.
Because she's the one who pulled those defenders away from Kayla Nell.
And that's the goal attack's job, you know. She's the one that's supposed to pull and sweep and clear the space for the shooter.
Look at that defense from Johannesburg, crowding the space. They're making it very difficult for Nelson Mandela Bay to get, but no, what a beautiful offload there to Malda. And Nell will take another opportunity.
Yeah, I think Kayla should just wait a bit longer. She's getting a bit frustrated because the ball's not coming in quickly, so she's moving quite often. So just take that deep breath, girl. Your team will bring it to you. They've got the patience.
I like how Riabezo Sintle said, Caroline, for every second pass. Good patience from Johannesburg. Give and go there with the goal defense. Umotsepo Makama. Another turnover for Nelson Mandela Bay. Yeah, they're not scared to play back and they're taking their time. Short passes. But they're still in possession, and yes, they found Nell under the pole. That was a beautiful feed there from Uliema Jezi.
Yeah, she was aware of the space and where the goal defense Mutsepo was, and you know, she placed that perfectly.
Nelson Mandela Bay leading Johannesburg by 2 in the second quarter. Oh, now she was unlucky this time.
Yeah.
You know, the same thing happened. The ball hit the pole and the ball went straight to her. But unfortunately this time she stepped off court.
It's the luck of the draw, Nontle. Unfortunately, it didn't work that time. But, I mean, if you give John Marie half a chance, she'll put the ball in for you, eh?
It's a good play there. Good second quarter for the Nelson Mandela Bay. As we see Johannesburg also on attack, wing attack, center. Brilliant offload there to Lebogang Ramalo. I think the attack, the patience of Mobile Sochi and also Riabeto Sintle and then they released that ball to Lebogang Ramalo. Really worked for them. Build that ball up into the edge of the circle. Don't put pressure on yourself or your shooters by giving them those diagonal long passes.
Yeah, that was a brilliant, quick release of the ball. So, and that's exactly what we saw in the beginning of the match for Johannesburg. So I want to see them do that more continuously.
That was a beautiful offload to Nell from Liema Jezi.
Do you think the goalkeeper, Camilla, is positioned a bit wrong there to get those rebounds? Because Kayla's gotten every rebound so far.
Yeah, I think she's not positioning herself properly under the pole. And you don't want to be under the pole. You want to, when Nell releases that ball, you want to be covering her tummy for that rebound. So I don't think they're doing that. And that's why Nell is getting most of those balls.
Maybe the reaction time also a bit slow. So, yeah, hopefully she'll pick that up and start picking up the tummy after a shot.
Offside. Someone is offside. I saw a lot of people went offside there.
Yeah.
I'm so confused.
Did they maybe pick the one that went offside first?
Yeah, that's always a discussion that, okay, so if I went offside first, if wing attack and wing defense, I went offside first as wing attack, and then the wing defense follows. Who do you give it to? You know, it's always discussion, and I really want to have that conversation with the umpire. I'll do that.
Yeah, let's find out, and as soon as we know that, we can confirm for everyone watching from home.
Whoa, where is Jean-Marie coming from? She is banging them from all directions in the second quarter. and taking Nelson Mandela Bay to a comfortable 5-goal lead. As we end this second quarter, it is Nelson Mandela who are leading the Johannesburg B-side by 5 goals. So it was a good start from Nelson Mandela Bay, but we did see some pockets of brilliance coming from Johannesburg. But I must give it to the shooting duo of Nelson Mandela, Kayla Nell and Jean-Marie, and also Liema on that wing attack. They really did a great job. And the patience of Usomlenz and Mkiva and Sia bringing that ball down into the shooters. They really executed their team set up very well in the second quarter, but we still have a lot of action to come. Please stay tuned here with us at the DSTV app now.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
We are halfway through to the end of it.
It's colossal. Is it brilliant? Here it is.
He's a competitor. Here we go.
Step up, but only one team has what it takes to be champion of the world. The ICC T20 World Cup. Only on Supersport, your world of champions. Stay connected to DSTV for all the big hits and nail-biting action. Broadcast brought to you by Ram Hand-to-Hand Couriers.
Welcome back to Waterkloof in Pretoria, and this is where the Telkom Netball Championships are taking place. And today it is day 3 of this championship, as we see the Nelson Mandela Bay up against Johannesburg. And we are halfway in this. If you have missed it, where have you been? And this what took place in the first 24 minutes of this game. It was the Johannesburg who was leading in the first quarter 7-5 against the Nelson Mandela Bay. Really strong drives from the goal attack, Lebogang Ramalo of the Johannesburg. That combination, Riabeto Sintle and Lebogang, was really strong. And we saw Matepo Makamo on that goal defense position, really giving the Nelson Mandela Bay side a very tough time. But it was in the second quarter where we saw the Nelson Mandela Bay taking charge and, you know, executing that game plan very well. We saw them playing clinical netball and really building that ball up into the edge of the circle and feeding their shooters comfortably. And we saw Kayla Nell, Jean-Marie Malda taking those crucial shots, and also the defense really being so solid. Also Sia Makamba. So it was the quarter belonged to Nelson Mandela Bay as they led in the second quarter by 5 goals. And it is that quarter now as we get underway. It is Nelson Mandela Nell who is taking the shot, but Jean-Marie Malda will get that rebound and convert the 18th goal for the side. Let's see if Johannesburg will respond in this third quarter, Shemaine.
I hope they start as strong as they did, but then also finish as strong as they start. Because, you know, Johannesburg, they've got so many great movements, and they've got a lot of talent on the court. I mean, like Lebogang for goal attack. Now I just want to see Deborah step up on goal shooter, you know, stand strong and make it easy for the team to find her.
As we see Johannesburg on attack. And we can see the wing attack. Riabeto is looking for Lebogang. And you know why Johannesburg is losing most of those balls there? Both shooters, Deborah and Lebogang, are now standing. You know, they are playing kind of a shooter. Oh, yes, that is Camilla Hack, the goalkeeper of Johannesburg, taking a very crucial intercept.
But yeah, as you were saying, you know, both goal shooter and goal attack for Johannesburg, they're both standing now. And that makes it so difficult to find if your defenders are constantly moving.
That is a good pressure applied there by Caroline Sprong, the wing defense of Johannesburg. As they build that ball down, they find wing attack Riabeto Sintle. And Somlenze give a call for contact. Oh, now that was a cheeky pass.
And that was a cheeky take as well.
Oh, there's a miscommunication there in that circle. Deborah, Lebogang, they need to have their own team meeting. What are we doing? Who's going out? If I'm driving out, are you going to come in? Are you going to use the base? You know, they really need to have a conversation, because currently it's too quiet, and sometimes they get stuck in the same position. But the team that really has beautiful communication is the Nelson Mandela side. The two shooters, Kayla and Jean-Marie.
Yeah, but you can see them constantly showing one another, maybe pushing one another into a space, you know, saying, you move there, I'll move here. And that's what Johannesburg's missing at the moment. It's just that link in communication.
Another opportunity for Johannesburg. As we see the goal defense, Matepo Magama on attack. No one is driving. Yes, we see wing attack, Riabeto. Much better play from Johannesburg. Ball speed, excellent. That's what you're looking for. Yes, they found Deborah driving on that baseline. Let's see if she can convert this. And she does. That was a good play from Johannesburg, and it was a turnover. Now it's their center pass.
That was much better communication and movement there by Deborah. You know, she waited just that second longer and got that space. Great take by Lebogang there. We thought the center had it, but no, she came through. But it seems to be contact.
It seems to be offside. They called by Mobile Sochi.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I would like to see more pressure coming from Johannesburg. You know, Nelson Mandela, to me, they look too free. You know, they're not marked. It's either they decide on the man-to-man or area defense, but we've seen that Nelson Mandela Bay, when Johannesburg are attacking, they all form that wall there. So that's why it's so hard to find a space for Johannesburg. So for the Johannesburg side, there is still unclear what their strategy is.
Yeah, and that, I mean, they start defending in the goal shooting circle only. And that's a lot of pressure on the goal defense and the goalkeeper, Mtsepo and Camilla. That's not fair on them to have to defend all those balls coming into them at quite a high speed.
Yeah, much better play from Johannesburg.
Yeah, I saw the wing defense running offside.
Oh, now that is Sia Makamba, the goal defense of Nelson Mandela Bay. Yeah, saved by goal defense. Good pickup, good deflection there by Deborah. That was a good rebound by Deborah under the pole. Makamba is just too good on that goal defense, keeping those two shooters from the Johannesburg on their feet.
Yeah, she's been coming through with these little tips, you know, getting her hand in between passes, and that's exactly what you want from a goal defense in the circle.
You know what I would like us to talk about is the Jean-Marie Maldon at goal attack, and the fact that she's always alone. And Matepo Makama is giving her too much space, because Makama is currently hunting for the loose balls. And of course, it's good to hunt for the loose balls, but your initial responsibility is to make sure that the goal attack is being marked. has been taken care of, because currently Malda is just running alone.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, if you're a goal defense, if you want to play and go for those loose balls, there's a specific position on the court. It's basically where the center is standing right now for Nelson Mandela Bay. It's kind of in that position over there. That's where you can wait for those flies and those intercepts. But you have to stick to your goal attack, especially if she's as dominant as Jean-Marie at the moment.
Another opportunity for a rebound. Yes, Johannesburg on attack. I mean, Nelson Mandela Bay, I think they missed about 4. They had 4 chances.
Yeah, and for the first time, we spoke about it in the previous quarter, Camilla had the rebound position.
Yeah, that's actually interesting. Yeah, you're right. And I think that's why they are able to turn more balls now in this quarter. Good patience there. No, she wasn't there, so that wasn't a good option there from Ulebogang. Ngobile Sochi was a much better option, as she was still also, I mean, she was covering and protecting a space at the edge of the circle. Should have bounced that ball, Deborah.
Yeah, she had the opportunity, but it's that doubt creeping into your head. Should I, shouldn't I? And that's where you go with your gut feeling.
And sometimes you just need to pass on one. Trust each other. Good try there from Lebogang.
That was a great contest between the goal defense and the goal attack there.
Camilla's playing well in that goalkeeper position. The only thing that she needs to do is to just move her feet. Yes, that is that goal defense. Matepo Makama grabbing a beautiful intercept in the circle, and now they're on attack.
But look what she can do if she sticks man-to-man to a goal attack.
Yeah, you need to put pressure. You need to find the weakness of your opponent. You can't now allow them just to walk freely, and just hunt. You need to put pressure on them. Everyone has a weakness. (14-22) is the score between the two sides. Nelson Mandela Bay dominating in this game, and Johannesburg looking like a team that wants to come back. But I don't understand why would Riabetwe give away her position at the edge of the circle. You want to be positioned right at the edge of the circle. By her moving backwards, she's allowing the wing defense with some lens and Kiva to get the balls.
Yeah, I don't know why she moved away from her edge position. I mean, we've spoken extensively about wing attacks and centers having to have that space right behind the shooters to assist and to wait. And you can see the clear difference between the two teams, because that's exactly what Nelson Mandela Bay are doing right now. They're behind their shooters when they shoot.
That's good work there by Caroline, picking up the goal attack. But that swap between goal defense and wing defense is always tricky, because once now the goal attack sneaks in and you, the wing defense, busy marking the wing attack, and you're already too late to actually cover in that shooting circle. So I always say, wing defense cover. If you want to help, you can help with the goal attack, but the goal defense must hang and not be committed on the wing attack. Otherwise, you'll lose the opportunity in the circle.
But that communication has to come through as soon as that goal attack slips. That's where the wing defense has to call the goal defense. And that unfortunately did not happen for Johannesburg. And they're throwing these really, like wayward high passes around their circle at the moment. So just go back to your basics that they played in the beginning of the game.
Nelson Mandela Bay, Nell. I think Camilla moved too soon. Yeah, if she had covered Nell's tummy, that ball would have been hers.
It would have fell in her lap.
Defenders from Johannesburg not waiting for the rebound. They're flat-footed. Oh! Now that was an amazing offload there to Malda.
Now that was a great feed. But again, the way they place the ball around the edge, the center and the wing attack, it's quite accurate at the moment.
Look at those patience from Nelson Mandela Bay.
How do you beat patience, Nontle?
you need to also make sure that you are covering your partner. You can't be hanging. You know, like I said, every player has weakness, you know, and if you really want to frustrate someone, stick to them and stick to your game plan. If we're doing area defense, let's all do it together. If we're doing man-to-man, stick to it. I know it does sometimes get tiring, you know, but you need to keep at it. You also need to have patience and a belief that your strategy will work. But now Johannesburg, they do one thing now brilliantly, and then they stop, and then they do it again, and then they stop.
Yeah.
Another missed opportunity there from the Johannesburg side. You can start to see now the goals are starting to slow down.
Have you noticed that a lot of the Nelson Mandela Bay players, they run forward and then they kind of curve back in front of a player? I don't know why no one has picked that up yet.
Yeah, it is a tough day at the office for the Johannesburg side. As I see them trailing by 11 goals in this quarter. And I think Nelson Mandela Bay are really running with this game. I mean, we saw in the first quarter they were behind by 2 goals. They came back on that second quarter, the Nelson Mandela Bay, and they led by 5 goals. And in this third quarter, they are currently leading the Johannesburg side by 11 goals. So it's just, you know, the momentum on the team, the patience and the accuracy in that shooting circle is amazing. And for the Johannesburg side, they're really struggling on taking that ball into the shooters. And also, once that ball gets there, the accuracy of the shooters is something that really the coach needs to look at, because really, I think Camilla Hank on that goalkeeper position, it really worked well on that keeper position. As we saw beautiful offloads going into the side of Johannesburg, and we saw Bagidi taking that comfortable shot. And you know what, I think that kind of boosted her confidence. I'm hoping that we'll see a different side of her going to the fourth quarter, because really she is capable of doing it. But all in all, Nelson Mandela Bay completely a better team than Johannesburg, but we still have 12 more minutes to go in this encounter. Anything can happen, and from the Johannesburg side, if they could just have patience and look after that ball and also convert those crucial balls, we might have a game in our hands. As we get ready to go into the fourth quarter, we see the coach of the Nelson Mandela Bay, Kayaya. Let's just see, let's hear what she's saying to the girls. Yeah, I wonder what Coach Kayaya is saying to the girls. She was also my coach 2007.
How special is that? You know, it just shows you the netball community is so, you know, passionate and so loving, because we want to stay in the netball community.
Yeah, she's been around for a long time. Quite a chilled coach. You know, but when she doesn't like something, she'll make sure that you know that you need to step up. As we get underway this fourth quarter, here's Camilla Hang, the goalkeeper of Johannesburg, who takes a brilliant intercept. Let's see if we're gonna see if Johannesburg are coming here guns blazing in this fourth quarter, as we see a couple of changes, and we'll confirm them shortly. Oh, this is devastating. This is devastating. Lebogang Ramalo had the ball and the center. Nqobile saw she was right behind her, but she took too long to play that given goal. Good deflection there by Sprong. She does it again. If you can hit it, you can catch it.
Look at the setup from Nelson Mandela Bay. It's actually interesting. Center's really wide. Your goal shooter's outside of the circle. Your goal attack is in the circle at the moment.
That was not a good idea. I mean, I saw that Matsepo Magama was waiting for that ball.
I think it would have been different if the goal attack, John Marie stayed and screened her. Then that space would have been on.
A good pickup. To throw in for Nelson Mandela Bay. Good patience coming from Nelson Mandela Bay. And offload comfortably to Kayla Nell.
Yeah, that communication and that knowledge of one another just coming through throughout the whole match. There's no substitute for good communication.
Yeah, Nelson Mandela Bay, 27-15. A comfortable lead in this fourth quarter. I still feel like Lebogang really needs to play out or allow the new goal shooter, Keke Lami, to play a goal attack position. Like, they swap. The other one comes and stands, because we see that Lebogang is more like a goal shooter, because the way she just goes and stands and position herself under the shoot in the circle, looks like she's more comfortable there. And I would have really, if I was the coach, I would have taken Keke Lami, who's the new goal shooter for the Johannesburg, put her in the goal attack and take Lebogang on that goal shooter position.
Yeah, because every time she enters the circle, she puts on a hold.
Yes, and that's the mentality of the goal shooter. Another lost opportunity for Johannesburg. Nelson Mandela Bay on attack, completely unmarked. We see Jean-Marie Malda. I mean, if you completely unmarked, it's so easy to make those easy offloads. Why are you rushing it?
I mean, they just got an intercept or a turnover, a rebound, and just take a breath. You have more than enough time. We still have more than 9 minutes left in this quarter. So just stop. I want them to reevaluate, regroup, and then take it from there.
And Nelson Mandela Bay keeps that scoreboard ticking. Look at the wing attack, completely unmarked. As Caroline allowing her to just use that edge of the circle. I mean, it's too easy for the Nelson Mandela Bay. It's too easy. No pressure on the pass, no pressure on the people, on the players. So, and that's why it's so easy for them to feed there. Oh, what an intercept there from the goalkeeper of the Nelson Mandela Bay, and that intercept was possible because no one was driving from the Joburg side.
Yeah,
Camilla!
Definitely. And I think it's difficult at the moment because you can't pick up what type of defensive structure Johannesburg are putting up. I mean, we've spoken about it, but Lebogang stepping up again, taking those shots, but I would have really loved to see her on goal shooter.
Both defenders standing in the circle. No one putting pressure on Jean-Marie.
It looks so effortless to get the ball into the circle for Nelson Mandela Bay.
It is so easy because the feeders, Liema, Sia, and the Somlens, I mean, they're bringing that ball down comfortably. And they're finding their players, their shooters under that pole. And it's the opposite for the side. And the reason also it is so difficult to find the shooters of Johannesburg is because they are both standing in the same position.
And not in between between the two defenders.
Exactly. I mean, you can see now Lebogang Ramalo is standing. Okay, they get a penalty. Now that is a brilliant move there by Ontatile Kekelami, the new goal shooter.
I mean, she was shooting distance. I would have loved to see her take that shot. She definitely has the ability to shoot from there. The thing about passing out after you've gotten a penalty is you give the other team another opportunity for an intercept. So every single time you pass out and you play back in, you give an opportunity for an intercept.
Another missed opportunity for Johannesburg. And wing defense called for replay. They'll get another chance. $18 goals for Johannesburg and 30 for Nelson Mandela Bay. It's a hard day at the office for the Johannesburg girls, but they're still going strong. I still want to see more pressure being applied on Malda because I think she is the main shooter and the main feeder also in the circle.
Yeah, Jomri's been playing really well. She's been taking ownership, taking those mid-range shots. But, I mean, it's easy enough for her to do all of that and still shoot because she is unmarked. And look what happens when she gets marked.
And she becomes frustrated as well. I mean, did you see her shoving the goal defense? And that's what you need to do as a player. You really need to find the weakness and sit on that player so that you force her to make more mistakes and be called for contact. Good patience there from Johannesburg. We see Kekelami. Oh, she was all alone in that baseline. But that pass was overcooked. And I would have loved her to actually sweep in front.
Yes.
And not the base because she's quite short. And against those tall two defenders, it's going to be very difficult to pass an accurate ball.
Yeah, the problem with that is if the space is available on the baseline, you're going to take it. But there you have to think a bit of, you know, who you are as a player. Where are you more comfortable, front or back? And you have to choose that.
Wing defense called out of play. Completely marked. There is Kayla Nell of Nelson Mandela Bay. Both defenders of Johannesburg, Umatepo and Camilla, went out. I'm still saying, if Caroline can tip this ball, she can catch them.
She is in the perfect position. I mean, she's running the right angles, everything. She just needs to take it.
Yeah, good pressure there from the Johannesburg. Good lines, good ball. You see Ontatile on attack. Driving out, that's much better play from Johannesburg. Contact call against wing defense of Nelson Mandela. No, that was not the best option. It wasn't. You have two short shooters against the two tall towers of the Nelson Mandela Bay. And you can't force an overball. You cannot force an overball. But also, Kekelami and Ramalo really need to give options in that shooting circle.
Yeah, they both were in that same position and it wasn't even a screen setup, so you couldn't even use it as a screen setup. So I think miscommunication at the moment is their biggest letdown.
Who's just rushing it for me, the wing attack? The passes are always rushed.
Oh, that's heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking. I mean, under the pole.
And she worked so hard to get into that position as well.
I think goal defense, Motsepo Makama, got an elbow on her neck. I think she can't breathe. Struggling to breathe. I'm hoping it's nothing serious. But there's only 2 minutes to go in this quarter, this match, as we see a new goal defense for Johannesburg.
Oh, that must be so terrible. You come on court, wasn't your fault, but you have to be out of play.
team play. Brilliant base drive there by Nell.
But again, they spoke to one another. That space was available for her. It's something that's lacking for Johannesburg at the moment, is that communication in the circle. But again, it's fixable. The more they practice, the more they play together, the better it'll become.
Just under a minute to go in this quarter. And it is Nelson Mandela Bay dominating from the second quarter until the last quarter. And Johannesburg really did have a great start, but consistency and also ball placement and also drives was something that was lacking from the side.
Yeah, and their timing on the attack as well. A bit rushed sometimes, but again, these things you can fix.
I think it's a last opportunity for, oh no, Nelson Mandela Bay. Now the amazing Camilla on goalkeeper. She gives her side one last opportunity to get one goal. Much better patience coming from Johannesburg.
And again, Lebogang goes into the circle and she puts on a hold.
They still have few more seconds to go. Contact call against Antadile Kekelami. Is she gonna take it? No! She passes it, but that wing defense of Nelson Mandela Bay went offside, both feet.
But yeah, she played goal defense for a second.
Yes, and Antadile takes that one. And it is Nelson Mandela Bay who's looking to get into that 35 goals. And Malda, instrumental player of the Nelson Mandela Bay, will take this last one. Oh no, she misses. Caroline, brilliant take there by Caroline Sprong, that wing defense position. Beautiful. Kekelame on attack. And Ngobile Soji. Beautiful play there. Is she gonna take it? Carol just needed power and is running out of time. I think it's almost, yes. It is game over. They ran out of time, but it is Nelson Mandela Bay who was comfortably taking this this encounter. 34-19. What a performance from the side. And from the Johannesburg side, it was a good start in the first quarter. They led by 2, but in that second quarter, I mean, it was Nelson Mandela Bay who went on guns blazing, as we see the coach Kayaya. I mean, they're dancing, they are, you know, celebrating, all smiles from the side. It is a big victory for them. I don't think they've ever had. They won against Johannesburg. So it is quite exciting for the Nelson Mandela side. They're all happy. And you know what? Coach Kayaya should be really pleased about that performance. I must say that shooting circle really did the things for me. And also that mid-court, I think the patience played a huge role, especially the feeders when they got into the edge of the circle and feeding the shooters. But I must give it to the goal defense goalkeeper, Angelique and Sia Makamba. A solid defense. I mean, Makamba, we saw her in the first quarter already fighting hard. I mean, giving the Nelson Mandela Bay a hard time. It was a beautiful performance from Nelson Mandela Bay. They should be happy and they're celebrating all round. And from the side of the Johannesburg, it was not a good performance. I mean, I think the second quarter, that's where they started to actually, you know, go down and also not really sticking to their game plan. But fourth quarter, there were moments of brilliance coming from Johannesburg, but the accuracy also didn't happen from the side. We saw the goal attack was very instrumental for the side. Lebogang Ramalo stepping up, and also she was kind of playing that goal shooter, goal attack. I mean, she will go and for those center passes, but go into the circle and hold like a goal shooter, and that was something that was missing from the side. There were no leads, and there was also no goal attack who was sweeping and pulling those defenders away. But they still have more players more games to play. They will fix this. We were treated here in Hoërskool, Waterkloof. There's still a lot of action to come. We still have 6 more rounds today. We are treated. If you're at home, please Google the app and download it. It is DSTV app, and watch all the netball action here. It is the Telkom Netball Championship 2021, and please join us as we have more action.
Verstappen's ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton's going to try again, this time on the inside, and comes to the touch. A case of what if, all in one moment. I am hungry for more action like this. The cheers you can hear for tens of miles around.
Thought I was going to have a heart attack, to be honest.
Fasten your seatbelts as the exhilarating second half of the Formula One season continues. On Supersport, only on DSTV Premium. Broadcast proudly brought to you by Discovery.
Hey man, what would Disky be without you? I mean, Nina, the over-the-top passionistas. Nani, abashayela phansi. Without lessons lava that we love to hate. Without the encyclopedia of Idiski. Cover the flair, the rhythm, that brings the wow. Hey, don't forget that fire commentary.
Juna. The streaky breakaway, can he find a goal? Oh my word.
And to you, who brings the shade? Need to celebrate.
The sky is the limit.
Long live the DSTV Premiership. Long live.
Itiski is everything with you, and you are everything to Itiski.
Game time, boys.
Yay, what's with Itiski? So, Babi Sebonke, to live the best of the DSTV Premiership on Supersport, your world of champions on DSTV.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed one player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Wabongi Mzomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
Good morning and welcome to the Telkom Netball Challenge. If you've just joined us, where have you been? The action has been fully packed and it's been absolutely amazing. We're into round 3 of our games and this is an under-19 round. So the teams we have with us is Pixley from the Northern Cape and we have Capricorn from Limpopo. Looking forward to the day today as they take on court. Let's see what's going to happen. I'm not sitting alone in commentary. I'm with the awesome Amanda Mainhardt, the ex-Proteas player and captain and also gold-winning coach at Hoërskool Affies. Amanda, it's an honor to have you here.
Thank you, Nikki. It's lovely to be joining you this morning. And it looks like the sun is also coming out now. So I'm pretty sure we're going to have some really good netball right in front of us happening.
I'm excited too, Amanda. I'm excited. I think everybody's been complaining about the sunshine in Pretoria. And Pretoria just said, okay, let's see. Let's be freezing and then you'll want the sunshine back again. As we wait for the teams to start, a little bit of anxiety, everybody wanting to start. So we have Pixley in the blue and we have Capricorn coming in the yellow. Okay, as we see the lineup for Capricorn, we have there in the shooting circle Mutiba and Mahosh, and there in the center court with a lot of speed we've got Katlejo and Manaka, and there in our defensive unit we've got Karabo, Lesego and Puti. Let's see what they can do for us. So sitting in the bench we've got Anika, Tlo, Mbulehe and Mpapuli, sorry for the pronunciation. So I see they've got a full team of 12 players. And in our Pixley team, with the 9 players, 3 on the bench, we start off with the shooting combo of Janssen and Greswell. In the wing defense and defensive unit, we've got Sonata, Nell, and Pretorius. With our wing attacks then coming in is Erasmus, and we've got Penelope, Stacy, and Shakira there on the bench. So they've got 9 players. So Amanda, what do you make of that? So with 9 players and also with 12 players, maybe with 12 players they've got a lot more depth and a lot more legs, and then the other team only has 9 players.
Yeah, Nikki, I think it's great if you can have 12 players in any side. It just gives you more options as a coach, and especially during a tournament, the days get long, the matches get hard, the bodies get fatigued. So if you can make substitutions, I mean, you've got everything going for you. But also, in saying that, Pixley might not have the depth, the same depth. If you look at Capricorn, with only 9 players, then maybe that's the best they've got. So you also want to have a strong bench, and I think Pixley maybe might have 5 players that's strong for them on the bench.
Oh, nice viewpoint there, Amanda. And like you said, it's a long tournament, so we need to reserve some of the legs and keep them changing. But you also have the danger of maybe you're playing your strong combos. If your bench is not so strong, you have to play everybody, I think in this tournament, 50%. So that's also a little bit of a tough thing for coaches, because you need to know when to change. So in our yellow we have Capricorn, and also in the black we have Pixley, who are going to go into this game. Amanda, I'm just going to put you on the spot and just ask you what sort of netball do you think we can expect from the 2 teams? I mean, one's from Limpopo, one's from the Northern Cape. Style-wise, as you've seen, based on your experience, you know, in terms of, you know, junior level.
Well, looking at both sides now, it's just there's no height mismatch. They're all equal in height. So I think they're going to be playing fast, short netball. They're going to drive to the ball, play the short, easy option. I don't think you're going to have a lot of long passes, long feeds. You're not going to have stuff like that. I think you're going to have maybe moving circles on both sides. But I mean, that's just me looking at them right now and predicting what style they might play. But I think it's going to be interesting to see how Limpopo plays. I know that they've been very strong in school netball this year. One of the dominant teams for them was Ben Foster at the national champs that just passed. And so it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to play that. And then the Northern Cape are renowned for having patience. So they might show some patience with the ball and just wait for the player to open up.
Thanks, Amanda, for that. And just like what you said also about Limpopo, because if we saw in the previous round, and it was actually an under-18 round, they were very dominant there, and they were leading the pack. So it means they're doing a lot of work in terms of school netball there with Hoërskool John Foster and some of the young ones coming in from Hoërskool Rustenburg. So it's good to see. It's good to see. So it's going to be very exciting as we're about to start the game. 30 seconds to go, and I can already feel the nerves of the kids. They probably want, like, can we start now already?
I think they just let the suns out.
Yeah.
Because it's terrible to play when it's cold, especially for a shooter. They don't have a feel for the ball because their hands are frozen. So it's nice to see the sun now, and I'm looking forward to this.
Let's see. And as the ball is about to start and Pixley's underway with the first center pass, let's see what they can do. Oh, and the ball goes out. There's already overpasses that are being played. So I think it's the beginning of the game. Maybe everybody's feeling each other out. And
it's just the nerves that need to settle. And once they get that first shot up, then they seem to just go into it a lot easier. So it will be Pixley on the throw-in. Interesting to see the goal shooter taking the throw-in. Usually it's the goal attacks that take the throw-in. But a good take there from the goal attack. Grensville.
Oh, and it's not to count. Now let's see what Capricorn can do as they go on to the attack.
Oh, and an offside call there by Capricorn. They're lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, they must remember.
Oh, yeah, they were very lucky to get away with that. Oh, no. There they go.
Umpire's shop. I think she can hear you from here, Amanda. She saw that too. So, Amanda, what would you say normally what happens? We just spoke about teams just needing to settle. Normally, how long do you think it takes a team to settle into a game? Do you think that's the first 5 minutes, 2 minutes?
Yeah, at this level, the kids usually settle in the first 2 minutes. You want them to settle in the first pass, but that won't happen. What I like about Pixley is the speed on the ball. If you look at Capricorn, they play a bit slower. They're holding on to the ball, and I predicted it to be the other way, whereas Pixley just lets the ball go. Capricorn does play the more conservative netball, the safer option.
And sometimes that tends to work.
Yes,
and
definitely.
Then as we see, they've already got their scoreboard ticking with the first goal.
A lot of two-hand passes being made by Pixley. You don't see them having the one-hand pass. It's just the two-hand catch, pop, catch, pop. Oh, good pick up there by the center from Pixley. And again, Pixley trying to find that shooters on the hold, but I think that they should be driving to the ball instead of going back into the space.
I agree with you, Amanda. As you said, the height is not there and they're relatively short, so they should be moving a whole lot more. And it's shown that 3 times it hasn't worked going that side, so maybe they should be able to readjust. Somebody needs to, on the court, just say, okay, relax, let it readjust. Oh,
beautiful intercept, beautifully read there by the goal defense now from Pixley. Oh, unfortunately, not managing to keep her balance there. But again, Pixley taking in the throw in.
Yeah, Amanda, everybody just seems to be a little bit unsettled. So it's still 3 minutes, so...
Yeah, but look at Pixley. They're catching, passing. The speed on the ball is quite good. But again, you have to finish it. Make sure it gets safe.
Would you say it's the positioning of the shooters, or is it the patience of the feeders?
I think it's the positioning. It's a little bit of both. The feeders not having options. The only option they have is to give them the overball, and that's not working. So the shooters need to change it up, give the feeders more options.
A breaking call there from the umpire. So wing defense made an early entry into the center third, and that was not to be. That's much better.
Yeah, definitely. Oh,
finishing.
And unfortunately, Pixley not managing to finish off that shot.
You see, Amanda, you actually spoke about Capricorn being calmer on the ball. You actually can hear somebody from the sideline shouting, relax, relax, relax. So, you know, they're taking their time and moving it down court easily. You have 3 seconds. There's no rush in it. And especially if you want to make sure that everything, you know, goes straight into your goal shooting third.
Yep. And Nikki, that relax, I see, is one word you'll always hear next to the court. It's just to calm those players down.
But I think some players tend to relax a bit too much. You don't want to be called for held ball. It just means, yeah, take it slowly.
One thing the Capricorn team does quite a lot is they use the square option quite a number of times on their attack, looking as they go down court.
And that's nice to see because it means they're opening the court up.
Yep, definitely. And a nice balance.
Okay, and that's a third goal for Capricorn. And Pixley has already gotten their scoreboard ticking with 1 goal. It's their centre pass. Let's see if they can make use of it.
Oh.
No, it's a turnover ball. Oh,
Yep,
not
that's
to be.
just forcing it every time. I would rather play an extra ball, maybe get my wing attack also in that goal third, and just making the shooters give them another drive. Oh, and a stepping error there.
I was thinking, yo, walking the world in 80 days from far. Live on Supersport, you can't do that.
Oh, nice tip there by Capricorn centre. Manaka, I have to say, right now she's the brains on that attacking engine. Good pickup again there by Nell. And another pickup by the goal defense. That's always good to see.
Yes, they're counteracting that. I can also do it. If you can do it, I can do it.
Yeah, looking just at both ends right now, you can see Capricorn does have a little bit more structure around the goal shooting circle. They're trying to play a hold with a little bit of movement there. Whereas with Pixley, it's just a throw and go.
Oh, I see what you mean, Amanda. So the goal shooter is more standing, and then your goal attacker is sweeping around.
Oh, and just not finding her goal defense there.
I think she's overpassing the ball a bit, Amanda, because even also into the goal shooting circle. So maybe she must try a different strategy, don't you think, of maybe using a one-hand pass in order to be a little bit more accurate.
Yeah, I think definitely Pixie just doesn't have a variety on their passing options. They're just doing the same pass. You can't use the same pass the whole time. You've got to change it up. A lot of two-hand, just lob, pop coming from them.
Oh, unlucky, and she couldn't hold on to it. But she's working hard, and it's nice to have a defensive centre, Amanda.
Definitely, definitely.
They go down court. Looks a little bit smoother now.
Yeah, I think both shooters just playing the same space, which makes it hard.
Oh,
and,
nice cheeky bounce pass. Let's see if she can finish it off.
Or not to be, but I think Capricorn will get the ball there.
You're coming from behind, so that's a contact call from the umpire. In netball, you're not allowed to defend from behind.
Yeah.
You need to cleanly get the ball. If you do defend from behind, you must not touch anybody's body at all, and must be ball orientated.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's one thing as a defender, that's a skill that you don't always find. It's about getting your feet around, and that's the hard part.
That's what's also important. Most of us don't like doing the exercises, they never do. And you guys like drill everybody to do the ladders and the footwork, but that's when it helps you.
Good little pick up there by Capricorn. Capricorn applying good pressure through court defensively.
And she's in the circle, beautiful pass, nice quick movement. Let's see if she can finish it off.
Yeah, to me as well, Pixley is playing with a lot of instinct. They just play what they feel like, and that's also good to see, especially at a young age. Players need to develop a feel for the court and a feel for the ball, so they're just playing on pure instinct.
And they make it count. So we have there Grensville who makes it count, and it's 1 goal in it. 1 goal difference in it. Let's see if they can turn it around. And, oh, good pressure. The ball is out, and let's see what Pixley can do with the ball. It's still anybody's game right now. It's a low-scoring game, 9 minutes in it, and only 5 goals on the board.
Yeah, I think it's just a lot of errors, especially in the mid-court, losing a lot of turnover ball.
Oh, sneaky there by the center. I think she used her height. I think the hardest thing to do is defend a short person because you don't see them coming. It feels like they went between your legs and intercepted the ball.
Oh, good take there by Rory's son. Well done. And a very good offload. It's great to see skill coming through at a very young age.
And she makes sure, so Mogoshi makes sure that it's sunk in, 2 goals in it, and it's Pixley center pass. I think the wing defense, this is a second call for offside. So sometimes you think, sometimes some of them want to get over the line very quickly, that they don't time it quick enough, Amanda. So should they be hanging in the air, or is it a timing thing?
Yeah, I think it's just a timing thing. You can hang in the air if you've got the skill. But if you don't have the skill, I'd rather say
don't
fall back.
Don't do it. It's not working. Don't do it.
Yeah, just patience, I guess. And sometimes the umpires aren't fast enough. Like the center would be in the circle, they'll still be coming around the corner. So it's about discipline and I think also having a feel for the umpire.
So instead of what you practiced with looking at the center going in, now you must actually time when the whistle is going through from the umpire.
Oh,
you see,
beautifully read there by Nell. No, sorry, that was the Sejo, the goal defense from Capricorn.
Don't you think she made it easy for herself, because both the shooters are standing still in one space, you know, so it's like they're defending each other. All she needed to do was move her feet around, like you were talking about it, move your feet around in order to intercept.
Yeah, no, definitely.
And we have the defense of Pixley turning the ball around. Let's see what the attack can do.
Yeah, what I like. And there she goes again, Lesego. Well done.
She's like, hi guys, I am here.
You know what she does really well? She just confuses the space, so she won't be in the space where she's actually taking the intercept, and then she makes the player look open, and then she just goes in for it.
Brilliant, brilliant, well done. So Amanda, how would you say then the attack must just be able to see that? Is it a feeder who must be able to see that, or is it the goal attack who must be able to see, no, she's hunting for that ball?
Yeah, look, as an attacker player, once you've got players that's marking the space, you got to work from the body, pick up the player and make the feeders aware of the defense.
Yes, Amanda, and thanks for that. And this is the end of our first quarter, and the score is 4-2 to Capricorn. It's still pretty much early days, and it's anybody's game. So let's see what's going to happen the second half.
Yeah, no, for me it's interesting to watch Frensville right now on the bench, you know, talking to her troops, saying to them, you know, this is what we need to do. And you can, looking at her, yeah, she's quite busy.
Okay, and that is the end of the first quarter. Very exciting. It's still early days. It's anybody's game. And the score difference is 4-2. Score of 2 goals. Anybody's game. Anything can happen. And let's go to ads.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed one player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Bongium Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
Second quarter gets underway, and it's Capricorn centre pass. So we just come from first quarter break, and looking at the two benches, Amanda, what did you observe? What do you think we can expect?
Well, the one thing I just enjoyed so much about Pixie is how the coach just gets involved with the game and urging the troops on. You can see she's a very emotional coach.
Interesting observation there, Amanda. So it's nothing. I think players also enjoy a coach being animated so that she can drive the excitement and get them excited about the game.
Yeah, definitely. If you don't have excitement amongst your players, the coach needs to do it. But
Well,
a good and strong finish there by Janssen. Also good to see her taking the shots.
Yes.
And I don't think there was any changes made by either side. So, and that's good to see, because it was a 1-point game, and I don't think anyone would want to make changes then.
Foreign shots or risky, and she apologizes.
Immediately, sorry sisters. I love that about her. But I mean, still trying to do it. It's also good to see a player that's not afraid to take risks.
Because if it goes in, then you're going to reward her for it. You're going to thank her for it.
Yeah,
So
it's still very early on in the game. It's only still second quarter. Anything can happen.
and maybe she might need to do that, because you don't know what the defense will start doing if they pick up only one person is shooting.
Oh, and good movement there by the goal shooter from Capricorn, pulling the defense to the front and then taking the long over ball.
And just to add, also patience from the feeder, that they didn't give it the first time, so they can see the movement from the shooter.
Yeah, definitely. And on the throw-in, they're in a good position, both on the inside there. So they shouldn't have any trouble getting that ball in and out.
Oh, good take, good rebound there from the goal defense.
Oh, and a beautiful tip there by the wing defense from Capricorn, Kataka, using that outside hand that you spoke about earlier on. Just good to see that. Oh, unlucky.
I think shooters hate that when it goes around the circle.
It's usually, it loops like that when the hand turns. If there's a slight turn on the hand when a shooter shoots, it usually makes that swirl. So it's just about keeping that hand straight. It's so hard to shoot, eh? People just think it's easy, but it's not that easy actually.
And Pixley shows that maybe for them it is a little bit easier because they can get the ball in, and it's a 1-point game. I think they were re-energized, revitalized, 1 point in it. Let's see if they can turn and equalize.
Yeah, I love the energy from the Pixley side. You can see, like, even if they make mistakes, it's okay. We're going to try and fix it together. Whereas sometimes teams can get frustrated with each other when they make mistakes. And it's so good to see these girls. They're just like, it's okay, it's okay. I'm going to try it again.
That's a team spirit. That's a team spirit. Every coach wants to see that.
Yep.
That everybody's allowed to make mistakes, but it's how we come back from, oh, what a feed.
Yeah.
Beautiful feed and nice positioning and space.
And again, referring back to that coach who was so emotionally involved, maybe she encourages them to be like that and to be like, okay, it's okay if we make mistakes.
They're opening up the court, much better opening up of the court, and they're not stuck. Oh!
Beautiful, beautiful play there by Grensville. Like we said at halftime, she's the brains in that attack. Very good movement there by her.
And I think our commentators were on their side. Now they have equalized it 5-all. That energy in that quarter time really, really worked.
Oh, unlucky.
Driving the ball down. Let's see what they can make from it.
Good on her for keeping her feet there. It's interesting how the Capricorn defenders are forcing them to shoot from long range now, hey?
Yeah. Then that's clever. So
Yep.
the keeper was reading it there, and I think then there was a slight overfeed.
So I think on that tactics from Capricorn, I think at halftime their coach might have told their defenses to push them away from the post and make sure that they're between the post and the ball, and that's what forcing them to take these long range shots.
Very interesting and very good tactic, because as you can see, they might be almost the same height, but then Pixley tends to be a little bit shorter, and it's hard when you're shorter to shoot from far. You have to be very accurate to be able to do that. Oh, good hands. Unlucky footwork called there. Good hands, and let's see the transition into attack, and there goes the ball flowing. The pressure.
Yeah. Two unforced errors there by both sides. But Grensville saving the day again. Good play. Great lunge out to that ball, using her feet very well.
Unlucky, couldn't keep it in. As they quickly transition into attack, let's see what they can do.
Yeah, I think one of the sides just need to stop now and have patience with the ball, because the same ball's been going up and down the court now twice. So in moments like that, you just want to stop and just take a breath, make sure it gets safe.
Yeah. And the shooter's not able to shoot it. You can actually hear the bench saying push. So just push the ball a little bit further. Do you think it's pushing not necessarily with the wrists, bending the knees? What do we say? What do you guys say in Afrikaans? Knie buig.
Yeah, lig en rol.
Yeah. But when you say to kids, knie buig, something, and then lig, what's ankles?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just can't remember it now.
There she goes again.
Oh, there she goes again.
Good shot there.
And for the first time in the match, Pixley is ahead by 1 goal. It's amazing what a quarter time break can do. Let's see as they transition down, how are they going to make it happen. And the center's like, nope, not to be, not on my watch. Well done, Lishanolo. She's been very active there in that center role here, playing also defensive center, her width and the wing defense.
It's interesting to see how Pixley doesn't seem to get into the circle from the middle. They're forced to go in from the pocket side, from the sides. If you look going into that circle, wing attack center both being wide inside the pockets. And defensively, that's a good position to be in. Attack, not an ideal position, Nikki.
So it speaks to what you were saying earlier, that maybe the defense is forcing them outside.
Yeah.
So why would you say it's better for the defense to be the ones forcing them outside?
I think just you're making their options fewer when you force them wide. Whereas the ball comes in straight, defensively it's very hard to stop it. once a ball comes in on an angle, it's easier to take the intercept. But if it comes in straight, that's usually when you get called for contact, because you might be caught behind the shooter. And there they're going in the top right now.
And look how easy they made it look. Oh, she wasn't waiting for that. She thought the shot was going to go in, but bullet passed to her, and it's unlucky there. Oh, beautiful roll from a center. You normally see that from goal shooters. Beautiful roll off. And there's another attempt. Oh, these defenses are awake.
Right intercept there by Nell. And a nice drive and fly to the circle there.
Beautiful
from
baseline.
Yeah. It's like they're utilizing the space a lot better, the two shooters. Unfortunately, just not managing to secure that shot.
And the score is still 6-all. It's still anybody's game.
Yeah, it looks like Pixley's goalkeeper might have come down with an injury over there.
I see her calling for time.
Yeah, she's trying to get time on.
But she needs to call. There, the umpire identifies it.
Looks like an ankle that might have gone over there.
So the rule for injury time, they allow 30 seconds for injury time. So they hold time for 30 seconds. And what happens is you can swap. You're allowed to swap bibs and swap positions for that injury. Yeah,
and I think it's a good change to make, considering they still have tomorrow and Thursday to play. And you want to try and save a player rather than force her to stay on that court. If it was a final, it would have been different.
I agree, Amanda, and seeing that they have 12 players, so they have so much depth, and that's a nice spoil that they can change them in. And finally, then we get another goal. Now we spoil for another goal from Capricorn. It's been a little bit overdue, but now it's 1 goal in it, and they lead by 1 goal. Let's see how Pixie answers that. Oh,
what I just saw there from Capricorn on the centre pass is how they're kind of doing a wall defence where they're jumping in front on that line. And that also may be the reason why Pixley is continuously playing that long overpasses.
And that was a beautiful feed. I think the defense's head was down and the centre saw it and went straight right in, and that is beautiful to watch. Yep. So now it's back to 2 goal difference as it was when we got to the end of the first quarter. Capricorn re-energized again. I think somebody reminded them that, no, the second quarter has already started. Let's come back into the game.
Yeah, and good utilizing of space. 1 top, 1 base.
And then there's a beautiful transition. Now they're going down. Pixley's charged up. Beautiful movement.
Oh.
And she holds on to it. There's that force to shoot from far.
Yeah. And it's the first shot that she's missed from that angle. So I think just on there, as a goal shooter or a goal attack, you want to reset and play yourself closer to the post.
Unlucky there, she's called for stepping on court. So what happens with a throw-in, you're not allowed to step on court at all. I think some of the things that coaches don't like those unnecessary, those avoidable errors.
No, definitely.
Not to be, I think the shooting action still changed. Amanda, don't you think they need to have the same shooting action when you're further back?
Yeah.
It's just you probably
you just got to shoot higher, yeah. It's the trajectory of the ball that changes once you're further away from the post.
You can hear the bench saying push the ball, push the ball. Because most of the balls are just knocking in, just knocking.
Interesting to see how high the Pixley players come to fetch for that ball. The wing attack, you can see her right up here on the line.
Oh, beautiful outside hand. Beautiful outside hand there by the wing defense.
Wing defense losing her glasses there, but still manages to catch the ball and their glasses.
There she goes again. There she goes again, and that was brilliant. So Nell is really in the game, and she's keeping them there. So the game still continues because, remember, they still have that 30 seconds of injury time that they still need to play. And Pixley wants to make sure that they're able to put something on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Pixley, I would have maybe played myself closer to that ring right now. Secured that shot for my team going into the halftime break. Just about the options, maybe sometimes shooting long, maybe sometimes shooting close. They just shoot long all the time. So now Let's see if they actually play themselves close. It's because Janssen Grensville have missed quite a couple of shots from that angle. So it will be interesting, or just not enough time for them.
Yes, not enough time at all, Amanda, and that's the end of the second quarter of this exciting game between Capricorn and Pixley. As we go into the halftime, the score is 8-6. So that score margin has been kept the same, and it's a 2-goal difference in it. We saw Pixley come through, and it looked like they were going to equalize and go ahead, but the score still remains the same, 8-6. Okay, thank you for being with us so far. It's been very exciting. See you in the second half of the game in the third quarter.
The speed of a jaguar. The reflexes of a sunbird. The strength of a diamond. They train to inspire. They play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
It's colossal. Is it brilliant? Here it is.
But he's a competitor. Here we go.
They all step up. But only one team has what it takes to be champion of the world. The ICC T20 World Cup. Only on Supersport, your world of champions. Stay connected to DSTV for all the big hits and nail-biting action. Broadcast brought to you by Ram Hand-to-Hand Couriers.
Back for the action of Capricorn versus Pixley. It's been a very interesting first half, Amanda, as we look at what's been happening. So we see the defensive unit of Pixley turning the ball over, and we see Capricorn also converting the ball at times. Beautiful first quarter. Now as we go through to the third quarter of the game, and let's see how it happens. As we already start, there's a very overcooked ball into the goal third, and it's a Capricorn ball. Let's see what's going to happen now. This is the third quarter. They call it the championship quarter, Amanda. What do you make of it? Looking at it, what do you think are the changes that should be made? Should there be any? What do you think should be the next strategy for Capricorn to maintain it, or for Pixley to go ahead and take it?
Yeah, look, Nikki, it's a very close game, and again, there's so many errors from both sides. If you look at the score, 8-6 is a very low score in the third quarter. I see that Pixley have brought back their goalkeeper that just went off with an injury. So other than that, there wasn't any substitutions. But for me, it's about Pixley having ball in hand but not converting the shots. So I think they should look at changing their strategy, not forcing the long shots all the time, rather than just playing the ball quickly back and taking another shot at it.
I think she's heeding your call, Amanda, so she's come a little bit closer, and that is Grensville, who's been a good playmaker there. She just needs to finish off and have her variety.
Yeah, look, and Capricorn is not going to give them a second opportunity. Look at them on the rebound. They're quick. They're taking every rebound. They're not going to give the shooters another shot.
Yeah, but then they get another opportunity there.
So right there, that was good. That was good. That's what you want to see from them. and just the finish.
I always get excited when attacker can rebound a ball, but then for a defense, if somebody's shorter than you and she's doing a rebound, the coach is like, but what are you doing? You're not doing anything there. Then she converts, and Pixley has put it back in. 1 goal difference.
Yeah, for me, Janssen has been the more secure shooter between the two. So I would, Grensville's playing beautiful netball, but she needs to give that ball to a goal shooter.
So what would you think the goal shooter needs to do in order for, because it means she's been more accurate, but then they're finding Grensville more. So
yeah, look, I think with Pixley, the moment Janssen moves out of that circle, it opens up the opportunity for Grensville, the goal attack, to go in. But even receiving that ball far away from the post and quickly giving that offload back again to Janssen, who would be available under the post. So right there now, I would make Janssen move out, Grensville take the ball and give it back to Janssen again.
I see what you mean, Amanda. Beautiful insight from Amanda. Oh, and she secures it. Well done.
I just like that little Grensville player, I have to say. She's exciting to watch.
And as we go down court, let's see. Oh, and it's a throw-in. They have another opportunity. Capricorn has another opportunity.
Capricorn has brought on a new shooter. They've changed their shooting end. Looking at that, it gives them nice height, that goal shooter.
Amanda, a lot of people like having a holding shooter. Oh, and then it's a 2-goal difference. And Capricorn says, yes, they'll maintain it. It's a Pixley center now. Amanda, with your standing shooters, you know, most of the time people say stand. What exactly is a standing shooter supposed to do in terms of how do you hold your space? What is it that you're supposed to do as a standing shooter? Because if you say to kids stand, she's standing there, but ma'am, what must I do?
Yeah, look, you will usually have a holding shooter if you've got the height mismatch, if you've got a nice tall shooter. But even if you don't have it, you can use someone that's got good upper body strength, and then the other shooter will just create the movement in order to pull the fence off the goal shooter.
Oh, Amanda, I see what you mean, and it means that strategy has been working for them, as we saw beautiful passage of play there by Capricorn, and beautiful baseline drive there by their goal attack.
Yeah, and Capricorn has also made a change on the center position. They've moved their wing defense to center, and maybe just bringing on some fresh legs in the middle, because they did have a lot of errors in the second quarter. So maybe just making that change also, trying to cut down on the error rate.
Oh, and Pixley not able to hold on to that ball. Now Capricorn has another opportunity to sink it down. I think they just need to tidy it up just a little bit. Oh, and Pixley, good hands, good hands.
Again, shooters not finding each other in that circle and not sure who's in what space.
So Amanda, you'd say the goal shooter needs to stand, let the goal attack do the driving.
Yeah, because right now both are moving, but they're moving in the same space. You can have a moving circle, but then you got to work different spaces, and not overload, because then you'll have the defenders both on one side.
As we've seen the tag. Don't look at the ball. You must look at the ball.
There it is again. That good offload, giving it to Janssen, who will secure that shot for them.
And it's 1 goal in it. 1 goal in it.
Either of these teams are going to give it away today. I think they both want to win. They've both worked hard. Considering the amount of errors they've had, they're both still in it.
As we're seeing Pixley transition down court.
Beautiful swing there, but not managing to keep that ball in hand. But it was a good swing of the ball. And with swinging the ball, it's such a powerful attacking strategy to have, Nikki, because once you're stuck and the defense are in the overload, if you swing it, it just opens up so many options.
And it opens up the court, and then it divides the defense. Oh, not able to lift it there. Ooh, I wonder what happened there. Capricorn get another opportunity to go down court, and there's a long ball there.
Oh, beautifully done there. Good timing of the movement.
And she finishes off.
Well finish.
Long ball, not to be. Lesotho says, no, not on my watch.
Yep.
I am right here. Another chance going down court. They're all running away, but nobody's defending. Running away, a little bit of a how train there. Obstruction call there from the umpire. And there's an open space and she sees it.
Yep, and a good hold there from the goal shooter.
Unlucky, the ball has to go back because the wing defense is not in position. Is it there?
Yeah, and again, just the goal attack there. Should look at the goal shooter, see which space she's holding. Because if she sees the space, she won't move there. But she's just not aware of the goal shooter and the space that she's holding. Oh, unlucky.
And we call that an offensive foul, an offensive contact. I always say it's an offensive contact because goal attacks, goal shooters get offended that they're blown for anything. They never want to get blown.
For me, what's so interesting about the Pixie side is how they would land with their back towards the post, but then they see the other attacking player running to the space, and then they'll just let it go. And there's a great amount of trust with that. Just trusting that the player will be there, even if I can't see you.
Interesting, man. That means maybe they've been playing with each other for a while.
But again, it's a different style of play, and we spoke about it earlier on the break. It's just both sides playing different styles.
And it's working for both sides because it's still only 2 goals in it.
Ooh, that was a bit of a forced ball into that circle.
And it's a bit lucky because the goal defense was called there for obstruction from at the top circle. And let's see. There's the feed, there's the hands, and let's see if our shooter can finish it off. And she does. Now, for the first time in a long time, it's a 3-goal difference.
Yeah, and I think it's just Capricorn having a little bit more structure when it gets tough and just stopping the errors. Whereas, yeah, that was a good call by the umpire. Very good call, Nikki. If you can just explain that, I mean, as an umpire yourself.
Yes, that's a very good call. So what needs to happen, so you're allowed to go outside the circle, but before you come into the circle, you need to make contact with the ground inside the circle. Otherwise, then you'll be called for not making contact with the ground, and then the other team gets the ball. So you can drive outside the circle, but you need to make sure that you make contact with the ground before you catch the ball. Pixley gets another opportunity, another chance in order to show that they can convert. It's there's still quite a bit of time to make it up in this quarter. It's still 3 minutes to go. And let's see. They were recharged, re-energized. Capricorn calmed them down a little bit. Can they make you juice? Oh, footwork. Not to be.
Yeah, I think it's just silly errors, and it's got quite a lot to do with being fatigued and all of that. And we spoke about it. Capricorn having a lot of options, having a team of 12, they can swap around, and they did it. They swapped their center court, their shooting end, whereas Pixley don't have that options. They've got their 7 players, and it makes it tough, especially when players get tired.
Yeah, and it's the third quarter where you can see, can the engine still be maintained? Can they go? And slowly Capricorn is pulling away. Good pass into that pocket. Oh, but you must hold with 2 hands, sis. 2 hands. Going down court again. What would you say? What do you think is the defense strategy of Pixley? Because the ball seems to be flowing so much easily.
Yeah, I think Pixley should rather change it up. I think they're sitting in front of the players, which allows them just to play the spaces. And it's like they're dropping and playing a space defense, but it's not effective. And I would rather have them on the body, chasing them down. Because there's not a lot of pressure on Capricorn right now. It seems that they're going in quite easily. Because if you look at the pressure on Pixley, they make a lot of mistakes.
She tried to do a sneaky bounce pass, but not to be. I think the bounce was closer to her feet, and it's not happening. Pixley just needs to regroup so that they can get the ball in. Now Capricorn says it's our turn. Let's show you how it's done.
Yeah, Nikki, and defensively, you don't have to turn the ball. You can also force mistakes. That's also a defensive strategy. So, yeah, I think Pixley definitely needs to change on defense.
So how would you say you must force mistakes? So what is it that the defense
maybe
can
just
do
play
to
a bit
force
more
mistakes?
on the body, because right now they're just in the spaces, but they're not playing together as a unit. So you can play spaces, but then you need to work with someone. If you force someone to the top, then someone needs to cover the back. So I think for them that might be the option. I think rather tight, more on the body play would be the option.
Amanda, that's why you're an expert a defender and a coach. Very good insight. I hope everybody's listening can hear some of these great and fantastic tips on how the different variations work in terms of defense.
And a good finish there by Capricorn.
And that good finish indeed, Amanda. The score now is 17-10, and Capricorn is leading by 7 goals in that championship quarter. They've made sure that they're pulling the score across.
Oh, it seems to be there might still be some time left for them to play. Bit of confusion there. You see, that's the problem when there's extra time. It makes confusion, and the umpires need to take control in situations like that, especially if the scoreboard's not allowing that.
That's correct, Amanda, where the scorekeeper needs to walk up to the umpire and let them know. So that is the end of the championship quarter, the third quarter, and we see the score 17-10 to Capricorn, and Capricorn has shown that they're going to come out tops in this quarter. Thank you for joining us. Now as we take a break, see you in the fourth quarter with the score.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Nika, go back. Don't take out those eyes. Guys, this is your last quarter. Listen to me. This is your last quarter. Mid-court. For the third quarter, you were delivering that. But it was okay just because you just got in. You two, try to build in and out so that you can be able to get them. Rory, go back. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. 1, 2, 3.
And we're back for the last quarter of this very good game, very interesting game. And as we've just seen, the different benches and the coaches speaking to their players, a lot of structure, a lot of stuff being said. Amanda, what do you make of all of both sides and the bench and what's been happening and how it transitions onto court?
Yeah, Nikki, it's lovely to see both sides and looking at the different benches. Capricorn having the structured bench, definitely more structure on the calls coming from the coach, whereas Pixley a little bit all over the show and everyone's doing their own kind of thing, and I think it all flows down to the court. And if you look at the style as well, Capricorn having structure, Pixley not that much, but also good to see the different teams and what works for them, because not everything works for this, not all stuff works the same for every team.
Oh, thanks Amanda for that. And as you see the structure of Capricorn working, and they convert their goal and they say 1 more to the total, 8 goals in it.
Yeah, and they've made also some interesting changes, moving their goal shooter out to wing attack, and for me she was the stronghold in that circle for Pixley. So it's interesting that they've moved her out now.
And Pixley says we also can shoot. There's another get the scoreboard ticking. So in this quarter, last quarter of the game, it's 1-1. And we still have lots of time in the game. Let's just see. Can
Nikki, it's interesting the changes. Looking at the changes now, because I'm wondering why the coach of Pixley made that change, moving that goal shooter out of the circle. For me, she was the one putting in the balls. So I would have maybe moved the goal attack to wing attack. But again, it's just interesting to know what the
Why?
reasons were for the changes. And again, Capricorn are allowed to make more tactical changes because they've got a bigger team. They've got 12 players.
So if you're the Capricorn coach, would you bring in more fresh legs, or you want more or less the same team with 12 players being in it, and as we said before, with all the players having to play 50% of the game?
Yeah.
What would you do at
I
this
think
time?
for me, Capricorn has made the good changes. They've tried to use their mid-court players around the mid-court. They just moved them around, but they kept them in the mid-court. And the shooters now, they've changed their shooting circles, but it's still specialized shooters. So that's good calls to make, I think, as a coach.
Thanks for that, Amanda. And let's see the new shooter then of Pixley. And she
Oh,
says, yes,
good
I'm
job.
in. Amanda, now she's showing you why she should be a shooter. That was very great. Now the score difference. Oh.
Unfortunately, yes.
Not to be. That's an untouched centre pass, and Pixley says, yes, we're in the game, and the coach says, this is why I made the changes. It seems like the attack now is flowing a little bit quicker, and not to be in that instance.
But again, it's about a coach knowing what she has in players, and that's one thing that we don't know. We don't know the players that well, but she knew that this is what they can do, so it's good to see.
But Amanda, I still would also heed your call of moving her out, moving Grensville to wing attack, and maybe the new goal shooter stay in together with Janssen. Maybe that would have been a very interesting call. So as much as Grensville has been, as you said earlier, the playmaker, but in the shooting circle, the conversion rate hasn't been there.
Yeah, and look, there's not a lot of goal shooters that can say they can play wing attack as well. I have to say, so good on that goal shooter for being able to play wing attack.
I'm loving.
Interesting tactics there on the throw-in and looking at that player's feet, just in the direction it was turned.
Sorry for that, Amanda. I just get excited when there's a turnover from attack.
Yeah, that's always good.
And our new goal shooter sinks it in. Nothing but net. Doesn't even knock to get in. Just swish. Six goals in it. 6 goals in it. Oh, and it seems like there's a little bit more pressure there from Pixley in terms of the defense.
Bit of an offside there.
Yeah,
was brave, but she was almost a meter offside.
Never going to work when the umpire's there. Never.
Oh, good take there by the goal shooter, and a good step into that post, hey?
Beautiful side step. So when you stepping with a purpose.
Yeah, definitely.
Clever player.
And Capricorn with the centre pass.
Ball watching, ball watching. Oh!
Good reading of the space there.
Just a little bit quicker in, don't you think, Amanda?
Yeah, definitely. For me, she's been a good move to centre. I know she started out on a wing defence, Karabu, but for me, she's been good on the centre position there. Definitely. She's got very good control of the ball.
Pixley now gets another chance in order to go down court, and let's see what they can do. Oh, and the goal attack is like not to be.
Yeah, good tip there. It's great to see them defending up to the line. And smart little move there from the goal shooter from Pixley standing off court. She's allowed to do that. Especially if there's a lot of pushing going on in that circle.
Oh, beautiful take. And she goes for
it.
Yes,
well done.
I'm just trying to think, Amanda, why was she not there sooner?
Yeah.
Why not
exactly.
sooner? I'm really loving her there. She seems more solid, and she seems like...
Yes, look at that. And the timing.
Oh, she brings Pixley back up. Now it's very exciting. 5 goals in it. Amanda, can they really do it? We still have 7 minutes to go. And the wing defense has been working phenomenally there.
Yep.
Yay!
Yeah,
That's
good
it.
job. Confidence. And it will be their centre pass right now. They've broken 2 of their centre passes now, which is great to see. Oh, unlucky there. Line
Let's see
break.
what the defense can do. Can they turn it over so that they allow themselves more opportunity? Oh, beautiful take. I don't know if she was passing it to her in her space or was it an overfeed, but you know what, we'll take it.
It's just beautiful to see. Yes, and as the game progresses, it's nice to see the rhythm and the trust.
Contact there by the wing defense. Beautiful feed. I see Amanda, our previous center. She was a center before. Now she's Litlonolo. Now she's been put at a wing attack position. Like you said, nice interchange there into the shooting circle. I'm actually loving them both on wing attack and center. They're actually doing beautiful feeds there into
definitely.
the circle.
Good job there by Grensville. And the shooting has really been better this quarter, I have to say. I have to give that to them.
And that's because Amanda, she's shooting from closer. She's allowing herself to go closer. I don't know if it's that the shooter now is more structured and she's closer towards the pole, so she's giving her more court space in order to move.
Yep. Oh, good hold there from Capricorn.
And it's beautiful. I think, Amanda, I always say when it's one-on-one and in the goal shooting circle and the shooter slightly taller, if the feeders get to the edge of the circle, one-on-one, they can give it and the attackers will get it most of the time.
Yeah.
Transition.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful
nice
movement.
Vision.
And that's lovely to see that movement coming from the shooters. And a good pickup from the goal shooter and a strong finish. Man, they should have put her in that circle way earlier on. Maybe they're saving her. Oh! Not to be, but good pressure.
Man, it's nice to see some of the basics done right, especially flowing into the circle of the Capricorn. Like you're saying, it's that structure, and it's also exciting on Pixley's side. Replay. What's also exciting, also on Pixley's side, just their movements. They seem to be a little bit quicker. They are shorter. Even there, a variation is happening there. And as we see, there's a caution then called by the umpire. So she just cautioned the wing defense for persistent contact. So the wing defense needs to tidy it up now because you don't want to have a warning for that. So it just means stay off the body a little bit more.
No, definitely. And it's good to see umpires that caution players because you still want players not to get injured at this level, and you want to protect them as well. Oh, and that's something we haven't seen this match. Beautifully done there by the wing attack from Capricorn, one-on-one. Oh,
that was beautiful.
I just love that.
Good vision, and it's nice to see at such a young age. If it's on, it's on. Oh.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
So what's interesting with that call, it's a possession call. So what it means is the goal defense was in possession of the ball. So it happens when you guys have quick succession of the ball handling, but one person had it before the other person.
Yeah.
So that means when they give you the ball, you were in possession of the ball, so nobody else from your team can take it because they're saying, no, you had the ball, so the other person moves away. They're not. It's not contact because they didn't contact you, so they're allowed to still play on.
Yeah, Nikki, what's beautiful to see as well is the shooters from Pixley, how they drive and then how they kick open and move again. It's like they're doing a clear movement and then into the post. Whereas in the third quarter, they didn't do that. They did do the drive, but they didn't do the drive back again. That open up back to the post.
Pixley going down court. Where are the options?
Oh,
she's
unlucky.
Not able to hang on to it. I think she just took her eyes off there for a second. I'm really loving Little
Oh!
The ball is still on court because the pole. They can still play on the pole. They can still play on the pole.
Good
beautiful
job.
Vision.
Good job.
And composure. She could have thrown it in the circle. Composure.
And how good is it to see the player that threw the ball away got it back again?
I'm really loving Litlonolo and Karabo there. Yeah. And they patience, they vision. It's beautiful to watch.
No, I agree with you on that. Oh, little step in there. And not to be.
Unlucky.
Not to be, but at least she's going closer to the ring.
Running away from the ball. but it's still coming through. Ball watching. Pixley's just defense is just ball watching.
Yeah.
And Capricorn is like, this is what happens when you ball
Yeah,
watching.
there's no real strategy on that. I agree with you, Nikki. It's just watching them basically attacking and hoping that they throw the ball away.
Ja, hulle kyk lekker netbal. Hulle moet speel. That
good
patience.
skill.
That
Good skill.
patience, Karabo. That
And good skill for that split landing at the top. And then the goal attack that drove the base, pulled the defense. Now, I have to say, for me, Capricorn has played good netball today. And looking at the scoreboard, they do deserve the win. I have to give it to them. Credit is due where credit is due.
And Amanda, you're right. Credit is due where credit is due. They've been doing most of the basics very well. They've had the structure. They've had the most of the movements coming in. And it's almost the end of the game. It's a little bit too late for Pixley. But let's see if they can put one more score. No, and it's not to be, as the umpires end the game off for us. And they say, and at the end of the fourth quarter, with the game between Capricorn and Pixley, it's 29 goals to Capricorn, 19 to Pixley. What a beautiful game. Thank you for joining us for the Telkom Netball Challenge. And this was the under-19 category coming from the different districts. And we were blessed with some beautiful netball from Limpopo and from the Northern Cape.
Yeah. No, it was a nice game to watch, and look at them still in good spirits after the game, and that's what netball's about. Look at them cooling down, singing, clapping. It's just beautiful. I love that. That's what I love about netball. It's the community.
If you've never been a netball lover, this is the time that you're going to be be a netball lover. And thanks to SuperSport SuperSport app and DSTV for making it available, and everybody back home can see it.
Verstappen's ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton's going to try again, this time on the inside and comes to the touch. A case of what if, all in one moment. I am hungry for more action like this. Cheers you can hear for tens of miles around.
I thought I was going to have a heart attack, to be honest.
Fasten your seatbelts as the exhilarating second half of the Formula One season continues. On SuperSport, only on DSTV Premium. Broadcast proudly brought to you by Discovery.
Hey man, what would Disky be without you? I mean, Nina, the over-the-top passionistas. Nani, abashayela phansi. Without lessons in swim. Lava that we love to hate. Without the encyclopedia of Disky. Tiba the flair, the rhythm, Ashindwela, that brings the wow. Hey, don't forget that fire commentary.
Juna. The streaky breakaway, can he find a goal? Oh my word!
And to you, who brings the shade? Celebrate.
The sky is the limit.
Long live the DSTV Premiership. Long live.
Disky is everything with you, and you are everything to Disky.
Game time, boys.
Yay, what's with Disky? So, Babi Sebonke, to live the best of the DSTV Premiership on SuperSport, your world of champions on DSTV.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed one player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Bongi Mzomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
That action continues here at Hoërskool Waterkloof. It is game 4 of day 3 of the 2021 Telkom Netball Championships, and we're about to witness a clash between Delta, all the way from Gauteng, and as we see the starting lineup for the Delta team, we'll see the team Amara on she normally plays goalkeeper, and we see now Carly Bramley, also Anya, Andal goalkeeper, Apelele on the goal attack, Theoni will also be on that starting lineup of Delta under 21. As we are about to go underway, and Impala will be starting with Anesipo on goal shooter, and Erasmus on goal attack, wing attack, Pemelo Zipe, and Center Takuza Matugama. Wing defense, goal defense is Dimakato, and goal defense is Helga. And the goalkeeper is Lisedi Masika. That's how Impala under 18 will be starting. As we see the coaches just having a last word before the girls take the court. It's going to be very interesting to see this side, because they're quite strong girls, and some of these girls have played together for more than 2 years. And we've seen in the past what that does to the team. You know, the confidence and the communication on court. You know, it really does give them an advantage. And Impala also, the coach having a word. You know, they really need to work on those tactics. And it's going to be very interesting to see who will become victorious in this encounter. As I'm joined now by Shemaine Bart of, she used to play for Marty's. So her coach used to be my teammate. So I know exactly the style of play she prefers. I mean, we all we were both coached by Lana, so who had a very unique style, especially on that defense. So, I mean, as we are about to take court now, it's going to be very interesting how the two defenders from the Gauteng are going to play against the short shooters. I mean, it's always difficult to play against someone who's short. You know, you don't know how to mark them, because if you're marking the timey, you're going to lose them because they're fast. And you also don't want to be turning your head all the time. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the defensive unit of Gauteng will do against the shorter shooting side of Impala.
I love it when we see a shorter shooting circle. You know, it's always exciting, and you know that little slips are going to definitely come through from the shooter here for Impala. So I'm excited to see the shorter attacking circle for Impala taking on the tall defenders of Delta.
As we get underway, it is Delta, the center, Siopa Kinelwe, who gets us underway. And just to confirm that starting lineup of Delta, the goal shooter is Christy Ann. Goal attack is Mgoza Apelele. And the ladies in the middle who will be responsible in defeating that circle will be wing attack Pretorius and center Siopa Kinelwe. Wing defense is Bramley Carley. And the defenders, it's going to be Mariska on goal defense and Anzal on goalkeeper. So that means that Amara, who normally starts in that goalkeeper position, will sit this one out. And I mean, that's the joy of having a very balance and depth in your bench. You can start with different combinations, and that's exactly what the coach of Delta exercised this morning.
Yeah, it's exciting because, you know, you don't always have to start with the same 7 players. That means you have faith in all 12 on your bench or all 10 on your bench. And the more you do that, the more comfortable the team will become with one another.
And also you don't want to only put on different players or to include them only when there's injury, you know. You need to allow them to build that confidence and the experience, and the only way to do so is to give them court time.
No, I 100% agree with you, Nontle. It's always frustrating when you get onto court and you've never been on, and all of a sudden you have to perform some sort of miracle.
A beautiful take there by the goal defense of the Delta team. Mariska. Beautiful offload from wing attack. Pretorius to goal shooter, Christiane. Good start from the Delta team. They're sitting on 2-0. Beautiful drive. Look at those leads there coming from Delta. You know, it's really going to be tough for Impala to come back from in this game if they allow Delta to dominate in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, and that's something we saw on the first day on Sunday, is if a team, you know, just pulled away completely in that first quarter, it was really difficult to catch back up to them. But I love the leads coming from the Delta wing attack and the goal attack. They're strong and their timing is perfect.
Impala on attack. You see the center on attack. And they lose it. It is Delta counter-attack. Look at that ball speed. And the goal shooter of Delta loses that ball. Christiane. Good patience from Impala. Building that ball up. So the wing attack went offside. The umpire didn't see that.
It's always lucky when you get away with something like that.
Running out of time. Yes, it is 3 seconds. Christiane took too long to decide whether she wanted to pass or to take that shot.
Oh, that's just poor placement there. I mean, the Delta goal defense, she had the front position. I don't know why that ball was tried to be forced through all those players.
Goal attack of Delta completely unmarked. Apelele.
Oh, that was a beautiful base drive. But again, you mentioned she was unmarked before, she's unmarked again. And, you know, that's very frustrating.
Yeah, this is one player who's really been strong and aggressive in this first few minutes of the game. Mariska of the Delta team. She's on her toes all the time. I mean, she's not giving the goal attack Melissa of Impala any room.
And I mean, most of her intercepts she's taken is from a centre pass. So I feel like it's time for Melissa from Impala to actually take that step up and, you know, maybe prepare beforehand before she goes over the line for the centre pass.
Yeah, it is still Impala's ball. Let's see if they can take it all the way down.
Oh, and just a stepping error from the wing defense there. Again, the basic error is creeping through. It's really frustrating, I think, after the defense has turned another ball to lose it on another basic error. Now 6 minutes into the first quarter, and Impala still yet to have to score a goal. Delta leading 7-0, and they've had opportunities, Nontle. They just haven't capitalized.
Yeah, they're getting all the opportunities. I mean, the defenders are trying their best to turn the balls around. Just that final ball, you know, is not sinking. Another pickup there from the goal defense of Impala. That is Rosalie Helga. Oh, 3 seconds. I saw there. Takutwa, the center of Impala, was just standing and not giving a proper lead. So the wing attack, Zepe Pamelo, was struggling. You know, she saw that the defender is right next to her. So there was no room of, there's no opportunity to actually give her a safe pass. So that's why she took too long.
Yeah, and as a centre, we mentioned this before, you know, take that drive down court, clear the space to open up for the other players. Otherwise, you just...
Okay. Centre pass for Impala, wing defense of Delta. Contact. That is Bremley Carla. Good hands there from the goalkeeper.
There's a lot of pressure in that shooting circle from the defenders of Delta, Nontle. And again, you know, that pressure just too much. But unfortunately, you know, not taking that time to just stop a bit, and a stepping error. That was a big one from the center of Delta. Yeah, she couldn't control her feet there, giving Impala another opportunity at goal.
I mean, 9-0 is where we're sitting there in this first quarter. Still hasn't been no response coming from Impala. It is a hard day, tough day at the office for them. As Delta continues to give their shooters more options. But I like the hustle there in that defensive unit of Impala. Rosalie Helga and Masike Lisedi.
Yeah, they're working really hard, and they've turned a couple of balls, but again, the discipline in the midcourt not coming through for the team to actually convert those goals for them.
Another opportunity. I think this is the fifth turnover for Impala, and still they're struggling to take that ball down to their shooters. And sometimes when they do, the shooters really don't sink the ball. So something needs to happen. Maybe the coach needs to change. But I'm still missing that link.
Yeah, the link in the midcourt to the shooters. it's as if they're trying to run too wide and no one's attacking that middle space. And both shooters again in the same position. That's a bit better communication.
Another missed opportunity for Impala.
That's just devastating, isn't it?
It is devastating as we see beautiful deflection there from the goal defense. I think she's blown for contact of Impala, Rosli Helga. Yo, that was good hustle there for the goalkeeper, Masikele Sedi of Impala. I know, I mean, they don't have the height, but the hustle, the way they go for those rebounds as well. I mean, they're not just saying, no, we're not going to get them, so therefore we're not going to even try.
Yeah.
No, they're trying, they're contesting, and that's exactly what you want. You want those contacts call against the goal shooter, and they've been getting a lot of them.
Yeah, they have. And I mean, that hustle just shows you that they want to turn the ball, and they'll continue to do it for their team. It's just unfortunate that the ball went missing again here in the midcourt for them. They've turned multiple balls and, you know, it's just not been converted.
Good patience there from the wing attack of Delta. Yana Marie.
That was great placement of the ball. She kind of just looped it over the head of the defender for Impala.
Ball placement is a struggle there for Impala, and it will be Delta who take advantage of that turnover. Only a few seconds to go in this first quarter. There's still no goal for Impala. And the goal attack, Aphelele Mgoza, sings yet another one. 14-0 is where we're sitting. And just few seconds for Delta to sing in the last goal. Take them to 15. Oh, no, it doesn't count.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Aphelele has been so strong in this first quarter. Her movements are phenomenal in that circle. So that's just unfortunate.
Yeah, they started very strong. I mean, from the defenders and to the shooters, and also the accuracy for me from Aphelele and Erasmus, and that for Chrissy Ann and Aphelele, it's really been well. Consistency is what every coach is looking for. And from the side of Impala, there hasn't been a goal. The defenders, Lesedi and Hilga, are turning balls, and also with the wing defense, Utimagazo. But when the ball gets into that shooting circle, the shooters are struggling to convert it, because remember, you have those two towers, Anzel and Mariska, on that defensive unit of Delta, so it's too hard for them to actually get into to convert those balls. But we still have 3 quarters of action here. Please stay tuned with us as we bring you more netball.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed 1 player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Volume Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
We're back, and it's the second quarter between Impala and Delta. And it was a very solid start from the Delta team as they led that first quarter by 14 goals. And there was no goals for Impala. It is a second quarter as we get underway. I'm hoping to see a much stronger play coming from Impala. I mean, we've seen in that first quarter, Charmaine, that they struggle to get that ball into their shooters. And sometimes they do. When they do get the ball into the shooters themselves struggle to convert.
Yeah, and I think it's it's because it takes so long to get that ball in that circle that when they eventually do, again, the same thing happens. There's so much pressure, which you should be able to take because you chose that bib of the goal shooter and goal attack. But, it's frustrating, and I can imagine the defense of Impala will be becoming frustrated because, they keep turning ball, they keep adapting and attacking, but there's nothing coming through in the mid-court down to the shooters.
Yeah, there's nothing coming through from the Impala shooters as the Delta team hits that 15-goal mark. In the first minute of the second quarter, as we see the wing attack of Delta completely unmarked. There's no one who's marking her, and that's why it's so easy for her to get into the edge of the circle.
And that's exactly where she wants to be. She wants to hit the edge of that circle every single time. And if you're going to allow it, she's going to have a field day.
That was a much better play there for the defenders of Impala. That's what you want. You want to apply more pressure on the shooter's goal attack and the feeders so that that ball is misplaced. On attack, was that over a third?
It looked like an over a third to me, but maybe one of the players touched it, and we can't always see everything from up where we sit.
Opportunities for Impala. We see there's a new goalkeeper who took court for the Delta side, Amara, the new goalkeeper. So she'll be replacing Anzal Marais. Quite agile, also going outside to hunt.
That little pass between two defenders, not necessarily the best idea. However, they do get the contact.
Oh yes! They score second goal, Impala, in the second quarter. It's much better quarter for them. And Shamina, I want to ask you, I mean, you see the score between the two sides, and we're watching the game, and we see that Delta is dominating from the first quarter. We saw that, but what is that one thing that Delta is doing right that Impala is not doing?
They're finishing it off. They're staying patient, and even if someone's not available immediately, they stay calm, they stay collected, and they finish that ball in the circle. It goes into goal. There's no doubt that when it reaches the shooters, it'll be missed. So I think it's a bit of a confidence thing as well. They've built that up since the start of the game, since that first whistle. So hopefully Impala can step up, and we can see more of that confidence in their play as well.
Yeah, we're hoping to see more of that. Oh, now that was a brilliant take. And unfortunately, she's called for stepping error. That was an amazing intercept there from the goal defense.
Oh, it must be so heartbreaking when you took such a great intercept and then you make a stepping error.
Amara grabs that intercept. What a beautiful intercept. One hand. And also, I mean, I think Impala is starting to force more balls now they're in the shooting circle, because I feel like the shooters are not giving more options.
They're not at the moment. There is movement, but no movement with purpose. And there's no point to a move if you're not going to have a purpose at the end of it. So if your shooter wants to run out, create the lead. Don't just run out to run out. That's interesting. Why do you think the goal attack took the pass if it was a contact and it was in range for her? She was close enough to shoot, but she didn't take the shot. She instead opted to play it out, but it was a contact.
She probably not comfortable.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of the goal attacks choose not to shoot and opt out to give it to the shooters. All the roles are completely reversed and the shooters basically never shoot, so it's quite interesting.
Wow, we've seen a lot of that, even in that match of Nelson Mandela Bay and Johannesburg. We saw that the goal attack was taking more responsibilities, Lebogang Ramala, and we saw the two shooters of Johannesburg really not stepping up on that shooting position. And sometimes you tend to put more pressure on one player, and you don't want that.
Yeah, it's a shared responsibility. It should be a shared responsibility, and you know, but these are still young players. They're still learning the tricks of the trade. You know, they're getting better and stronger. But this little goal shooter, she's really stepped up. She's taken 3 shots, and all 3 have been, you know, gone in so far. So that's definitely a step in the right direction for them.
Throw in for Delta. And a double block on the goal shooter. I think we just got answered right now. The reason why she doesn't take is because it's probably not a goal attack or even a shooter.
She could possibly not be, yes.
Impala on attack, playing short passes. Much better play. That's what you want to do. You want to build it up.
That was quick. It was efficient. But again, the goal attack not able to convert that goal.
Patience from the Delta side. Oh! What an intercept there from the goalkeeper, and the goal defense of Delta returns the favor. And this goal has been everywhere, and she's been intercepting, especially next to the line, and she's been fighting for the Delta team.
Yeah, no, she's been phenomenal since the start of this game. But that was a great take from the keeper. Just unfortunate that there wasn't an option for her, so she had to opt out on the longer pass. Oh, the goal shooter and the center took the same lead.
Oh, this is hard for Impala. As Delta on attack, very strong, and they offload that ball, but the goal attack was not supposed to come in because you could see that she was occupying the space that was created by the goal shooter. That's why that ball didn't get into the hands of the shooter.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the shooter at the base position, as the goal attack, you should always watch your shooter, and the better option would have been for her to sweep the front of the circle and take that entrance rather than on the base.
(19-3) is the score, and Delta are in charge. Another turnover for the goal shooter of Delta, Amara. I think she is quite an exciting player. I mean, she just joined the team in the second quarter.
Oh, that was a very smart play there. Great take from the goal shooter and good interplay between them, between the shooter and the goal attack.
We see a change there. from the Impala team. Wing attack. And I think the other wing attack got injured. I think she twisted her ankle. Hopefully it's nothing serious.
Aren't we used to ankle injuries as netball players? We get them so often, aren't we?
Yeah, all the time. But I prefer ankle injuries than knee injuries.
Oh, definitely. There's so much. They heal so much quicker. Oh, that's devastating. A miscatch from the wing defense for Impala.
A beautiful rebound between the two defenders. I like the communication. They both wanted it.
Yeah, that was much better communication. And they smiled so nicely at each other when they realized it was the same team.
And you feel so good when you guys are in sync, you know, you doing the same thing. So it was good intercept from the two defenders. Good give and go there for the Impala. Yes, they find the goal shooter. She utilized the baseline, but it's just the conversion that is not happening on the side of Impala. The balls are getting there now. But now the ladies are really not converting.
Ach ja, that's the unfortunate thing about playing shooter. You know, you have to take up that responsibility. But a beautiful intercept by the new goalkeeper for Impala. She just waited and she went in between the two players. Wonderful take.
Just few seconds before the end of the second quarter. It is still Delta who are dominating this game. And I must say, Impala had a much better quarter compared to the first one. Remember, in the first quarter, it was 14-0 in favor of Delta. And I think in this second quarter, they really put on the fight. And I think the execution of the game plan, just to build that ball up into the edge of the circle and not force those cross balls, really played in their advantage.
I couldn't agree more, Nontle. It was a stronger display from the girls where are they from? Northwest. From Northwest.
Yeah, that's how we end things off in the second quarter of the match between the Delta team from Gauteng and Impala. 24 is the score, and Delta is currently leading Impala by 16 goals. So that means that the Delta team only managed to score 6 goals in this quarter. So it is the Impala who really brought it up. I mean, if you compare the first quarter and the second quarter, Impala really played well in the second quarter. But we still have 24 more minutes of this game. So do stay with us as we bring you more action.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
It's colossal. Is it brilliant? Here it is.
But he's a competitor. Here we go.
They all step up. But only one team has what it takes to be champion of the world. The ICC T20 World Cup. Only on SuperSport, your world of champions. Stay connected to DSTV for all the big hits and nail-biting action. Broadcast brought to you by Ram Hand-to-Hand Couriers.
back at Hoërskool Waterkloof in Tshwane. And it is day 3 of the 2021 of the Telkom Netball Championships. And it's game 4 of the day as we see the Delta all the way from Gauteng against the Impala team. And we saw how dominating the Delta team has been in the past 2 quarters. But we must give it to them, Shemaine, that in the second quarter, Delta only managed to score 6 goals and Impala 4 goals. So that was a much better quarter for the Impala team. The only thing that they need to do is just to maintain, their strategy and their intensity, because there were beautiful pockets of play coming from Impala in that second quarter. But it's just that the consistency and also the conversion needs to really, start to go up.
I definitely agree with you. They had a much better quarter. Was really impressed with their defensive effort in the second quarter. They really showed us that they are here and they have showed up. Now we just want to see the same from their shooters.
And another opportunity for Impala. Good save. Oh, no, they stepped off court. Good steal there from the wing attack. That was a brilliant steal. You know what should happen there from the Impala shooting circle? Because the 2 Delta defenders are so agile and they're so tall and they're so, their timing is perfect. They need to fake it. Fake as if they're taking a shot. Fake that shot and then just force the defenders to break their 3 feet and then they will get a penalty.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, that's definitely the better option for them. But something that we haven't seen a lot is the fake. We haven't seen a lot of the teams utilize the fake as much. I think we've seen about 2 really strong fakes come throughout the 3 days.
We see beautiful drives coming from the Delta side. Contact called against the goal defense of Impala. You hear the coach saying it's never going to work from behind. That is accurate. It was never going to work. You really need to always make sure that that tummy is covered.
It's interesting how we want the shooters to have their tummy open, and the only instruction a keeper gets is to close the tummy.
Yeah, I mean, any player, if you want to receive the ball, you receive it here on your tummy. So if you close the tummy, then you force them to play over passes or you force them to reposition. So the tummy is always, it's an important part to be, to make sure that your players close it down. Goal defense on attack from Delta. She's amazing.
Yeah, she took that ball so strongly and she didn't even doubt the pass that she had to give through to her teammate.
And Delta keeps sinking those balls in, and they're now leading by 20 goals. And look at that, beautiful base drive.
I don't know if you heard, but she communicated that. She said base. She spoke to her teammate. And that's what you want. You want to hear the shooters talk as much as the defenders.
Impala on attack. They keep on forcing those over balls against that agile goal defense. And what I like about this goal defense, I think, is Mariska. She's attacking. She is awake on defense. She's putting pressure on the passers. She's, she's managing her own goal attack. I mean, she's present in this court.
She's been dominant across 2/3 of this court, and that's exactly what you want from a defensive play. And I want the goal attack from Impala. She has to step up because she's playing against one of the strongest defenders on the court.
And look at her. I mean, she attacks until that transverse line all the time.
You couldn't have asked for better.
26-4. The Delta are pulling away again.
I think that lead from the shooter was a bit too early. I think if she waited a little bit longer, she could have gotten that ball exactly where she asked for it.
Another opportunity for Impala. Someone's shoe came off. Here we go. It's a wing defense. And I like the fact that even when the shoe is out, they just continue as if nothing happened.
But you have to. Double knot, ladies. We always make a double knot.
No one is driving from the Impala side. Can you see the Delta are flooding that mid-court?
You can just see the grey and the yellow bib.
That's it. You know, and that's exactly what you want. You want to force those cross balls. But I like the patience from the Impala, building that ball up. Yes, the goal, both shooters were off outside the circle. And when that happens, the two defenders should communicate and say, let's keep them out.
It's always risky as a shooter to go out if you don't know whether your goal attack's close enough, because you always need that anchor in the circle. But for the Impala girls, that really actually worked out for them. It was a greatly timed drive from the shooter. But again, playing those overballs in a circle with two extremely tall defenders.
You know what I will do if I was the Impala players? I will only play bounce passes around that circle. You know, just to force those defenders to contact, and so that we can have more opportunities, you know, of penalty. So just try to be creative and find their weakness, and their weakness, any tall player's weakness, especially defender, they hate going down. So play those bounce passes. If you play those diagonal long high balls, that's exactly what they marvel on.
Yeah, they're playing directly into their comfort zone. So play it on the ground. I mean, there you see it again. Play it on the ground. It's a safer option. I was thinking that earlier, and I fully agree with you.
Much better play. Yes, good give and go. Contact call against goal defense. And that's what you want. Yes! You see how easy it is when you don't have anyone stretching their hands in front of you. So Impala should stick to that. Make sure you force the goal defense or goalkeeper just to contact, and you have that one defender that is hanging and the other one out of play.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to see some more defense on the Delta center passes from the Impala players. The ball's getting to the shooting circle very easily, and that makes the shooters more confident. That was a brilliant move and great timing there. The pass from the wing attack going to the goal shooter. That was textbook play.
Yo, what a brilliant deflection from the wing defense of Delta. Yo, that's so easy. I mean, you mentioned how easy that ball gets into that shooting circle of the Delta side. It is so easy. No pressure on the pass, no pressure on the players. So they just land at the edge of the circle, and it's so easy to find their shooters, and that's why the shooters are so accurate, because there's absolutely no pressure on that pass.
Exactly. I mean, how can there be pressure if there's no one to pressure?
Good hustle there from the goal defense of Impala. Saved by the pole. Oh no, she stepped off court. Another opportunity. That was great hustle from the keeper.
The defenders are working relentlessly for Impala. It's just the finishing. It's the midcourt that's letting them down at the moment. You know, there's no strong drives coming through, and we really need the girls here in the midcourt to actually step up and take responsibility and give those straight drives into the midcourt.
Just under 2 minutes to go before the end of this championship quarter. Oh, that's what happens when the team works together and stick to the game plan. And Delta have been doing that. That was an air ball. Didn't even touch the rim. And good call there from the umpire.
It's the worst when that happens.
Yeah, as I was saying, Delta really executed their game plan. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. On attack, they had a strategy where the goal attack goal shooter will communicate. The other one drives out, the other one comes in. And they will utilize that baseline. For the defenders, they were communicating all the way. I mean, the wing defense, goalkeeper, and also the center putting pressure. So it was a team effort from the Delta side. From the Impala, moments of brilliance, but just lack that consistency.
Definitely lacking consistency. But again, it's something you have to practice in. You have to keep training it. On the side of the Impala girls, they actually played a quick bounce pass now, and it worked in their favor. So use it even more. I hope the coach mentions that to them, that the strength for the Delta defenders is in the air. So play the bounce balls.
Good mark there by the goalkeeper. She did well, denying the goal shooter space on that baseline, because we know how dangerous they can be once they play. I mean, they run that baseline.
Oh, it was one of my favorite positions to play from. The base you can utilize so much.
Oh, that was a brilliant play from the defender up until the shooter. I mean, I must give it to the wing defense, the goal defense of Impala. She attacked that ball up into that transverse line. It was well played by the Impala team.
No, that was really well done. That was a brilliant play. Just unfortunate after that wonderful take by the goal attack, you know, she just couldn't convert it.
Last minute, last second. Let's see if Impala can convert this one. And what happened is that the shooter stepped forward, gave away her 3 feet. But they do convert that, and it takes them to 8 goals. And I think it is the same goals they scored in that second quarter. So Impala only manages to score 4 goals in this third quarter, but the Delta side is just running away with it. They are solid from all fronts on that court, and they keep on changing the the combination. We saw a different combination in the second quarter, and we're seeing the same thing now going to the fourth quarter. Wholesale changes coming from the side, but even though you see a wholesale change, the momentum and the intensity of the team really doesn't change. So the game is in favor of the Delta team, but we still have 12 more minutes to go. Please stay tuned as we bring you more action.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
is where we left things off in that third quarter, the championship quarter. And it is Delta who are putting their foot in the accelerator, really denying Impala opportunities to score in that shooting circle. So it is the last quarter, and Impala only managed to score 4 goals in the second and third quarter. And I'm hoping to see a much better strategy and also more goals in this last quarter.
Yeah, when they've done the things right, when they've been patient, they've played so well. But I mean, that's not the ideal start that you would want, is it?
No, that's not what you want. You want consistency. As you can see, there's no one driving. Contact. And I always say the wing defense should be the first option on that pass. Hey, that was a brilliant take there by the goal defense of Delta. Turnover again for Impala. That was the quickest 3 seconds I've ever seen. They keep sinking them in, the Delta 32-8. And it's still just under 1 minute in this last quarter.
The goal defense dropped really early into that circle, and you can see the goal attack. I mean, just having the time of her life. She entered the circle on her own. There was no one defending her when she entered. And maybe the goal defense should maybe stick a bit longer before she drops into the circle for a double block.
Yeah, I agree with you, because I think once you drop into the space behind the goal shooter, who's marking your player? She's playing herself in. She has all that vision. She has all that space. So she's not under pressure. And you're allowing her to dance and to gain confidence. So put pressure on her. Put her under. You need to allow her to have stress. You want her under pressure. It's a tough day at the office for the Impala team.
Again, she immediately moved into the space behind the goal shooter. That's no stress at all on that goal attack for Delta.
And it also also highlights that maybe there is no clear game plan on what they want to do. You know, they just playing as they're taking the game as it comes. And you always have to have a game plan, especially when things are not going your way. Dropping your shoulders is not going to solve anything, but finding a solution and just coming up with different ways of dealing with the situation will actually make you a better player, and better players as well, because there's a communication between you and your goal defense or wing defense. So it's always good to keep on communicating, even though it's the score is, you know, way big, especially if you feel like you can never you don't have enough time to close it down.
But you always have time for moments like that, and I just want Impala to continue to do that. Their biggest mistake today has been inconsistency, and I mean, there's been multiple balls turned from the defensive side, just exactly like that one, but it's just been here in the midcourt where Delta flood, and it's really difficult for Impala to break through.
Much better play from Impala. Oh. Contact called against the goal shooter inside the circle, and the goalkeeper will take it. Goal attack, give and go. There's no one putting pressure on her.
Oh, that was a great jump from the goalkeeper. She's been playing really well since she came onto court.
I must say, both the defenders have really been hustling well with the wing defense. And I think it's just that, you know, when the balls don't sink, you kind of also, you know, lose hope.
Yeah.
Or you kind of start dropping your shoulders. And it's hard for a defender to keep on turning the balls, and the shooters or your links are not utilizing the turnovers.
I can only imagine it must be a massive frustration for the defense. But, you know, as long as they can keep their heads held high, you can still continue to do your thing.
Center of Delta, give and go with the goal defense. No one is marking her. See that fake we were talking about?
The thing is with the fake on a shot, if you don't practice that as well, it's going to disturb your rhythm as a shooter. So I think that's something that has to be implemented in your training as well.
Absolutely, because if you're used to a certain technique and now you have to fake, now you need to start from scratch. You're running out of time also. I totally agree with you. Good hands there by the goalkeeper, Amara of Delta. Good pickup. That was a good save.
Very good. She used her hands really well there, and she kept it in court for her team.
It's a throw-in for Delta. Look at the ball placement. Look at the ball speed. Look at the lines. Everything is perfect. The attacking side, the I don't know. I mean, this is a well-trained team.
You can see they practice their systems over and over and over. The way they get out of that defensive third so quickly, it's just frustrating because there's no defensive effort from the Impala players.
Good jump there from Impala. I must say that those two defenders in the circle of Impala, they never stop. They keep on hustling.
No, they've had a really good game. You know, their communication's good. They've been effective, and they've done exactly what they need to do. They've turned balls.
Yeah, they have turned balls, and then there's nothing they could have done. The defenders of Impala, and opportunities again in that shooting circle. She's gonna fake it. Oh, contact called against the goalkeeper. I think she hit the ball or the hand of the shooter. And they get into that double digits. 40, 10, 30 goal difference between the two sides. And Impala only managed to score 2 in this quarter. And 4 has been, I mean, the number of goals that the average for the Impala. You know, we saw in the second quarter they only scored 4. The third quarter they also managed to score 4 goals. So I'm hoping that we'll see 5 goals in this last quarter.
They do have time to get to those 5 goals, Nontle. But Delta have been extremely impressive in their defensive side, so they're going to have to work really hard to get those 5 goals.
Good pick up there by the goal attack. She steps, and clever play there from the goal defense for not stepping back.
The wing attack is free as a bird. There's absolutely no defense. She's alone on the edge of the circle.
And a good hustle there from the goal defense. And that score is mounting for the Delta side. Yo! Now that was brilliant play.
I think if the wing attack waited a second longer, she would have been out of the way from the goalkeeper's arm's reach. But still, brilliant speed, and as always, brilliant placement.
Okay, that was not a good decision because that goal defense is quite tall and it's quite agile. I would have played the center.
We've been saying it the whole time. Play the ball on the ground. Play the bounce pass. The taller defenders don't like to bend down to get the short bounce passes.
Good rebound from the two side. Oh no! That's not communication we keep talking about. It's too easy for the Delta side. No one is marking them. And they go at 2:44:10. And it's their center pass. Yeah, I think that was a massive stepping there.
Or at least carrying the ball.
(45:10) for Delta. They keep sinking these balls in. Oh no, don't tell me there's a break. Oh, this is devastating for Impala. I mean, all these little mistakes are really going to add up and cost them. Of course, they've lost the game, but you know, little things that the team want to achieve could be keeping your ball position, could be utilizing your opponent's turnovers, and then they just need to work on the stepping and the breaking. Yeah, there's a lot of stepping happening here.
Yeah, I think there's a mountain of basic errors that the girls from Impala have made, and that's a real frustration, and I think for a coach it must be as well. Specific instructions were probably given, and if that's not followed, then you can't do much about it.
Few seconds to go before the end of this match. We always see that give and go there. Oh!
That was beautiful.
Who doesn't want an accurate shoot, a goal attack?
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of goal attacks take the ball from mid to long range, and it's good to see that the girls do have that confidence and do have that ability.
Yeah, she didn't have to go for that ball, Amara. It was the speed was too high. I mean, it was too much, and also the goal shooter, where she was going for that ball, she was going too high next to the transverse line. So only go for the balls that you know that you will be able to get comfortably, and not put yourself under pressure.
Yeah, that angle wasn't the right one.
We saw that stepping error there from the Delta side, and it is the end of the match between the side. It is the Delta side who win this comfortably, 46-11. It was really a hard day at the office for Impala, but Delta really worked well together as a unit, and we saw some wholesale changes in the second quarter and the fourth quarter also, and the momentum, the intensity never dropped one bit. That team is solid from the defender up to the shooters, and I must say I was so happy to see the driving of the ball, and just to take that ball down to the shooters, how comfortably and how confident and also disciplined they were into taking those the balls into the shooters, and that's how we end things off. 46-11 is the Delta who takes this game. Well, we still have a lot of action to come. 5 more rounds of exciting netball. Please stay tuned. If you haven't seen it yet, if you don't know it yet, please download the DSTV Now app and watch all the exciting netball here at the Telkom Netball Championships.
celebration like this. Cheers you can hear for tens of miles around.
Thought I was going to have a heart attack, to be honest.
Fasten your seatbelts as the exhilarating second half of the Formula One season continues. On Supersport, only on DSTV Premium. Broadcast proudly brought to you by Discovery.
Hey man, what would Disky be without you? I mean, Nina, the over-the-top passionistas. Nani, abashayela phansi. Without lessons in swim. Lava that we love to hate. Without the encyclopedia of Disky. Tiba the flare, the rhythm, ashindwela. That brings the wow. Hey, don't forget that fire commentary.
Juna. A streaky breakaway, can he find a goal? Oh my word.
And to you, who brings the shade? Need to celebrate.
The sky is the limit.
Long live the DSTV Premiership. Long live.
Disky is everything with you, and you are everything to Disky.
Game time, boys.
Yay, what's with Disky? So, Babi Sebonke, to live the best of the DSTV Premiership on Supersport, your world of champions on DSTV.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Devon. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed one player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
By volume Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
Hello and welcome back to Schools in Netball as we continue to bring you all the action from Hoërskool Waterkloof. It's a sunny day with a little bit of a wind coming up on court as well, but I think the players have settled down quite nicely, adapted and focusing on the task at hand. So coming up next on the DSTV Now app, it is the Tshwane Under-19 side that will be facing Vembe all the way from the Limpopo province. I'm not alone in commentary. I am joined by my former teammate, former Spar Protea captain and current coach Amanda Mainhardt. Amanda, so lovely to have you with me this afternoon. I mean, looking at the under-19 lineup from Tshwane, what can we expect from the team?
Yes, I mean, it's great being in studio with you today. I think it's going to be a great team. I've looked at their Tshwane A side this morning and they've really impressed me. One player that I'm really excited to see is Kayla van Niekerk on the centre position. I know she's a very versatile player and it will be interesting to see how they use her. And also interesting to see how they play because I think they've got very similar strengths in the A side.
Yeah, definitely I think Tshwane is one of those teams that has stood out. They've always come with a lot of depth. I mean, you come from here, have played here as well. So, the one team I think that's always spoiled for choice when it comes to team selection. And the talent that we can always look forward to. So I'm also quite, excited to see what it is that this side has to bring, what it is that they have to offer. And I think in the shooting circle as well, no surprises there in terms of, the accuracy, the confidence that always comes from this team. So we're just moments before we get this game underway. But looking at how Vembe and the 19 side will be lining up, we know Limpopo is one side that's always got an exciting mid-court with a lot of speed and agility. But where do you think all the fireworks are going to be coming from?
Yeah, I think definitely through the mid-court. They're always hard to stop because they're so agile and they play the quick ball. Also, I see they've got nice tall keeper on the one end, also and a nice tall goal shooter. So it'll be interesting to see how they use them and how they can utilize them. But I think the hardest part is going to be to stop them in the middle.
Yeah, well, that's going to be all up to the Tshwane Under-19 side and to see how they're able to cut that supply into that shooting circle of Vembe. But this should definitely be a thriller of a match. And really, I think if we look at what went down this morning, definitely lots of excitement, lots of fireworks should be coming up in the next clash. So as always, you can catch up all the action on your DSTV Now app as we're building our way through to the finals. Just 3 days remaining. I can't believe it. We only started on Sunday and already we're on day 3 of this competition. But you've just joined us, hey? And you've caught up with all the action already.
No, I've come in this morning and I've just been so surprised with the level of play. Considering so many factors with COVID and the pandemic, there were so many provinces and schools that weren't allowed to play, and just to see the level of play has just been amazing. One thing that I've noticed is that your provinces that were actively still playing, they just got that edge over the other provinces, and that's interesting to see. And it'll be interesting to see what Tshwane does against Limpopo now in this game as well.
Do you know what was surprising for me as well, Amanda? I want to get your thoughts around it. I mean, we saw a match yesterday, Limpopo playing one of the Northwest teams, and I think it was Ilembe to be exact, and Limpopo was just brilliant. I mean, they were absolutely phenomenal, and we're talking about it with Nikki during the match to say, when you go to a senior level, it's always different because you know the top provinces and then the sort of like mid-range provinces. But for me, it was just great to see that at schools level, the playing field is so even. Limpopo can contest. They're beating top provinces. And I was like, that's where all the depth and the talent is at schools level. And you right in the middle of it. You're so involved in that space.
Yeah, Simi, what was interesting is with the national champs that just passed, Ben Fosse, who's from Limpopo, they played in the quarterfinals. They were one of the top 8 teams at the SA Schools Championship. So I think definitely Limpopo is doing surprisingly well. And it might be because they just play a totally different style. And we get so used to the same style over and over and over again. And then they just come in. And if you give them that inch, they will take the gap. That's one thing I can say about Limpopo.
Yeah, so I guess we'll just have to wait and see what this game has in store for us. But having a quick recap of what went down this morning, that opening match, that was an exceptional performance from Tshwane in the 18 goal difference when they faced up Mangawunga, and also a couple of other exciting games. But it is all eyes on court 1 this afternoon as we see this upcoming battle between Tshwane under 19 B side that will be facing Vembe under 19. So the head coach is just trying to get in a few words into their troops before all the action gets underway. It's always interesting, watching coaches, because there's probably a lot going through their minds, before the match, during the intervals, but not enough time to get everything across. So they have to focus on 1 or 2 instructions and hope that the teams will execute as expected.
Yes, what's interesting about both sides right now is how the coach is still pretty much involved with Vembe, whereas the Tshwane coach is now on the bench. She's leaving this to her troopers. She's saying to them, listen, you've got this, you now need to take control. And that's what I like. A coach that has the confidence to give it over and say, you go for it.
Yeah, so she's probably done enough in terms of getting the team all set and ready. But on our end, we are all set and ready as well for Game 5 of Day 3 of the Telkom Netball Challenge. So the under-19 side from Tshwane also makes the way on court. It's high fives all round, but it's going to be an exciting 48 minutes of action as we see Vembe taking on the Tshwane under-19 side.
And the wind is not definitely a factor now. It's been really cold this morning. The players were stuck. Now it's sunny. And the wind picked up quite a lot, and that will affect the shooters, I'm pretty sure.
It has to. I'm sure we'll see, some shooters trying to play themselves closer to that goal post, because they're not going to want to take any risks with the wind. It's sunny, but there's still quite a strong breeze, certainly on court. But yeah, you're 100% right, Amanda. It's going to be interesting to see as well which of the shooters adapt to that quite quickly.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like we're playing in Pretoria. It feels like we're playing in Cape Town.
Along the coast somewhere, absolutely. So just to confirm how these two teams line up, you've got Dreyer, Millard in the shooting circle for Tshwane, Shilalo again, Van Niekerk and Mahlanga up mid-court with Jordan and Gongwana in the defensive circle for Tshwane B. And looking on at the Vembe side, Nampa Tindani in the shooting circle, Ritabile, Chivivone, and Mashampa will be the trio in the middle, and Chibizumba as well as Sitole will be the 2 defenders. Quite tall-looking Sitole in that goalkeeper position for Vembe. But we are underway, and it is the Vembe side that has the first centre pass. How important is it to convert your first centre pass?
I think definitely it's so important because it gives your team confidence, knowing that we've got it, and just your defenders as well, is that it's urging them to turn ball because your shooters will finish it.
Yeah, so Jana Dreyer responds with her own opening goal, so it's 1 goal apiece at this stage. That was probably one of the quickest goals scored that we've seen in this competition. Both teams looking all charged up and energized, and certainly on a mission to come out victorious.
Yeah, for me, definitely, I couldn't agree more. It's been the best start to any game I've seen this morning for both sides.
Oh, that's a sneaky offload there from Ritabile. Looking the one side and releasing that ball quickly, but Tshwane gets the rebound. Yeah, that's a lovely conversion for Jana Dreyer. She's definitely standing out as the main shooter for Tshwane under 19.
Kayla did well there to keep that ball in play. It was a tough ball to keep in play, but she managed that well.
Yeah, she did. And this is what we're talking about. She's probably a shooter that can score from anywhere, you know, from any zone in that circle. But she is playing herself closer to the goalpost. And it's going to be interesting to see if Sithole is able to adapt and try and keep Drea away from the goalpost.
Yeah, and immediately you've got Vembe, who's playing that short, fast, quick ball. And it'll be interesting to see how the Tshwane team will stop them in that.
Yeah, it's always a difficult one. I mean, you would have known this as well, you know, being a defender. You don't want to be, you know, chasing bounce passes, short passes. You want to compete and challenge, you know, the diagonal passes, the high balls. The minute you're up against short and quick players, it becomes a bit of a tricky one.
No, definitely. Tshwane just struggling there to find Drea underneath that post and giving her the ball.
So 4 goals for Tshwane and 2 for Vembe. Yeah, that's good patience.
Being patient with the ball, that's good to see.
Yeah, and also, you know, I always find it a lot of circles operate on that basis, but what's exciting for me is when you've got a goal attack who's also not scared to take those shots, you know, as long as you know you've got a strong shooter, but to assist there in the goal conversion. I mean, if I'm looking at Tshwane, who's currently sitting on 5 goals, a lot of those have been taken by Drea. We're yet to see Millard, I think, taking on some of that responsibility, and I'm sure it's going to come at some point in this match.
Yep, definitely. If the defense force it, it will definitely come. Again, the shooter taking control of that circle and guiding the goal attack on the space.
And yeah, I thought that Tindani did well there. She was driving around the base and immediately drawing that defender and leaving Unampa on her own. So it's a very intelligent setup by the 2 shooters of Vembe. Yeah, so 10 goals already scored in the first 4 minutes of this match. It's really a high-scoring game or start, and very efficient by both teams at this stage.
Oh, unlucky there. I wouldn't have given that ball with the 2 defenders on that shoot, so it makes it very hard for her to get it.
100%, and definitely not the right option, Amanda. I'm with you there. Could have looked for an option or played back, but yeah. Mampa is definitely not the right decision, especially being sandwiched by those 2 towering defenders.
Oh, and a great rebound there.
So Vembe does make it count, and only 1 goal separating these 2 sides. Exactly what we were hoping to see in this match, and certainly living up to the expectations. And Drea just continues chipping away at that scoreboard, really confident in taking those shots. That is incredible to see, the confidence that's oozing out of the young shooter.
Yep. And that's our first turnover, so it will be good to see what happens.
Yeah, that's a good take, hey? She fights for that ball.
No, it is a brilliant take. If you look at the space which she is holding and protecting, it's quite small.
Yeah.
So for her to manage to keep that ball in, it's pretty good.
It's good patience. Probably not the best of options. It's a diagonal long pass, and you've got Sithole and Hlonipho sitting there.
Yeah, I think Sheila Loke must just keep on working that circle edge for them. Yeah. And creating an option if the shooters are not available.
100%. I mean, she could have driven forward, even if it was a short pass, but just to break the distance that we saw earlier on. It's not the safest of options, but it did work in the end. Oh, my goodness.
Brilliant intercept there by Fanny Kerk.
Yeah,
she read that well.
Yeah, you mentioned her as one of the players to look out for, and she's really putting her hand up, you know, just in terms of how she's delivering. So 10 goals for Tshwane, and Vembe still sitting on 5 points.
Yeah, I think that Tshwane should look at just playing maybe that option there for the wing attack on that circle edge instead of just forcing that long diagonals in.
That short pass.
Yeah.
Yep, agree fully. And also, you know, you don't want it, even if it's easy, you know, I think it's still about basics, the discipline, keeping it short and playing the angles and the lines until you're right on the edge of the circle.
No, definitely, because you will not always get away with the same stuff, especially when it gets harder.
Precisely. So another turnover there then for Tshwane under 19 B side. And just look at that ball speed down court. This is much better piece of play. That's exactly what you were asking for.
Definitely. Using that triangle and just pulling the defense.
Yep, so Tshwane B under 19 starting to break away from Vembe. It's almost as if they gave each other 4 minutes, you know, to suss each other out. And once Tshwane had settled in, they moved things up a notch. And it's looking good so far.
Oh, great shooting there from Millard.
Yeah, bit of eagerness coming through from Common Jordan.
Oh, beautiful base drive there. Great job. Oh, that was good play.
Yeah, and quick hands, coming through from Utendan. What I loved about her is the communication. I mean, she was telling her wing, Uritabile, that she's available and she was on her own, unmarked. But despite that, she still played herself in quickly and really gave that great release in the end. So 14 goals for Tshwane. They are leading by 8 at this point. It's a strong start.
Yeah, and it will be great to see if they can keep on utilizing that base drive, because it seems to be working for them. With the shooter playing quite high, hey?
Yeah, definitely. And then Tendan then trying to make use of that base or being the main sweeper, but it definitely is working for Vembe. So here's an attempt by Nampa, but unfortunately falls short. Oh, that's quite interesting. I thought that it was Tshwane's ball, but contact called by the umpire just outside the circle. Yep, and this time around, Rapalalani makes it count. They are exactly at 7 goals, trailing by 7. Yeah, that overhead is not going to work. Hey,
no.
It's not going to work to Yana Dreyer. Because, I mean, you've got a towering Nhlonipho Sithole, so I do think those offloads are going to have to be somewhat different. Oh, this is good patience from Vembe. I love how they're treasuring their ball. Amanda, you know, they're not forcing those long-range passes. If they have to play 10 balls to get through to the shooting circle, they're going to do what it takes.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think Nampo also showing that the feeders the options. You know, if you can't give it to me, then play it there. I will still be available. But I think also she's putting on a really good hold, and the timing is just spot on.
Yeah, and I mean, we did talk about the communication, and really I think they're doing a fantastic job. All with the exception of that offload. I thought there was a bit of a forced one.
Definitely.
So only 5 goals separating these two sides. Oh, that's a good attempt by Dreyer. So, yeah, this will be a lovely way for Vembe to close off. They were trailing by 8 at some point, and really they've closed down that margin quite nicely.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they want to close off this quarter, you know, with a positive mindset going into that second quarter.
And they're playing good netball. They're keeping ball in hand. They're not taking any chances with it. And that's good to see, because it's still very early days in the game.
Exactly, exactly. I've also been impressed by just how they're holding on to that position for dear life.
Yep. And you can see that right now they're doing a double up on the goal shooter.
Yeah.
So I will maybe have a variety there with my goal attack. Sometimes just going into the circle a bit faster, because she's playing a lot of time. She's just playing outside of the circle too long.
Yeah, 100%. and it's not giving the attackers an option to offload because, as you correctly highlighted, Nampa is, sandwiched there.
Yep.
So he has an opportunity for Vembe for one more goal. Not much time on the clock, but it is their centre pass. And unfortunately, the whistle goes off just seconds shy of scoring one more goal. But it is a good finish for Vembe nonetheless. But at this point, it is Tshwane that lead by 4 goals at the end of the first quarter.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed one player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Volume Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
We're welcoming you back to the Telkom Netball Championships right here at the Hoërskool Waterkloof facility where all the action is taking place. What a great start that first quarter was between Tshwane and the 19B side as well as Vembe. And now, Amanda, we're talking about the fight that Vembe had towards the later stages of the first quarter, and hopefully they can carry that through into this second quarter.
Yeah, definitely. Just keep the discipline, keep ball in hand, and just be patient with it.
Yeah, it is all about discipline at the end of the day, and what a great baseline drive there from Regan Millard, who finished it off nicely, taking her side to a 5-goal lead. Yep, that's good patience from Vembe. They decide to play back.
Yeah, and Tshwane has made a defensive change. I see that they've moved their goal defense into the goalkeeping position, and also just trying to force that goal shooter away from the post right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of focus on Rapalalani, the shooter of the side, and it doesn't seem to have disrupted Vembe too much. And I mean, obviously we're talking about how Tindani is the main player, but hopefully she'll come with a little bit more variation going into that circle to assist her shooter, who is currently having to deal with 2 defenders on her the whole time.
Yeah, and unfortunately Dreyer is just taking her eyes off the ball there and losing that ball.
Oh, that's good hands there. Great deflection from Kayla van Niekerk.
Yeah, she's quite a good defensive centre. She's applying quite a lot of pressure in the middle, and she has a good feel for the ball defensively.
Yeah, it's been such a shift, hey, because I think a few years ago, a lot of focus was on centres being stronger, feeders and attackers, and now, there's a lot of focus on having a centre who's just as strong defensively. I mean, that's what we've seen from Van Niekerk, her 3-foot defence, those deflections, sticking to her opponent as well. So definitely, I think that shift is doing well as far as defensive centres are concerned.
Yeah, now it's just a 3-goal margin.
Unbelievable, hey?
Yeah, Nompa doesn't seem to be phased by the change of defence. She's just continuously doing her job, doing what's expected of her, and that's great to see.
Indeed, it is, Amanda. I mean, she knows that her only job here is to score goals, and she's really doing a stellar job at it.
Yes, I mean, it's interesting there. I'm looking at that goal shooting circle now with her being pushed up all the way to the top of the circle. I would just go off the court if I were playing that position right now.
See how far your keeper will follow you.
Yeah.
But also, it's not a bad, tactic staying up high, because you can effectively open it up for Tindani as well to drive, under the goal post.
Definitely, and that's one of their strengths, is how they utilize that base drive.
So there's that long-range pass from Millard into Dreyer. It works in certain instances, but they can't keep doing that over and over again. I think at some point somebody's going to pick it up.
Yeah, and Regan taking up a lot of responsibility, like you've just said, which is not ideal because she's an attacker as well. She needs to bring the ball to the circle.
So here's another turnover ball for Tshwane. They've done well. The second one we've seen in this quarter so far, where they're putting a lot of pressure or forcing those errors on Uvembe. But this time around, it is a rebound for Uvembe.
And there she goes. But they picked her up on that base.
Yeah, she wasn't doing anything different for me. It was almost like she's straddling around, hiding. And when she had clear intentions in terms of movement, dodging and roll-offs, I think that worked better.
Yeah.
I wasn't quite, sold on that particular piece of play.
No, but great elevation there from the goal shooter. She's really doing a great job.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Shilaloke. Wing attack of Tshwane called for contact just outside that circle. So it is an opportunity, though, for Vembe to get one more goal and possibly close that gap even more.
Oh, good pick up there by the goal defense from Tshwane. She read that beautifully.
So Dreyer takes that shot and sinks it in seamlessly. A 5-goal difference in this match. Yeah, they don't seem phased by the wind at all, hey? I mean, anyone else outside this venue wouldn't know what we're up against in terms of the strong wind. But really, I think the players have been quite impressive, and the shooters as well, just taking their stride, playing themselves closer to that goal shooting post.
Yeah, definitely. And there haven't been too much lob balls going, that long diagonals. Just everyone's playing the straight short option, which is good to see how the team has adapted with the wind as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a long one. I thought it was over a third. But,
good pick up there by the goal defense.
Yeah, that was well read by Takalani.
And again, good vision there into that shooter. Well done.
Yeah, really, I think Vembe's been quite impressive in terms of how they bring the ball down court, Amanda. And we talk about the short passes as well. But I think the quick releases for me has really been what's been impressive so far.
Yeah, Sammy, and for me, what's been good about Vembe is they won't allow Tshwane to pull away. They will keep on contesting and just keep the score close. And that makes it anyone's game.
Yeah, they do. And really, because they haven't really allowed them to break away at all. But a lot of errors coming in, offsides, stepping error. But it does go with the game, so no surprises there whatsoever. An uncharacteristic miss from Jana Dreyer, so it is Vembe's throw-in. There's the patience, everyone driving towards the ball. Haven't seen too many bounce passes. I'll tell you that. I've been quite surprised because Vembe is not the tallest of teams, except in the defensive and shooting circles. But mid-court, I think what they're doing well, they're driving towards the ball, so they're protecting themselves, and perhaps that's why we don't need to see any bounce passes coming through from them.
No, definitely, and Nompa has just been so solid for them under that post, and even now giving that drive out of that circle, and that's good to see her doing different stuff.
Yeah.
Not just standing there waiting for the ball. A good variety.
Yeah, because it's quite easy to make the assumption that she's a tall shooter, so she's just going to be standing there, but that's not what we've seen from Nampa. So here's an opportunity again for Vembe to close that gap. It's only 3 goals separating these teams at this stage. So the court slightly open.
Yeah, it's interesting that Vembe is playing quite high, their attacking end. They don't have their defenders carrying the ball.
Yeah, it's the attackers, and I think that's why they were desperately looking for support in that goal shooting third, because everybody started off quite high. So that's a lovely shot coming through from Jana Dreyer, and still 4 goals in it. Oh, that's a lovely quick release from Mushila Loke, who finds Millard. So 20 goals for Tshwane under 19B and 15 for Vembe. It's pretty much been going like this, for the duration of the match. I'd like to see Vembe, getting into that 2-goal difference and to really see what it is that they can do. It's almost like they believe it and then they let it go and then they want to get in again. It's just quite interesting.
Definitely, and they need turnover ball. They need to force Tshwane into mistakes or take the intercept.
Yeah, they have to keep chipping it away and hoping that there will be a turnover ball or an intercept here and there. So just less than 3 minutes remaining as we make our way to the halfway mark.
Yeah. And definitely, I think they need to apply more pressure to get ball in hand. Because right now they're just chasing them and putting their hands up, but doesn't seem to be too effective.
Yeah, there isn't like a clear setup at the moment. I think everyone is trying to do their bit, but there isn't, we can see that everyone's doing man-to-man or area defense or whatever. There isn't like a clear indication of what defensive style they are implementing. And for Tshwane as well, I haven't really seen anything standing out because Vembe is still able to drive towards the ball. It's almost as if they're controlling, how they want to bring that ball down court.
Yep, definitely.
So umpire's time just to get the ball back on court. Every second is precious. And it is a penalty shot for Vembe.
Simi, what I've enjoyed about Nampo is also that she doesn't look like a strong shooter.
Yeah.
But yet they can find her easily. So she should be really strong. It doesn't look like it. But I mean, they're actually finding her and she's keeping a solid space for them.
Yeah, and for me it's the options, that she's giving her attackers. I mean, look at that. That was actually a great intercept coming from Rutabile. It's very rare, I think, that you see, wing attacks that involved and being able to turn crucial ball. But back to Nampa, Amanda, I think she's giving the attackers good options as well. She doesn't look like it to the point that you made, but really I think they're finding her, and if she's not an option, then she reinvents herself.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, that's a great take there from Tshwane's defenders.
Yeah, and for Vembe to stay in this game, they need to just keep on applying the pressure to get ball in hand.
Yeah, this is good pressure from Vembe. They're covering the stomach of both Millard and Dreyer, forcing Tshwane to rethink about where and how they wanted to offload that ball. But Dreyer completely unwavered as she makes it count, taking the team to a 5-goal lead.
Unlucky there, getting called for a stepping.
Yeah, there was a quick shot or attempt at goal from Drea, but she gets saved by the rebound. Unfortunately, Millard was called out there, so it is Vembe that will have an opportunity at goal. And not as far as Kayla van Niekerk is concerned.
A lot of ball going up and down now.
Yeah, nobody wants this goal. You know, we're counting down on the clock. And as you have it, it is the end of that second quarter. And there was opportunity for one more goal. But I think, you know, all the players and all the eagerness just getting ahead of themselves. We are exactly at halfway. At the halfway mark at this point, and Tshwane sitting there with a 23-goal versus a 17-goal result for Vembe. But do stay with us, and as we continue to bring you more action in the second half of this clash. We will be right back at your DSTV Now app right after this break.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
It's colossal. Is it brilliant? Here it is.
But he's a competitor. Here we go.
They all step up. But only one team has what it takes to be champion of the world. The ICC T20 World Cup. Only on Supersport, your world of champions. Stay connected to DSTV for all the big hits and nail-biting action. Broadcast brought to you by Ram Hand-to-Hand Couriers.
What an exciting first half performance it has been right here at Hoërskool Waterkloof, as we saw Tshwane in the 19B taking on Vembe under 19 side. Now, Amanda, we've been talking extensively about the potential that we've seen from Vembe, you know, to get into that game, equalize things, but haven't really quite gotten there. What is it that they could possibly do in this third quarter to try and equalize and hopefully edge against Tshwane?
Yeah, for me, if they can make the defensive change and just change the structure a bit around the defense and try and get ball in hand, because they just can't break that 5-goal margin.
Yeah,
So-
it's almost like a psychological, you know, barrier for them.
Yeah, and it can be different things. It can be forcing Tshwane into errors, or just taking an intercept, or
Yeah.
forcing them to miss shots, whatever it takes, just try and get turnover.
So we're going to be looking on defensively to see what it is that Vembe does. And exactly as you called it, an immediate turnover for them. Can they really make it count and take the ball through all the way?
Yeah, because it's one thing to turn the ball, but it's a different thing to make it count.
Yeah, and we always get fascinated by how excited these players are. It's almost as if they get shocked that they turn the ball, they got the intercept, and they want to throw it away immediately. But to your point, if they can take it all the way patiently into the shooting circle, that's what it's about.
Oh, and good defense there by Tshwane, forcing that held ball. And Vembe just not showing enough options on attack right now there.
For me, it almost feels as if they're running laterally, on the court. No real definitive drives down to the shooting circle.
Yeah, definitely. I can't agree with you more.
So this is much better options for Vembe on the attacking side. Taking it short, one ball at a time. But that loopy pass is not going to work through Kayla van Niekerk. They're going to have to give it a little bit more oomph.
Oh, brilliant intercept there by the goalkeeper from Tshwane, Carmen Jordan. She did really well, read that beautifully. We haven't seen a lot of that today.
Yeah, we haven't, hey. And I agree with you. I think her timing and her elevation was superb, going straight up and not forcing any contact. So really well done by Jordan. Yep, so there's a clever little bounce pass from Millard to Dreyer. And it's a 25 goals for Tshwane under 19 B-side. It's been a strong start in this third quarter for them.
Yeah, definitely. And also doing good on defense and taking that turnover ball and making it count.
So that was very well done there. I think Untloni Postole did a roll off and immediately saw the ball was high up in the air. I think she got shocked for a second, but a really good partnership between Sitole and Takalani Tsivivumba.
Oh, I think she was unlucky there. I would have pulled the contact.
Yeah, she did get unlucky there, unfortunately. Right in the shooting circle and not able to make it count. So we are 3 minutes into this third quarter, Amanda, and Vembe are yet to score a goal. And have had opportunity. It's not that the ball hasn't come through to the shooting circle as yet.
No, I agree. And it seems to me that they're feeling a bit fatigued right now. They're just not giving options on the attack. It's like you've said, they're all driving flat, which makes it easier for the defense to pick up that ball.
Yeah, so there was a clever little pop over from Tendani to Nampa. It's taken them a long time to get to this point, and hopefully they'll be able to make it count. Yep. So,
there we go.
Yeah, almost 4 minutes in it, so hopefully they've got that kickstart that they needed in this third quarter, and will hopefully be a lot more efficient going further in this third quarter. So free pass then for Vembe. Yeah, it's difficult to defend those balls, hey? They're coming in short and sharp.
Definitely, and there's not a lot you can do to stop it. Yeah, good on that goal attack for creating that one-on-one in circle.
Good hands as well coming through from Miso. Bongwana, the goal defense.
Oh, and a turned over ball for Tshwane there. Nice transition coming through the midcourt.
It's quick, it's swift, and super offload from Kayla van Niekerk. And that's also quite difficult to defend. We always talk about if you're up against a team that's outrunning you the whole time, what kind of defensive strategy, can you apply? Because, that ball moved swiftly down court straight through to Dreyer.
No, and you can't stop a ball once it gets moving, so you got to try and fill up the space before it gets there. But for me, I look at Sitole right now and I'm thinking she's got everything. She's tall, she's got long arms, and I think if they can even just try and utilize her a bit more and apply more pressure on that feed into the circle, that can also help. And that's just coaching that you need to do with players. But she looks like a youngster, and so hopefully when we see her again, there will be some improvement.
Yeah, indeed, and I think that's what makes the school's netball so exciting. There's a lot of opportunity for growth, for learning, for some of these youngsters, and when they get court time like this, you're able to take it away and then show them, because there's something different about hearing it from the coach as opposed to seeing yourself. And now, like you're saying, Sitole could have an opportunity to say, I could try something different. I could try and cover the stomach so I can watch the ball as it moves down court. So definitely, I think a big learning opportunity for some of these players.
No, definitely. And like you said, with that transition, if the ball moves that fast, then it's an opportunity to go out and look for an intercept.
Indeed, as we see a superb intercept yet again coming through from Carmen Jordan. She's really giving Nampa a difficult time in the shooting circle, annihilating her, squashing her, towards that baseline, and it is proving to be highly, highly effective. So 2-on-1 against Dreyer, but they do manage to split the defenders.
Yeah, and good play there from Regan, opening up that circle. But there we go, there's our turnover.
Yeah, indeed, and you've been calling for it, and I think Sitole did well.
But look at that! How good was that from Van Niekerk?
She continued in that same direction, Amanda. I thought that was quite clever as well, because she knew that she was on the run and couldn't turn around, but she released it to Jordan and then refocused on the attacking side. So really, Van Niekerk is just phenomenal.
Yeah, and that court intelligence, you can't buy it. You can't teach it.
It's almost like street smart, you've got it. There's Jordan again, putting all sorts of pressure on Nampa, but Nampa completely unrattled this time around as she makes it count, taking her side to 20 goals. It's still 8 goals separating these two teams. That's the smothering I've been talking about that we've seen in this quarter, particularly from Jordan, just, completely shutting down Nampa. Yeah, so a little bit of a contact there just outside the circle from Ashampa. And Millard makes it count. Yeah, she's had to step up, and take on some of that responsibility, given that Dreyer's got 2 defenders on her most of the time.
Yeah, and for me, she's done well throughout the match. Her timing has been good on attack, and also giving a few options around the circle, going in, playing out, playing the base. And it's good to see goal attacks that also shows diversity. They're not one-dimensional.
Indeed, yeah, definitely. I think we've really been treated in that regard. Somebody who's been a bit quiet for me, surprisingly, has been Tindani of Vembe. She started off strong in the first 2 quarters, but I think a little bit timid in this 3rd quarter.
Definitely, and she played also with good speed in the first half, but now it just seems like she's floating away.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and to me, goal attack is such an important position on the court. It's a tough position to play, but it's a very important position.
It is indeed, and I think a lot of teams, build and design their game plans around goal attacks a lot of the times, or a shooter. But I agree. I mean, the goal attack is not just the, the assisting shooter, but the attacker as well, the playmaker, the creative on court. There's a lot of hats that they do wear, and it's sometimes quite difficult to juggle everything all at once, but the ones that get it really do a spectacular job.
Yeah, and I think also they need to read defense really well. They need to be able to see defense and create around that, and I think that's the hard part.
Yeah. So number 6, another goal in, only 9 goals in it. It really has been great to see how Vembe has been contesting and staying in this game, not allowing Tshwane to run away at all.
Oh, good play there by Tshwane. That was superb. That that
Yeah.
was just beautiful.
Can't defend that. And I mean, the ball speed as well, you know?
No, you can't defend that. And it's just beautiful to see.
A bit risky there. I think Nampa needs to come forward a bit more. She can't afford to be hiding behind Jordan. She may have gotten away with it in that instance, but I think she does need to either drive to the sides or perhaps try and come forward.
Yeah, Simi, do you expect any changes from Vembe after the third quarter?
I don't think so. It looks like, you know, the coach is set on the 7 that we've seen. It would be great to see changes, and I think also just maybe from an attacking perspective for me, because like we said earlier on, Tindani has been a bit quiet, and maybe you need a stronger wing to assist in bringing that ball down court, and then allowing Nampa and Vembe Nampa and Tindani just to focus on the shooting side of things.
Yeah. Because I think it's just the intensity is dropping now as well.
It is.
They just can't keep it close anymore.
Yeah.
And so I'm hoping to see some changes from them, even if it's just to bring someone on for a few minutes and then make a substitution again.
Fresh legs. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Just to inject energy.
Again, beautiful angles there played. Well done.
Yeah, and that's what we've been, I think, spoiled from Tindani. So hopefully she'll do a lot more of that. So not much time on the clock, but possibly one more goal for Vembe.
Yep, they need to go in now and take the shot.
Yeah,
they still have time.
They do.
Oh, yes.
And number makes it count. That really was a solid finish from the young goal shooter of Vembe, and closing down that margin now to an 8-goal difference. So there you have it, confirmation of the score at the end of the third quarter. It is Swan in the 19B sitting on 32 goals versus 24 of Vembe. But do stay with us, one more quarter remaining as we bring you more action. We'll be back right after this break.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Only one more quarter remaining in this battle between Tshwane under 19B and Vembe. It's been an exciting 3 quarters of intense netball, and looking on at how Vembe stayed in this game, not allowing Tshwane any room whatsoever. Amanda, what can we expect in the fourth quarter, you know, in terms of what we've seen so far between these two teams?
Yeah, I'm hoping that Vembe will stay in it and finish strong. Even if they don't come off with a win in the end, I think it's just about contesting right till the end and hopefully making those adaptations on the defense. But also, once they've got ball in hand, it's just to secure that.
Yeah, and I mean, they were quite good, you know, in terms of treasuring the possession for the duration of the match. I just think there were a couple of offloads into that circle, you know, that weren't the best of options, especially coming up against the likes of Carmen Jordan. So hopefully they will have had a word or two of how to try different entry into the circle.
Yeah, and I think Tshwane is doing well. I think they're just going to continue with what they're doing. It seems to be working. I see that they've made a change in the midcourt. So they swapped their wing attack center. And so it will be interesting to see how that works out as well.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting. And I mean, it's great that the coaches are also getting an opportunity, you know, to try different combinations, see what works best, so you can plan for different scenarios, because you never know what you're going to come up with, or come up against rather, in this competition.
And a good take there from that goal shooter. I mean, just that was brilliant. Between two defenders coming out with that ball in hand is just amazing.
And she's so relaxed, hey? Like, she's completely unfazed by the two defenders around her. She's just focusing on getting that ball and making it count.
Yeah, and Sammy, for me, she's giving them good target. You know, she's showing them, give me the ball here.
Yeah.
And that's good to see. And it makes it easier for a feeder.
Yep, so 2 out of 2 for Vembe's Nampa, the goal shooter of the side. It closes down that gap even further, just 6 goals in it. Oh, lucky one there.
Yeah, I think Dreyer just struggling there to give them an option. You can see her stomach is closed off by the defense, and it makes it super hard for the feeders to know where to feed it.
Yep, but now she gets it right under the goalpost. We had a chat, I think, earlier in the competition with Jermaine about shooters taking, goals from right under the goalpost. And for us that have never shot, we're like, but that's easy.
Yeah.
And Jermaine was saying, no, contrary to that, it's probably the most difficult spot because shooters don't normally practice from there.
Definitely. I can't agree with you more. But for me, it's interesting, the two shooters, how different they are. The one giving them clear targets, you know, give me the ball here, and the other shooter just not doing it for them. So that's something that Swane maybe can work on going forward into this competition.
Yeah, definitely. I did also feel like there was a lot more communication from Vembe, in terms of, I wanted here. I mean, she's even, using her arms to show, give it here, here's a release. But I think at times, oh, look at that, great take from Takalani.
That was great to see. And good patience.
Yeah, that's definitely been one of their strengths. Vembe holding that ball and just taking the time in terms of moving down court. But I think that last...
yeah, and again, Tendani just not working that for them. She starts to just float.
Yeah, yeah, it needs to be, intentional, crisp. But I mean, if you're going to be straddling and bouncing and hopping, I mean, that's what defenders want at the end of the day. So, yeah, I agree with you. We're going to expect a lot more from Tendani.
Yeah, because attack needs to be direct. And like you said, it needs to be straight, direct, and give you the ball. It's a continuous effort. I think you will agree with me on that.
It is. And you know what? I think what makes it harder is you're not just moving on your own. You also have a defender you must always think about. But you have to be able to do that for the full 4 quarters.
Yeah.
Because... And also even, I mean, if you just think about even the wing attacks, they've got such small room to move. Their movements have to be to the T in terms of precision and perfection as well. So, I mean, we're saying a lot about Tendani, but really we saw a glimpse of what she's capable of. She was quiet a little bit in the 3rd quarter, but hopping around is not going to cut it.
Yeah, and can be a lot of factors like fatigue starting to settle in, and and I think that's always stuff that players can take out of this tournament and say, okay, I need to work on this, because as an attacker you need to be able to counter move 1, 2, maybe 3 moves.
100%. I mean, this was good pressure from Vembe, who turned that ball around, and Nampa continues then to add those goals. So still 7 goals, and it is Vembe's centre pass.
Good speed.
Yeah, this is much better for me, and a great decision from the wing attack, because Nampa was right in front of her.
Oh, just look at Tendani there. Oh, brilliant. That was good.
Yeah, she is certainly back.
And that's so hard to defend.
You can't. I mean, really, because by the time you're trying to come around, she's probably released the ball and, gotten herself closer to the goalpost. So I thought it was quite clever from Tendani.
Just when we think she stops playing, then she goes again. I think she can hear us.
Yeah, she definitely can, but that's good, because we want to see that those fireworks that she showed us in that first half.
And that was such a good take. Again, well done.
So Vembe sitting with 29 goals, And only 6 goal difference in this match. I mean, 2-3 turnovers. They back in it.
Yeah, and they seem to just not give up. They continue to play, and that's good.
I love how Tshwane, you know, if the shooters got the ball, it's almost like a triangle, but it's a line, you know, they release it out of the circle, and then Millet comes in again. They've been doing that so well, and it's so successful and effective.
Yeah, definitely a triangle, just changing the angle of
Just
the ball.
changing the angle.
Yeah, and that's good. It works.
No, it definitely does. And really, I think it's just good to see how these players are thinking on their feet the whole time and trying something different. Unfortunately, it looks like a handling error there that was called against Nampa.
And what's good about triangles, it's not that one-dimensional, you know, land, feed. It gives different options around the circle. It shows great skill. And with that triangles, you need to be fast with the ball in hand. It needs to travel fast, otherwise the defense are going to stop it. So that's good.
And I mean, what was interesting for me is that no one really called it from Tshwane. You know, it was that first person with the ball that saw it and set it up.
Beautiful intercept there by Millet. She read that well. It's so great to see a goal attack take an intercept.
Definitely. Listen, I always go up and down, screaming and shouting from excitement, you know. Even the shooters, I mean, when, like in this instance where Dreyer has lost the ball, but the quicker they get into that defensive mode and they come up with an intercept, I always think this is brilliant. This is what netball is all about. It's a transition. And the team that's able to do that quickly always set themselves up. Yep, this is good work from Vembe, good patience. They're taking their time, playing it safe. So it's a 1-on-1 for Nampa. But
beautiful intercept.
My goodness.
Well done.
Yup, she's all over Nampa, not giving her any room whatsoever. And Vembe returns the favor in that shooting circle of Tshwane. But it is a throw-in.
It's interesting to see the goal defense taking the throw-in.
Yeah, as I was surprised by that as well, because I did think that Tustola would take it. And she looks like the more agile player, you know, if she needed to offload. Utakalani would probably be a better option, but yeah, there was quite an interesting decision indeed.
Yeah, but it might be that she struggles to take the throw-ins, and that's why they're making her take the throw-in, the goal defense.
Oh, that's unfortunate there for Nampa. She did so well. I was quite impressed with her footwork even in that last piece of play, but she does get another opportunity here. And Jordan continuing to be so impressive in that circle. Yep, this time around it does count for Nampa. They break the 30-goal mark.
Yeah, and I think if they can score this and maybe get another turnover, then they can be back in it again.
Definitely, Amanda. I know there isn't much time on the clock. I mean, just 3 minutes in it. But anything's possible, and they are fighting like champions. Really, I've been so impressed by this display of netball we're seeing from the Limpopo side.
Definitely.
Oh, that's good pressure from Van Niekerk. Patience all around coming through from Vembe. They get it. They understand how precious that ball is. And, I mean, look at that. They find Nampa. She hasn't taken any long-range shots, but, I mean, she doesn't need to, you know?
She gets herself in a good position every time. And like you've mentioned, she's got really good footwork. So if she doesn't feel comfortable, she'll play herself closer.
So Vembe just needs another intercept or deflection to try and continue chipping away. And that's the turnover, or turnover for that matter.
There we go.
Yeah, they just need something. to try and stay in this fight.
Oh, lucky to get away with that.
Yeah.
I thought she was going to run that into the circle.
This is great stuff for Vembe. So 5 goals in it. It is their centre pass.
Oh, good pick up there.
So just less than 90 seconds in this match.
Oh, good defensive pressure there by both in-circle defenders working together. And another turnover. Ooh, and they scramble away with it.
They did. But well picked up by Tshwane as well. I mean, look at that great drive from Millard into the circle. And Van Niekerk did well as well.
Yeah.
With patience and waiting for Millard to drive in. So good piece of play. Just not able to make it count. Oh, that's good hands from Kongwana. She's on high alert, always on the mark, looking for those balls. She's done well. So just 20 seconds in this match then.
And there's the screen.
Oh!
Centre just not seeing that screen.
Yeah, it was 2-on-1. And Jordan was only, marking Namfa there. But they may get one more goal in.
Yep.
So we do reach the end of this match. It was a 4-goal game at the end of the day and a really strong fight by Vembe. But unfortunately, I mean, Tshwane was just too strong in this game and more clinical of the two teams. But really, we have to give credit to Vembe as well, who stuck it out and gave it a good fight. A big congratulations to Tshwane for a victory well deserved.
case of what if, all in one moment. I am hungry for more action like this. Verstappen's ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton's going to try again, this time on the inside and comes to the touch. A case of what if, all in one moment. I am hungry for more action like this. Cheers you can hear for tens of miles around.
Thought I was going to have a heart attack, to be honest.
Fasten your seatbelts as the exhilarating second half of the Formula One season continues. On Supersport, only on DSTV Premium. Broadcast proudly brought to you by Discovery.
Hey man, what would Disky be without you? I mean, Nina, the over-the-top passionistas. Nani, abashayela phansi. Without lessons in swim. Lava that we love to hate. Without the encyclopedia of Disky. Tiba the flair, the rhythm, ashindwela. That brings the wow. Hey, don't forget that fire commentary.
Juna. A streaky breakaway, can he find a goal? Oh my word.
And to you, who brings the shade? Need to celebrate.
The sky is the limit.
Long live the DSTV Premiership. Long live.
Disky is everything with you, and you are everything to Disky.
Game time, boys.
Yay, what's with Disky? So, Babi Sebonke, to live the best of the DSTV Premiership on Supersport, your world of champions on DSTV.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Devon. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed one player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Volumes only gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
Good afternoon, everybody, and the sun is shining, and we're here live at the Telkom Netball Champs. If you've just joined us, where have you been? You've been missing out on a lot of the actions. Up next, we have Marula versus the Cheetahs, under 18s. I'm not alone in commentary. I am with the vivacious shooter extraordinaire, Shemaine. Hi and welcome, Shemaine.
Jeez, Nikki, now I feel very important. That was an amazing welcome. Yeah, you are completely right. The sun is shining. The girls look excited and they look ready to go out on court. And you know what? I think this is going to be a big match ahead of us.
I'm very excited. I agree with you there, Jermaine. It's going to be a very big match indeed. We have the Marula team that's coming up, and on the goal shooter we have Ravele and Odine, the goal attack. And then in the midcourt there we have Ashley together with Lebo and Refilo Adams. So I'm also very excited about the defense combo, and as we've seen them earlier, of Ngobeni and Reratilwe. So they have also on the bench Tsepo, Rivoningo, Muloko, and Carlene. 12 people there on that bench, and in terms of the team.
They're a very strong team, you know, and that's a strong lineup that the coach has selected for the start of this match. I'm also excited to see that defensive combo. They've been really good throughout the tournament.
I agree with you. And now we have the Cheetahs team list. And on the Cheetahs, we start first with Tandoguhle, who's combined together with Sane on the goal attack position. And in that center court, we've got Clarissa, Faith, and in the wing defense, Shanae. So we have Sane and Shanae. And in the defense combo, we have Steenman and Fantonder. I'm actually very excited with the defense of the two sides. And we have on the bench there Zandri. We have 3 on the bench. So the team of the Cheetahs opting to go with 10 people, while Marula has 12. What do you make of that? I think 12, obviously a lot of players there, and then a lot of substitutions, and versus the 10s. What do you make of that?
So for the 12 players, you've got more versatility, but you also have more choice for if anything might not work out. You know, you've got that, you know, a kind of freedom to choose someone or to put someone in a position if it's not working. And with this, with a 10, I mean, you've get more game time as well, so there's a benefit to that. So there's more game time in a 10 team, but there's also, you know, more benefits to having the freedom of playing whoever you want to play in a 12 team.
That makes sense, Shemaine. And I guess sometimes it's also got to do with player management. Having 12 people there, you need to make sure in this tournament, it's a requirement that you play everybody at least 50%. So it also might be a bit hard for some of the coaches, you know, when the matches get tougher, to not only play the strongest combination. So you need to make sure that everybody has equal numbers. But like you said, at least some feet can be rested, you know, as we go through it. So we're almost underway. I think everybody's anxious. You can feel it on the court. They want to start already. Just going to wait for the umpires in order to count us down. And looking at what we say, you said it's going to be an interesting game here. So this morning earlier on, in terms of the log standings, we had Marula at the top of the log, and tied for second place was the Cheetahs, Delta, and the Sharks team. So it's anybody else's game. So it's either Marula's to lose, or any of the teams would want to step up and be the first team that wins against Marula. What do you think needs to happen from a Cheetah's perspective in order to get Marula?
You know what, the shooters for Marula are so strong, so they really need to step up on that defense. But also to be in that top position, it's always some kind of threat. You're the one that has everything to lose. I mean, the Cheetahs can come out here and they can go guns blazing and they can just take it away from them in an instant. But that's the beauty of our game. That's the love we have for this sport. It can happen anywhere, anytime, and anything can change in one instance. I think it's very exciting, and it gives the girls the opportunity to showcase their talents, because we have an abundance of talents here.
Oh yes, and we've been treated to some amazing netball, and we've seen at such a young level what the talent is like, and it's very good for South Africa. And it's very exciting that Telkom and DSTV and SuperSport have taken in this partnership in order to showcase what talent is out there. And anybody who's, all the kids coming from places like your Free State and Limpopo, where your Marula team and your Cheetahs team are from, they must get excited to see the people that are in their provinces playing and being able to see them on TV. Then it gives kids an inspiration to say, yes, I can go there, I can do that.
Yeah, I've been so impressed with Limpopo as a province. Their whole group, all from under 17 through to under 19, they've been so impressive. I mean, they went and they're like, no, listen, we're going to step up. We're going to take this challenge head on. So I've been thoroughly impressed with Limpopo as a province as a whole throughout this championship. It's amazing to see the growth throughout our country.
I agree with you there. And as we're about to go underway, Cheetahs has got the first centre pass, and let's see what they have in store. And as we're going down, lots of pressure being applied by Marula, making it hard for the Cheetahs team to penetrate through.
Oh, that was such a quick, clever pass down to the shooter. She's got such amazing height, and her arms, oh my word. I just wanted to lift that ball a little bit, you know, but we've said it over and over again, that's the worst spot to shoot from, is right under that post.
That's what I hear most of the time. And it's supposed to be the easy shot, isn't it?
But that's why it's so difficult, because it's supposed to be the easy shot.
Oh, and she gets called for footwork. So what happens with most shooters is that they think they're landing simultaneously, but not. There's always one that lands just before, and good spot there by the umpire. Now it's Marula transitioning down the court. Let's see what they have in store for us. And there's lots of pressure being applied. Look at that mid-court.
And that's what you want from a defensive unit, you know. You don't just want your defense to actually defend the ball. You want your attackers to also be part of that defensive unit. And that's what we saw now from the Cheetahs. A really good pressure being applied, but they had that one link from Marula coming through, opening up the whole space.
Beautiful, and it transitions into a goal, and we have our first goal of the game, and it goes to Marula. Ooh. Yeah, you can't be on top of people, can you? No.
No.
Not allowed, sis.
A bit of confusion there.
Yeah, I think the umpire was just holding time for the ball because the wing attack wasn't besides in a way. Oh, beautiful screen. So that was a beautiful screen. And there we go. There we have another goal from Marula. So Marula is playing for us in the blue, and we have the Cheetahs playing for us in the yellow. Do we say it's a yellow, a green, rainbow?
It's a beautiful combination of green and yellow.
Yeah, colorful. Oh, and she couldn't hold on to it. The feed was on. Was it on?
It was on, definitely, but the placement of that ball, you know, it happens so often that we get excited as players, and that placement was just a bit behind the player, so she kind of had to bend back to catch it. If that feed went into the space in front of her, it would have been a phenomenal play.
I think we don't understand how important ball placement is, so that because sometimes the defense will interfere with play, so you need to place it exactly in the right space where they can get it. Oh, that was very close by the goalkeeper. Moving her legs and trying to go up straight up with both her hands. That's very impressive for me.
But again, you know, the shooter, she moved just very early there in that moment. But again, the ball placement, it's such a crucial part of netball. I mean, that's the most basic part of netball, is your ball placement and actually just passing the ball when there's someone available.
And the ball placement there was beautiful from Marula, and they converted into a goal. I see that from the team sheet there's been a bit of a change, and I just heard that Odin, who was coming in at a goal attack, actually got injured, and Odin obviously is the engine of the team, of that attacking combination, but we have Rivoningo there. What do you make of that? Do you think it's hampered them in that attacking circle, or?
Not at all. I mean, she has taken that burp and she said, okay, let me show you. I can do this. And that's what you want from a goal attack. And I think so many players, when they play a goal attack, they think they should just help and assist the goal shooter. You have to be able and willing to take those shots when the moment asks of you to do exactly that. And I mean, she stepped into that circle and she's busy, you know, she's playing some great netball. She's opening up the space, clear runs, and that's exactly what you want.
Goal attacks, I hope you're all listening. Spoken from a goal attack expert, goal goal shooting expert, Shemaine.
Oh, some days you make the same mistakes you preach about to your own team that you coach. And I think that's the beauty of the sport as well. You're allowed to make mistakes, but then you always have these opportunities to fix them.
That's correct. or not to happen. That was a contact from goal attack. I was saying earlier that it's like an offensive call. Most of the time, goal attacks and goal shooters are surprised, like, me, you called me. I did something wrong. They find it offensive.
I know.
Offensive contact.
My face, you could rewatch my face after I get blown for a contact over and over. You were so shocked, but you have to pretend to be shocked.
Brilliant intercept there from the Marula goalkeeper, Ratilwe. I always want to call her Ritabilwe. She's Ratilwe. And what do you make of that? I think for me it looked like they actually set it up. They were putting so much pressure, forcing them to go for that long ball, and she had set it up and used her intercept line in order to be able to get that. As we can see, the cheetahs have been struggling to penetrate through that circle. What would you like to see them do? How do they then get around that defensive combination that's happening there with Ngobeni, Ratilwe, and I think it's Charnay.
So at the moment, the defensive unit for Marula, all they're doing is they're sticking man-to-man, and they're communicating really, really well. I would like to see a few more straight, solid leads from the shooter for the cheetahs. And no, that was a beautiful intercept by Charnay. But again, you can't expect the ball to come to you if you're waiting behind the players. So move forward, go towards the player, play from the player. Don't wait behind her, because she's going to take that intercept.
That's true. You never stand still for the ball. Goal shooter trying to defend there, but just on the body bit, and umpires not having any of that. So let's see that transition. Can the cheetahs get the scoreboard ticking? Oh, a bit of a funny steal, or what happened there? Anybody help? So they reset that pass. But it's not to be. I think at this stage they need to be a little bit patient. They still need to get the scoreboard ticking, but they mustn't put themselves under pressure at all, Charmaine.
I mean, the wing attack at the moment, she's running really high up, and you kind of expect your defenders to bring that ball down to you. So I just want them to just take a breath, compose yourself, let's regroup, let's reevaluate, and just take it from the basics. And we've been saying this over and over. Basic netball is so difficult to beat.
And now they got back to their basics, and they put their first goal on the board. And Cheetahs, that is 4-1. Cheetahs is now on the score sheet, on the scoreboard. Marula quickly returns the favor, and it's 5-1. You can even hear it from here, Charmaine, and then the bench of Marula saying, ho, hold, and they're doing just that.
That was a brilliant roll onto your defender from the goal attack for Cheetahs. I want to see more of that. That was incredibly intelligent from the goal attack, but now, repeat, not necessarily the same move, but the same type of idea.
So if it's working, that's what you must keep doing.
Definitely. They're definitely applying more pressure at the moment, the Cheetahs. They're underneath the post. It's a bit more difficult for the ball to come through there, so that's a good thing.
Let's see them transition. So I think somebody went and called them from the change rooms and said, listen, we're here to play, and now they're awake, and now they're showing, you know what? We're going to start running like cheetahs, and let's show you what we've got. It's good to see.
Set up. Oh, the screen was set up there. It's just unfortunate that it wasn't looked at. And that's a big frustration in the shooting circle sometimes, because, there can be something so well set up, but if your player does not look and your attackers aren't aware, it's not going to happen.
So what do you... So, Charmaine, I want to ask you, because it's also like a problem of mine that players that you find are actually looking square instead of forward first. Isn't that the idea, to look forward first? Because obviously we're shooting there in front.
100%. my coach when I was in primary school, her only and her most important instruction was, whenever you catch the ball, from wherever you catch the ball, I don't care, your first look is to the shooters. Whether you pass it to them or not, you look into that circle. And I think that is something that has to be drilled into a team. So it's something that we all know has to happen. However, sometimes, you know, you just
Implementation.
you see something else.
Okay, that's a turnover ball from the idea was good. I think like you say, positioning.
And that placement is just, I think to me, I love feeding into the circle. I think it's such a fun thing to do, especially if your shooter has a great hold. And this is what the shooter of Marula is doing. She's got a beautiful hold. It's just the placement that's not working all the time.
And that was a beautiful fake there by Rivoningo. And she made it look like she was feeding out and then popped it directly into the goal shooter. Very exciting. Brilliant intercept there by Van Tonder. And she wants to put the team on the scoring board. She almost read it. Beautiful. Beautiful releases.
It was so quick. I love it when the shooters play like that between one another. That quick release, that quick take. It's just lovely, and that shows communication and trust.
Discipline needs to happen there for the 3 feet, and it's another goal there for the Cheetahs. Cheetahs is on the attack. Let's see what they have in store for us. Can they bring it down? Who's available? Where are the leads? Who's coming through? They all seem to be running away.
Nikki, you're an umpire yourself. That was the second contact and the second caution, I believe. Is it that was very quick, you know? So why do you think that call was made?
So with the goal attack, she's going offside intentionally. She knows she's not allowed there. There's no way she's going to get it. So he's saying it's persistent offside. Persistent offside, so meaning it's intentional. Now, he had a soft word, so you have to have a soft word with the player first. So you tell them that they need to stop the persistent offside. And when they don't stop it, then you give them a caution. Caution for that specific thing. So you don't have to wait that many times. Oh, and it looks like there is an injury there on the court.
It's always heartbreaking to see the girls being carried off court for an injury. You know, your heart kind of aches with theirs. So we hope that the wing defense of Marula is all right and that the injury is not too serious.
I hope so. And it's halfway through the tournament, so that's when you're starting to see some of the fatigue, some of the tired legs, and anything can happen. So sometimes some people tend to be a little bit on the body because, you know, they're tired. And this is when you need to tidy up. This is when the conditioning that you normally have will be evident. I see then there are swaps in. I thought Odine was injured, but then I see her coming in at a wing attack position. And wing defense, who's our new wing defense? I think that's Ashley. Ashley's now moved to wing defense. She was on wing attack and then she's moved to wing defense. And there was a brilliant interception there by Ngobeni. I was going to say, like, that was out of her hands. Like, clearly, you are not allowed to do that. Huh?
Imagine how fun it would be.
If you could, no. Now that brings us to the end of the first quarter, and it's been an amazing game and an amazing run. The current score is 7-3 to Marula. Marula with 7, Cheetahs with 3. That has been a great first quarter performance there by the Marula team, showing why they're at the top of the league, stretching it out, looking straight for their players and composing themselves, having very strong defenses and giving their shooters more of an opportunity to shoot. It was a little bit harder for the Cheetahs to penetrate through, but when they got the scoreboard ticking, they now started having 3 on the board.
We'll see you right after this. Please stay with us. We're excited for the next 3 quarters.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed 1 player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Volume Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
Hello and welcome back to the Telkom Netball Champs. It is still the under-18 round where we have Marula and Cheetahs in this game. The Marula is leading by 7 goals to 3. As we get underway with the second quarter, let's see what everybody has in store for us. Charmaine, we just come back from a quarter time. What do you think the coach of the Cheetahs was saying to her troops to make sure they get into the game? Because it's only 4-goal difference and anything is possible.
I definitely think she spoke to them, and that she probably told them, settle down, take a deep breath. When you turn a ball, play it short, play it basic, and just, when you get the opportunity, capitalize on it.
Let's see if the troops will heed that call and listen to... Oh! Brilliant intercept. That was fantastic from our goalkeeper there. And what happened? They were standing still. You were standing still, and she said, I'm taking it, not on my watch. I've got this.
Oh, that was a beautiful feed into the shooter for Marula. They're starting to find her really, really easily. So I want to see the keeper just, press pressure the whole time.
Oh, head-on collision.
That's happened a couple of times to me too.
And Ravele converts, does what she's been doing all day, every day, shooting it in.
We have a few wayward things on court.
Yeah, I think some of the girls' thingies are falling off, hairpins and stuff everywhere. Cheetah center pass, and Gobeni says, nope. Not anymore. We're going to give it to our team. Beautiful hands, nice reach. What do you make of that? What do you want? You said...
It was just her arms came out of nowhere.
She was on for days.
Yo.
Arms for days.
I wonder what her arm span is. I'm jealous, not going to lie. But look at her hunting already. Someone has to pick that up.
So how do you stop somebody from hunting? Would you say play off the body or play on the body? Oh, there she goes with her arms. Just needed to move her feet there a little bit more. So how would you recommend people play somebody who is a hunter?
She wants to be free. So pick her up. Don't allow her to be free. Don't give her even a smidge of opportunity to create space. Just keep her out. Press her to a line, because where's she going to go from the line?
Very good advice there, Charmaine. I think people want to run into space, not seeing that somebody is actually hunting and setting it up so that they can go for that specific intercept. So if you are on them, then obviously, like you're saying, they have nowhere to run.
Exactly. And that's what they teach us in the circle. I mean, if you play a goal shooter, how do you prevent a keeper from going for a fly? You pick her up. It's the same principle.
Transition now for the Marula, going into the shooting circle. what creativity is there? And
unfortunately, I feel like that was a bit forced. That feed, it was a good feed, it was a good idea. I think the shooter moved maybe a bit too early, and the feed shouldn't have happened at that moment.
or maybe Steenman just read it very well.
That could also be it, let's be honest. See,
She's
I look
working
at the
hard in that circle. She's moving, she's
Yeah,
working, her
she
arms
is.
are going in, and that's what you want from your defenders. Put good pickup, 2 hands.
Oh, great.
Oh.
And she gets that contact, so it is to her advantage.
He says
Or
it's a throw in.
This is why I shouldn't be an umpire, Nikki.
We sing it differently. Not to happen, that's a footwork error. I think every coach is a nightmare for stepping, footwork. It's avoidable errors. Unless, somebody's feeding it off. You're trying to save the ball. But while you're on your own, guys, you can't be 18 years old and stepping live on Supersport. No, shouldn't happen. If you can help it. Or
The thing with the stepping error is, and I've said it to Nontle and to Simi, it's a unforced error, but it's also controllable. You are the one that controls your feet. So this is something they can go back and fix. It's not a massive problem. It's something tiny to fix.
And sometimes maybe you can get why you did a stepping error. Maybe your balance is a bit off. When are you fetching the ball? Is it placement of the ball?
Is it the timing?
That's a weight. And she pulls her defenders forward and then goes in for the back pass. That was superb. Makes it count and converts the goal.
I've been really impressed by the goal attack for the Cheetahs. She stepped up really in that circle. And she's been shooting the most of the goals for her team.
It's nice to have a goal attack like that. Hey, work rate, like you've been saying. She's got the work rate and she can actually even convert the ball. So I think there was a held ball call there, and that obviously was defensive pressure. Defensive pressure of the Marula team.
They've been doing it the whole game. It's just another moment in the box, basically.
They can do it all day, every day. And they've been doing it for 3 days, every game, all game. And that's another goal. Doesn't miss any of those. Rivonga makes it count. And the score is 11-5. Well taken. She stuck to it and used her feet, used both hands. And then the wing defense tries to run with the ball. It's what we're also talking about, that we just be a bit careful that in the transition of going and attacking, careful not to step. If you're going to step, it must be with the intention of finally passing. There must be a purpose to your step.
Yeah, and there has to be someone available. It was great speed to get out of there, but no one else was prepared for the speed. And I think that's what was the letdown in that moment.
So the goal defense is out. They should be setting up a screen.
100%. I mean, you should be getting that ball right in the circle. There she does that roll again. Quick back play. She's been so smart and so intelligent in that circle. Another great play from Sanay Groenewald.
I think she might have a microphone here, sticking it out so that she can listen to what you're saying, because she's been doing most of the things that you've been recommending. Not the greatest of passes there, but they're able to rescue it. Great vision.
Oh, that was a beautiful sweep by the goal attack for Marula. These two goal attacks, they're just impressive. But that's probably me loving the shooting circle and, being able to see to give credit where credit's due.
Shemaine, I'm just going to ask you to explain, because most of the time some people don't understand what we mean by a sweep. When we say goal attacks must tend to sweep. So most people would have said, no, the goal shooter was standing right, but they're not understanding how the goal attack swept into that. So what do we mean when we say goal attacks do a nice sweep?
Okay, so sweep usually refers to the goal attack's movement along the edge of the circle, so to the top and to the side. However, if you want to have an effective sweep, something that actually works and is to the benefit of your team, you have to know where your shooter is placed. If she is more towards the back, then you would sweep close to her and to the defenders so you could pull away a defender. There is no point in me sweeping along the edge of the circle, but I'm not going to shoot from there.
True. So the defender must think that you might be able to take the ball.
Exactly. Exactly like Sanay did there. She swept close to the players and played from them. That is what we want with an intentional sweep.
And unfortunately, she's not able to make that count. And we see, quick transition there from the Marula team. But contact called there against Van Donner. And Ravella makes it count. All day, every day, she can just shoot them in.
Yeah, she's been absolutely amazing for her team. You know, a stalwart in that circle. She's been such a pillar. And that's exactly what you want from a shooter.
So composed. Level of composure, so composed and relaxed.
What does Anele Altid say? Cool, calm and collected.
Yeah. Finishes it off. Cheetahs now have an opportunity to get back on the scoreboard because they've made up very nicely in the scores and then they just tended to calm down. So just a little bit of consistency from them would be nice, but you can tell they're working hard. Beautiful recycling of the ball. Nobody's coming forward. Use whoever's there at the back just to open up the channels more.
Great awareness from the goalkeeper, though, to actually be available, to wait for that. So, I mean, a lot of the goalkeepers and defense and attackers tend to not wait or be assisting. So that was great awareness from her to be there for her team. Just another pass. Wait, to who? To where? To us, maybe.
But who is she going to pass to when nobody's coming forward?
That's also very true.
Let's see if the Cheetahs can just keep it within their quota. That is a long, beautiful pass from our goalkeeper. Letsualo, she didn't want it hanging there in that shooting circle, and she sends it through. Cheetahs return the favor, and they say, nope, we're going to give our shooters another opportunity.
What I loved about that big pass was it was great timing and great placement of the ball. So it's a precision thing, and it's clearly something they probably practiced. Oh, but that was so close.
The work rate on Ngobeni, it's absolutely impressive.
Yeah, that defense from the back, it's a really difficult one to get right. I've heard a lot of umpires and players say that it's just not necessary or not worth it to actually try and defend from there. But she wants to get that ball, so she's doing anything and everything in her power to get it back.
What a pass, what a move.
It's so clinical.
Looking at the teams, Shemaine, and you think there hasn't been a lot of netball. Only recently we've started with the schools challenges and now obviously the provincials with the champs. And when you think about it, some of the people have only been playing a little bit of netball, and some of these teams have only had a month together, not even. How impressed are you with some of the way some of these teams are actually playing? Doesn't it seem like they've been practicing together for a while?
Definitely. They look hungry to be out on court. They look excited. And this shows me that the kids probably trained in their off season, and they probably took the time to actually, put in the effort while they had the available time for a change. The shooters probably practiced their shots a lot more, and it's commendable. Well done, players. I mean, you guys are showing us some massive skills here.
There's your shot, Asane. The sweep. Did you see the sweep?
That was a good sweep. That's textbook sweeps.
And she just went to the basics, as you were saying, the basics. And that brings us to the end of the second quarter. The scores at the end of the second quarter are 16-8 to Marula. Marula leading by 16 and Cheetahs only has 18. So that was phenomenal performance from both teams. And stay tuned with us for more action. We'll be right back after the break.
The speed of a jaguar. The reflexes of a sunbird. The strength of a diamond. They train to inspire. They play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
It's colossal. Is it brilliant? Here it is.
But he's a competitor. Here we go.
They all step up. But only one team has what it takes to be champion of the world. The ICC T20 World Cup. Only on Supersport, your world of champions. Stay connected to DSTV for all the big hits and nail-biting action. Broadcast brought to you by Ram Hand-to-Hand Couriers.
Welcome back, everybody. If you've just joined us, where have you been? It's been a fantastic display of netball, and this confirms we're exactly halfway through the game with Marula versus the Cheetahs. The current score is 15-8 and Marula's lead 16-8. Marula's leading 16 goals to 8 of Cheetahs. It's been a phenomenal first half, action-packed one. Shemaine, what do you make of that?
I'm really excited about both of these teams. You know, it's been such a good game of netball. You can already see there's a couple of changes coming through, but I don't think any of the teams should be worried for making changes. I mean, it looks like it's a big goal difference. I mean, 8 goals, wow, is that still doable? Yes, 100% it is. I mean, we're only in the third quarter of this game. That means we still have 24 minutes. You can still change so much in 24 minutes of play. I'm really impressed with the defensive circles on both ends. They've really stepped up and they've been playing extremely well. I just want a bit more attacking grit from the wing attack for Cheetahs, and you know, I want to see those links coming through in the midcourt.
Great observation there as we see the teams huddling up in order to come into this third quarter. The third quarter is the championship quarter in netball, and this is when some teams tend to run away with it, put their foot on the accelerator, speed on forward, and some tend to drag down a bit. What is it that you think Cheetahs can do more in order to, besides the drives, in order to make it there so that they make this their championship quarter?
Patience. Patience is going to be their key. They get very excited, and I feel like it's just overexcitement. But they're such a good team. They're strong enough. So I just want them to calm down, take a deep breath. You can pass on second 3. Don't have to pass on the first second. Time your runs, time your drives. They've got this. But also, I mean, in Marula, if they step out and they just continue the way they have been, it's going to be a difficult feat.
I agree with you, Shemaine. So anything can happen in this third quarter, championship quarter. It's anybody's game. I think going into this, most of us would like to say to the players, relax. It's as if it's 0-0 and it's your chance to play. Something interesting I just actually realized, we're speaking about schools netball and some of the schools not playing. So we had a few weeks ago, we had the DSTV Schools Challenge, where we saw some of these girls that are playing here, playing already in the Schools Challenge. I have to interrupt myself because I really need to acknowledge Letswalo and Ritatile and how she's been amazing and solid there. And then the defense of Van Tonder, she's like, I'm also here in this game. And you were saying, speaking about the defenses, that they've been phenomenal in this game.
Yeah, no, the defense just, I mean, it's as if they show up every single time, and you couldn't have asked for more. So it's really impressive, and kudos to you girls. Well done. You work so hard, but we see you. Don't worry, we see you.
We see you, and hopefully your attackers can see you and convert those goals. And Sermeno was saying, look, with the schools, DSTV Schools Challenge, you see some of the kids that have already been playing. And for me, I think this probably impacts how they're performing now at the champs. So you look at Marula, you had some of the girls are coming from your Hoërskool, Rustenburg, Ben Forster, and those were the schools that were there in the top schools. And I was actually speaking to the coach of the Cheetahs earlier, I think, one of the coaches from the Cheetahs team. She was the under-17 coach, and most of their top teams weren't there at the schools challenge. So when they were playing league, they didn't finish off the Free State challenge. So they've had so much less netball than obviously some of the Marula. Not taking away from the performance of Marula, but do you think it can possibly impact you if you can be doing some of your conditioning, but most of the gameplay, you haven't had that much gameplay and obviously competition at a high level, and the last time they competed was still in their regions instead of provincially, and do you think it can impact your performance?
Oh, definitely. There is no substitute for game time. Nothing can compare to it. Nothing can compete with it. I mean, you know how we feel when we return after an off season and you start with fitness all of a sudden. You can do all the fitness you want, but as soon as you get out onto that court, you are the most unfit person ever. So, as I said, no substitute for game time. And unfortunately, some of the teams and schools missing out on that. But now you adapt. Now you have to make a plan.
And they're doing very well. They're really making a plan, showing that they are in part of the game, because it's still 5-goal difference. As we see the Cheetahs transitioning down into the attacking third, you need to have some of those leads because they're remaining stagnant. All moving into the same space. Nice clear.
It's good. Reset it. Reset it. You don't need to force the ball. That's the patience we've been speaking about.
And she makes it count.
That was much better patience practiced by the Cheetahs. And that's what we asked of them. And I swear they hear us. I swear they hear us.
I'm telling you, somebody bugged it. Oh, so you saw that stepping from here. Shemaine,
yes.
Maybe you can do umpiring. It starts somewhere. If you can see the footwork, it starts there.
I forget to blow the contact and everything because I tend to watch the game too much.
That's a problem. Then you must coach, not umpire. Almost. Had she just been she just tapped it while it was still in her hand. But that was beautiful timing. That takes lots of practice to do that. I see that there might be a few substitutions on. I can already see from the Marula side, Carlina's on. She's the new goal attack, with Odine moving to wing attack. And I also see Adams there, who was initially part of the starting lineup and but didn't actually take up the bib. She's there on the wing defense position. So you have Adams there on the wing defense position. Carlina, who's just come onto goal attack. Odine is on wing attack.
Oh, there was a couple of great takes here. First, a centre for Cheetahs, and then our goalkeeper she's been phenomenal, and she just took another intercept there, and then stepping, and then an intercept by the wing defense. It's just been an intercept show. Okay, it's been an intercept show.
And another rebound, which is almost like an intercept from our Cheetahs team. Reset. There she goes, resetting. It's fine. You can play it. It doesn't matter how many times you play it. Over and over again. Patience, and then put it in. Too close to the baseline there, maybe. Couldn't hang on to it.
So those are very risky passes to give to a shooter. If you're strong on the baseline, by all means pass it. But that is just, you're putting your shooter under immense pressure by passing that ball. I saw the idea she had. I just think it wasn't executed well. But that was executed to perfection. Beautiful feed, beautiful communication, great trust.
Exquisite. They were caught napping. Our keeper's been phenomenal, but at that time was caught napping, and they capitalized on it.
Don't you love
Steinman,
intercepts?
take a bow. It looks so good.
But again, you know, that patience not there, not coming through. I mean, you just have to take a deep breath, play the short ball, and then from there you can go and play a bit of a longer pass.
Steinman also being great on that goalkeeper position. She doesn't give up. She just keeps going, and she doesn't give up.
Yeah, it's the battle of the two defenses.
Absolutely. Touch the hand, so you can't, when you contact, you can't go with touch one hand. If you go with two hands, it can be better. Sometimes it feels like your reach is not that good, but it's actually safer to go with two hands. Never. Never. It's seen on TV and by the Empire, and Let's Wallow says, here I am.
Please don't forget about me.
No, I'm here. I hear you saying Steinman, I'm here too.
Oh, just obstruction around the circle. It's a free ball, basically.
And sometimes it's unnecessary. You can actually tell that you're too close to the player. You're on top of her, and you know.
And sometimes, to be honest, as a player, you don't care if you're too close. It's just that imitation and, you know, a bit of like, look, I'm still here.
But you see, that's why they give cautions now. Because I think most of the time people took advantage of it, and the umpire just kept blowing contact, obstruction. So now you don't listen to the rules. They caution you because you're undisciplined. So you guys got away with a lot in that, Shemaine. Yeah. Oh, too soft.
No, that pass wasn't on, unfortunately. But, you know, look how fast Marula is getting through. Just, again, that step extra that wasn't needed by the centre for Marula, and which results in a turnover. I think most of the mistakes being made are basic errors, and then the other teams getting the opportunity to capitalize on them.
Yes, Shemaine. It's the small basic errors, and the Marula will never let you get away with it. So I find that cheaters are working so hard, but it might be that excitement or that pressure, but they actually can get it because they're working hard, and then sometimes it's just small little errors that they're throwing away their own balls. I think coach would probably be saying now, rustig, you know? Relax just a bit. You've got this. You can, because they've got beautiful passages of excellence. So there's pockets of excellence here and there. Just the consistency.
And I think that's a big thing. But consistency also comes with experience. So I mean, they might be a bit inconsistent at the moment, but the more experience they get, the better it'll become for them in the consistency area.
Experience means you just need to play more and more netball.
Which is so much fun.
Oh, yeah. You can play netball all the time. And not to happen. I think we spoke about it earlier, that most shooters, that when that happens, is it something to do with the arm action?
So a lot of the time when you miss and you shoot or you hit the front rim, that means you didn't use your power. You didn't use your legs enough. If you spin it completely over or you throw it over the post, that's usually no spin, so the ball was really flat. When that happens, the pole doesn't like you. No, I'm kidding. You know, that's just the luck of the draw. Sometimes you spin it too much or it spins out your pinky and then, you know, it flips around. But that's honestly luck of the draw.
Luck of the draw, and Ravel is still having luck of the draws because hers did not even knock into that pole. It just went swoosh. Nothing but net. And Adams makes her intentions known by going for that. Just couldn't hold on to that sneaky and beautiful pass there. Yeah?
Yeah, that was the one without the spin.
Yeah. I don't think she meant for that to happen, but sometimes it happens. Basketball, what do they say? Airball. It's a bit of an airball. Maybe she's trying to pass to somebody, but it happens. Shouldn't, but it happens.
A lot of the time, you know, a shooter never shoots to miss. It's never intentional. So, but we human. Shooters are human, and we try our best. But sometimes, whatever you do, it just doesn't want to work.
And he saw it. He's been efficient on that on that footwork.
That was really close. I think if she went with the outside arm, she would have gotten that clean.
Long balls, beautiful swing over. Oh, but there's nobody there for the attack. I think I would just like to see the goal attack Kathleen just staying more in her channel and driving in, because you're finding them cross-channeling. And we've always said the wing attack and the goal attack shouldn't work like wipers. What you should actually be doing is going forward and back.
Yes.
Forward and back at different angles, and not cross-channeling, because you're actually not gaining any ground.
No, 100%. But I mean, I think cross-channeling comes in with experience and team play. So you can do that, yes, but as soon as you know your teammate really, really well. For now, especially at provincial side, these girls don't play together very often. So what should you rather do? Stick to your channel. It's going to make it so much easier. Everyone will know who's going to be where.
Oh, absolutely. And it's the basics that you were talking about, going back to basics. I think that Paul is really not liking Thando Buhle, because she's normally been very, very efficient. And I think for her, it's, I think goal shooters do punish themselves if they miss, because they don't practice, they don't shoot to miss. So she must just relax, calm down, get her composure again. Forgive yourself. I always say, you know what? Forgive yourself, breathe, and then you'll go again. And that brings us to the end of the championship quarter. And in this championship quarter, the score is 20 goals to 14 goals. Still everything in it. Only a 6-goal difference. So the 6-goal difference has been maintained. And Marula is leading us at the end of that quarter. But stay tuned with us for more, but we'll be back straight after the break.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Hello and welcome back. Welcome back to the Telkom Netball Championships, and we are treated here to a beautiful, well-contested match between Marula and Cheetahs under 18. The score at the end of the third quarter was 20 goals to 14. 20 for Marula, 14 for the Cheetahs. It's still a 6-goal game and a full 12 minutes to play. We've just come from the third quarter, the championship quarter, and in that quarter, the Cheetahs actually won that quarter 6 goals to 4, so that's what put the score difference down. Now going into the fourth quarter, anything is possible. Charmaine, what do you think they can do? Can they still go for it? Can they still get it? What do you think that needs to happen in that camp?
No, 100% they can. I mean, look what they did in the previous quarter. I think they could have actually won that quarter even further if they just cleaned up on some basic errors. And we already see an error coming through from Marula, and Nikki, you can probably explain this better than I can. It was the center delayed play.
Oh, so there's different ways of delaying play. So there might be delaying play and failure to take court. So if the center is looking around, waiting, you know, when you used to say to primary school kids, make sure that everybody is in their place. At senior level, you can't do that. So the center can't walk around to make sure that everybody's in play because they're delaying play. Play cannot start until they are fully in the circle.
Yeah.
So what happens there is they delaying play, and what you do is you actually advance the penalty into a closest transverse line. So you half a third. So that's you advance that particular penalty. So it's not primary school anymore, and rules change.
How did she not go offside? That was amazing.
Look.
No, she flew around that circle edge. That was beautiful.
Athleticism also, Shemaine, like being able to maintain that, not go offside, hold everything in, core strength, athleticism, and what a wow. Great feed.
No, that was good. I actually thought Steenkamp had it for a second there. She had the front position, but I think she let it slip a bit too early.
And Ravella just went straight into that pass, and she makes it count for her team.
And there's no substitute for that.
Nah. So I see, you know, they've been resetting a lot, but now Marula has woken up to that. So the wing attack have actually driven up to put that pressure so that it's much harder for them to reset that ball back. So you're going to need to see a little bit more drives, maybe from the Cheetahs team.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think it's really important as a wing attack and as a goal attack to talk to one another. Communication, I mean, that's been the story of the week, is communication. It has to be so effective. And it's really important that when you do have the defenders on the line, that you still actually attack, because you're still the option in the front. However, that reset is always so positive to have. Good on Marula for picking it up. Clearly the coach spoke to them about it. But let's see what Cheetahs do with this turnover that they got. Oh no, you know, obstruction is such a basic error as well, and we've seen a couple of those coming through. I think it's when the pressure mounts up, the girls tend to want to run on that.
And it's a bit of a discipline thing also. And obviously you're trying to work hard, but it's a bit of a discipline thing. I know we always go back to basics in terms of 3 feet and obstruction, that you actually say, because I don't think people actually know how big 3 feet is. And if you want to, if you're back at home and you think, but I'm always 3 feet away and they're blowing me for obstruction, some people don't. How you always measure it, it's obviously 0.9 meters, but on the netball court, the diameter of the center circle is actually 0.9 meters. So have your friend stand on one end and you stand on the other end, and you'll actually see how long 3 feet really, how big 3 feet really is. Because a lot of people are much closer than they think they are. Rather be a little bit further than closer. Because what does that mean? You're blown for obstruction, you're out of play, you cannot take part in the game. They have, now the other team seems like they have one extra player, you have one less player on the court.
And I think a lot of the times with the obstruction call, they also get hands before feet. So you come around with your hands already up, but that breaks your 3 feet instantly. So it's important to first get your 3 feet and then your hands up.
Absolutely.
You can't feed that ball if you're not going to put some power into it, my girl. So, right idea.
Hey,
and look
saw
at
that coming. Where did she come from? Hey!
That was great. Now, you know, if a feed... That's the feed you put into a shooter. You know, that was much, much better. The interplay is so good between them.
And I love the way she actually held onto it, because she saw, and that's when you either fake or just hold onto it a second, because she sees that Ritarile goes for those flyers. So she wanted her to go for those flyers and come back.
Yeah, she's getting a caution now. The center is getting a caution for, again, delay of play.
So what happens, this is what they call game management, and for most umpires, most of us are still struggling a little bit with that, because you know we're letting things happen and everything is based on time. So if there is a delay in play, so it's delay in play and it's supposed to be your center pass, you actually get, you get a caution for it if it's obviously intentional, or depending when it happens. So there's a difference with delaying play and failure to take court if it happens after a stoppage. So stoppage is like for blood and then one that happens in an interval. So if it's during the game like this, they actually can caution you, and then you are out of play, and now the center pass actually gets turned and it goes to the other team. So it's not worth it. Rather go in, and then if they blow one of your people for offsides or not being in position, then you can fix that. Do you understand? You can fix that because it's a discipline thing.
That was a very risky. That was a very risky pass. I want to see the shooter take those shots. She is close enough to the post to take them. She's got the abilities. But beautiful speed down court.
And now Cheetah's closing it up a bit. Oh, the reading of the ball, like you said, the defensive ends on these two sides has been absolutely incredible.
And it's been constantly good. You know, it's not been a dip and then a bit bad. It's been constantly phenomenal play from the defensive sides.
Vela makes it count. Current score, it's very close. It's 4 goals in it. It can be anybody's game. 4 goals in it. That just means turn over 2, convert your own, and it's even Stevens.
It's always so exciting.
Yeah. Almost had it. So they just need to apply a bit of pressure. Stay. Like everybody work. Oh, she did a bit of a step forward, but the problem is Theo was slowly shortening her distance. Had she stayed, then you know.
Okay, I understand that, yeah. Because to me, I mean, okay, that's fine. Because look at her, just come back, look, watch me. But yeah, I mean, that's a bit of a contact, as far as I know, unless it's So to me, that looked like she was 3 feet. But you're an umpire, so you see that they're traveling forward.
You see, umpires, people don't understand. You're not allowed to be around the court at any time. The court is supposed to be there for players. So whether you want to give somebody a hair bubble or a scungy or whatever, you're interfering with play. So the umpire's not having it at all. It's like, hold time, sis, go back to your bench.
Oh, these two play so well together. You know, we've been speaking about the interplay between the Cheetahs, goal shooter and goal attack, but these two are playing just as well together. I mean, there's been so many standout performances on this court. You can't actually almost pick one. And again, you know, wing defense performance phenomenal. You know, it's just so good to see the girls having fun and playing well.
And when I say to people, I'm loving watching their netball, they don't understand, but this is what you'd like to see. And it's exciting for the future of netball, seeing these kids at under 18, they revitalize. And it's also amazing that we have all the university coaches, you know, and they're also doing talent identification for these games that are going to be played this year. I think they call them the Region 5 games. So in Lesotho, they're selecting, talent identifying some under 18s to represent South Africa there. So some who might not even make it there, but might be identified to be part of your big universities, you know?
Yeah, I was part of the Region 5 games in my first year of university in 2014 with a lot of my very good friends, and you know, I went with Coach Jenny van Dijk and we played in Zimbabwe. It was such an amazing opportunity for us. I mean, it was our first international tournament. It was so much fun, and you know, these girls get this opportunity and take it on and thrive within it. I mean, you girls have such great moments. And you know, you have something we never had, is the TV shows and the online shows or the online matches, and take it with both hands. and embrace it and enjoy every second, because your school netball and your netball after school is the most fun you're ever going to have.
Oh, wise words there, Charmaine, and I can hear the emotion in your voice when you say that.
Yeah, this is not just a sport you play because you enjoy it. It's something you play because you're passionate and you love it with every fiber of your being.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And people who are passionate is everybody who's on court now are seeing another change there from Marula. The injuries are coming in hard and strong.
Oh, that's a beautiful feed there. I get so excited with feeds around the circle, especially if they work out really well. I mean, we've only got about a minute left in this match, and the girls have been playing such great netball. I prefer the tighter games to the runaway games, you know, and this has been a tight game from start to finish. It's been a showcase of talent, and it's so great that these girls are competitive, but also you can see the friendliness on court, and you can see when someone, you know, can give a compliment to the other.
And that's sportsmanship, and that's what we want to see, and that's what we love seeing. And it mainly happens in the beautiful game of netball.
But we can get mean.
Yeah, sometimes, because it's girls, but overall netballers are nice people. And the scoreboard keeps ticking, and that score, they're tending to run away now with it, just in order to seal their final score. And there's a contest, and Cheetahs want to give their shooters another opportunity. Can they get 2 more on that score sheet? And this is very important now, with so many teams being tied and having lost or won the certain number of games. Score difference is going to be very important now, because it has to do with your rankings. So if I'm understanding correctly, there's 2 pools within under 18s, and that means in order to progress to the semi-finals, your top number 1, number 2 go. Otherwise, if you're number 3, you're only playing off for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. So you want to be, if Marula, you know Marula now has run away with it, you want to be at least number 2. And how's that going to help you if everybody has lost against Marula? You want to be the team that has a better goal average. And all your other games, you're going to make sure that you're scoring quicker and, you know.
High scoring. Yeah, it's difficult. But if you're playing like that, Marula, take a bow. It's been a beautiful game, but to the Cheetahs as well. They've been playing great netball. It's such a beautiful game that we've got here this afternoon. And, I mean, we've got 3 more games left today. If this is how we go in, like, 3/4 of the day, how are we going to end, Nikki?
Oh, I'm so excited about that. I can't wait. And that brings us to the end of the game with Marula versus Cheetahs. Marula from Limpopo again have shown their quality in netball, and they've reasserted their dominance in this under 18 divisions. Cheetahs did put up a good fight, but just couldn't make it completely in all the areas. Just weren't strong enough for the Cheetahs. So as we've seen throughout the game, at the beginning, Cheetahs or Marula already starting to dominate the game. Cheetahs tried to make it up in that championship quarter, but however proved weren't able to do enough in order to secure a win against the Marula team. At the end of the quarters, the score was a 29-18 to the Marula team from Limpopo. Stay with us as we bring you more Telkom Champs action on the Super Sport app and the DSTV channel now 245. Up next, we've got the under 19 section of Bujanala versus the West Rand. That's going to be a cracker of a game. And while we're at it, we're going to lead you to interview with Andy on the side court. Andy, over through to you.
So it was the team of Nikki Sono joined by Charmaine Bart to take us through the round 6 of the day here at Telkom. netball champs. Now I've got two players here from both sides. Also from the side of Marula, it is a side that is high on confidence as the Marula outfit from Limpopo, still undefeated this far, and of course continue that run in this under-18 division. I'm going to be chatting very shortly to one of the players from Marula. Please come a bit closer as we talk through your team's performance, because you are a team that's running like a very well-oiled machine at the moment. Your team that's running very well, you seem to know each other quite well as well, and it does show up. She's so shy. We're going to try and get her back. She did say that she doesn't like the camera, but to tell you what, cameras aside, when she's on court, she does set it on fire and make sure that she's doing her absolute best. So it might not be about television for the players, but they are getting the results is the side from Limpopo. So now moving aside from Marula's side, we're going to talk now about their opponents, the Cheetahs. They did put up quite a gallant fight in this game, but unfortunately not able to put themselves in good stead in terms of securing the results. I'm going to be joined by one of their players now, Adams, as we're going to be chatting about how the Cheetahs fared in this game, one that was expected to go the side of Marula. Fiore, thank you very much for your time. You had a very tough job today to get the goals and getting into the shooting post for your side.
Yes, I think me and my team did a really good job, even though we didn't work hard, but I think we'll try next time.
And what do you think didn't work for your team here today? Because you were playing very well in passages and getting very close to that goal margin, but ultimately not able to close it.
I think we were very fast. We only threw balls, we didn't see who we're throwing to, and that did cost us.
You sound very disappointed. I mean, it's not all lost. There's still hope for you guys in terms of getting into those semi-finals. So how do you pick yourselves up then from this result?
We'll train more and just fix our mistakes, and then we'll do better next time.
What do you think your coach is going to say to you when you get back to the bench?
She'll just encourage us and tell us it's not the end of the road and everything.
Indeed, it isn't. And congratulations on a good game. Despite the result, I think it is showing that you guys are really putting good work on court.
Yes, thank you.
That is Refilwe Adams, of course, from the side of the Cheetahs. They didn't get the result here today, but still quite a lot of work to be done for the side. She sounds very disappointed, very dejected, but they do say they're going to pick themselves up and make sure that they keep going in this competition. It's not done yet, and remember, it is the top two finishers in each pool that are going to go into the semi-finals in this under-18 division and play off potentially for the trophy in the division. So that's where we're going to end it for this game. Do stay with us. There's still 3 more to come for the day's action.
The speed of a jaguar. The reflexes of a sunbird. The strength of a diamond. They train to inspire. They play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball. The speed of a jaguar. The reflexes of a sunbird. The strength of a diamond. They train to inspire. They play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
And all the action continues at the Telkom and Netball Championships as we bring you the upcoming clash at Hoërskool Waterkloof. It really has been a beautiful day filled with bumper-to-bumper action and a total of 9 games that will be streamed live today. So do stay with us for the duration of the day as we continue to claw our way back into those playoffs and the finals that will be played on Thursday morning. Hello and welcome back. It is exciting to have you with us this afternoon. As always, I'm not alone in commentary. I am joined by my former co-pilot. We're co-piloting today, but former teammates in the SPAR national team as well, and former captain Amanda Mainhard. Amanda, lovely to be doing the second game with you today. So looking at the West Rand under-19 side, really a strong lineup. They only come with 10 players. Does that create some concern as a coach, or not really? I mean, given the depth that is expected in this competition.
Yes, I mean, for me, it's always about the strength of the bench. And if you don't have the strength, then it's fine to only have 10 players. I just think in a tournament, ideally, you want to have 12 players. You want to have the option of making some subs because the tournament can get long. So it'll be interesting to see how they do utilize their 10 players. And yeah, I've seen teams of only 9 players, so it all depends.
Yeah, and I mean, you're 100% right. You know, if the players are strong enough and conditioned to carry the match through, then absolutely no need to be looking for those possibilities in the bench. And then looking on at the Bonjanala lineup, they do come with 11 players hailing all the way from Rustenburg, and a strong shooting circle there for them. We saw that combination in Dipalesa and Palesa Tebe in the clash yesterday, and I particularly enjoyed just that understanding that they present in the shooting circle and the good communication all round. But then in that midcourt, you've got the likes of Perwe, Masegwaneng, Mutawung, and then defensively it is Mongaike as well as Mabusela that will be looking to turn ball for the Bojanala side. And immediately we get the business at hand going, and an intercept right away coming through from Bojanala.
Yes, that wing defense just timed that perfectly. And another turnover. Goal attack getting the ball back there for her side. Vestrand now easily taking that ball down, and hopefully they will get the points on the board.
Yeah, it's always interesting how quickly these teams settle down. Some just want to get on with the business and get the ball rolling, but a few others do perhaps struggle. It's been a long couple of days, only on day 3, but it's high intensity, high impact netball, so their bodies are getting a bit of a knock.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Bojanala in the shorts.
Yeah, it's quite refreshing, hey?
Yeah, something different.
Yep.
Oh, unlucky there. Just giving that ball away into the defense of the West Rand.
So there's a turnover for West Rand and the 19 side. Circle left wide open.
Oh, and the goal attack just not looking into a goal shooter right there on that second.
Yep, but that's a good offload from Common Null to Lambrecht, who sinks in their second goal.
Oh, good job, Kwesi, looking into that circle, giving that ball one-on-one to her shooter who was available straight under the post. Not much in it for either side at this moment. Just Bojanala wanting to have a go at the ring. Oh, and a beautiful intercept there by Shanae. She read that beautifully, timed it well.
Yeah, and she had good control. You know, it's one thing to get the intercept and get excited about it, but I thought that she went in there with good control, and I mean, look how seamlessly that ball moved down court. So very well done by the West Rand side, who secure then their 4th goal. No answer as yet from Bojanala. It's a tough start.
Yeah, no, definitely. They haven't managed to get into the goal circle yet. So...
Ooh, a bit of footwork there, but well picked up by the umpire. Hopefully, Bojanala will be able to make it count. 3-second call there.
Yep. Bojanala at this stage not looking confident. They're looking a bit slowly. Not sure whether they want to be here today.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you know, they have to get into it and just move on, you know, just get along with the game because there's no escaping this. It is what it is. It's been a tough couple of past months, but everyone's quite excited to, you know, get a bit of action, bit of netball coming up their way. So they do need to make it count. But I agree with you. They do look a little bit lethargic on court.
And they just got to secure the first goal to get things rolling for them. And there it
Indeed.
is.
Yep,
Well
you
done.
called it.
Well done, Palesa, for getting your team on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's rather late than never, but hopefully it's that kickstart that they needed.
Yeah, and at least they've got 5 players on the bench.
Yeah, that's a giant leap coming through from Tiama, the center of Bojanela. She's working tirelessly there.
I have to say, I enjoy Oretile's vision on the wing attack position. She's showing good vision, turning with the ball and looking into that shooting circle.
Yeah, and I think she's balancing that, goal shooting third quite nicely. There were times I saw Tiana, for example, up on top, and then she would switch over to the opposing end. So she's balancing the court nicely, and that's exactly what you expect from your wing attack.
There we go. The nerves seem to have settled for them.
There's that triangle. A quick release was needed there from Tepeng, the center of West Rand. Yep, good pickup coming through from Carmen now. And that adds one more goal to their scoreboard. So only 3 goals separating these two sides. It's still early days in the first quarter. So a lot can still happen in this game. I still feel like Bojanala is taking a bit long, going to that goal shooting third. And I don't know if it's just the defense from West Rand or what it is that's happening, because there isn't really a clear strategy, but the ball is taking way too long just to get into the third.
Yeah, and it's kind of like the shooters are hiding behind the defenders and making it tough for the feeders to find them. And I think that's also why they are holding on to the ball, because they can't see the options.
Yeah, and I mean, it baffles me because the defenders are tall. Oh, that's a great take from Uranile, the goal defense of Bojanala. But like I was saying, Amanda, I mean, the 2 shooters are not the tallest of them, so what would make sense for me is to come forward and fetch the ball. They obviously are a moving circle. I mean, you're looking at this point, they were playing outside the circle, but they can't afford to be hiding.
Yeah, definitely. And just having intensity once it's a throw-in, immediately setting up something for the shooters, giving them options.
Yeah, indeed. So West Rand back on the attack. Ball moving swiftly down court, and look at that great offload to Lambrecht. So 3 goals in it. That's good patience coming through from Uratile.
I think what's interesting is that Bojanala is using the back players on their centre pass, which allows for the wing attack to give them a drive, and you would want to see the shooters then giving them a drive as well, opening up space, but they just go into the circle and start standing still.
Yeah.
And that's where the trouble comes.
Yeah, well, I hope that they do adapt. I mean, it's only 2 goals in this match, so Bojanala is definitely a strong contender. But to your point, all the players, shooters included, have to give the options. I mean, look at that great pickup from Tiana Masekwaneng. Yeah, defensively, they're looking strong.
Yep.
There they are hiding again, but a good drive from Palesa Tebe.
And a jump into the hands doesn't seem to bother her too much.
She actually stepped in, breaking her own 3 feet. But maybe it's something that she has practiced, that she's comfortable doing.
Yep. And there you can see it again. Right now you want that shooter just to give them the option out of the circle instead of just hiding behind the defense.
Yep. So that's much better offering from Utipalesa coming forward. And look at that very clever use of her feet to defend that entire space at the back. So for the first time we get back into that equal footing. It was only in that first few seconds where it was 1 goal apiece, but now we're back to 7 goals apiece. So
yeah, and the coach just encouraging her troopers, hurry up, let's go. So it's good to see how she encourages from the side as well. I love it when the school coaches shout to their teams, Arieng. I love it. I love that word.
It's clear. It's there's no confusion about what the coach wants. They want them to move forward and get going. Oh, that's a great take. Yeah, just falling short this time, unfortunately, for Palesa Tebe. Yeah, this is good work. There isn't real defense that I'm seeing from Bojanala, Amanda, but that, is they're probably just covering the space.
Yep.
And that's exactly what they were looking for, like that clean take from Palesa
And she did read that really well. Ooh.
Bit of a split, but good balance.
She kept it.
Yeah, no, she did exceptionally well, taking her side to 8 goals apiece.
It's interesting how Carmen now is doing a lot of work in order for Kwesi to start moving to the circle. I think that's part of their plan and their tactics, and she does it beautifully. She leads high, she's always available. So I think that's working out well for them.
Yeah, because we also saw, Lambrecht quite mobile, a couple of times getting out of that circle. So I agree with you, Carmen, probably the key, linker and feeder and driver, bringing that ball through to that circle. But the ball has been turned by Bojanala, so here's an opportunity for them to get a lead. First-time lead, hopefully, in this match. I mean, look at that offload.
Good.
And they do. Dipalesa Kekana taking her side. It's the first time that Bojanala has been even if it's by 1 goal, it's still a lead.
And I have to say, Simi, they've impressed me in the last few minutes. They've really put it into a next gear and really having good energy on that court.
Yeah, that was a lovely pass from Mukekana, and Tebe makes it count. So 2-goal lead for Bojanala. This is really some exciting stuff.
And both the shooters are showing great accuracy. I think every opportunity they get, they put it in.
Yeah, and what amazes me is the fact that whether it's Kekana or Tebe, whoever has the ball and they're closer to the goalpost, they take those shots fearlessly, and that's how it needs to be. So here's a throw-in taken by Lambrecht. Oh, that's good give and go between Sepang and Lambrecht.
Yeah, and it was good movement from Lambrecht, seeing the opportunity because both defenders were caught up on Kwesi and her giving that option for them.
Yeah, a bit of contact called against Kwesi. She was defending from behind. It was a good attempt. Oh, look at that. Good take there from Asive Tangana. It's an important steal.
Whoa. Oh, man. There goes a banner. But well done for trying to keep that ball in play.
Yeah, no, they totally threw their bodies on the line there, Amanda, trying to keep that ball alive. But unfortunately, we do reach the end of the first quarter. It is Bojanala that closes off, edging just by a single point.
Yeah, it's been a super exciting quarter. I have to admit, I didn't see this coming.
Yeah.
And Bojanala have really impressed me.
Yeah, I wouldn't have called it as well. And it's what we keep talking about, the surprise provinces and how they're just stepping up and showing up in each of these matches. But for now, just to confirm that score at the end of the first quarter, it is Bojanala that is leading 10 goals to 9 of the West Rand. We'll be right back on your DSTV Now app straight after the break.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed 1 player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Wabongi Mzomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now. Welcome back to the Telkom and Netball champs. 1 quarter down in this battle up, and Bojanala's under-19 side closing off with a 1-goal lead. What an exciting first quarter performance it was, Amanda, as we looked on these two teams going pretty much toe-to-toe in that first 12 minutes.
Yes, I mean, for me, it's been really fantastic watching Bojanala come back and staying in the match, because they didn't start well. They didn't have the best start. But their shooters have just been amazing.
Yeah, no, they're totally exciting. So confident in the shooting circle. And I think more importantly, it's just the communication and the understanding that we're seeing from the Bojanala shooting circle.
Yeah, and what I like about Oretile is how she's just calming the girls down. She's composed. She doesn't make a lot of mistakes. And you always need someone like that on attack.
Yep, you do. Definitely. She is the calm in the mix of things, but unfortunately missed shot at goal there for Bojanala. But look at that, they've been putting Marine Lambrecht under a lot of pressure with those high balls, and I just feel like West Rand needs to play themselves a little bit closer to the edge of the circle and perhaps calmer offloads.
Definitely. I mean, they've got the height advantage. Just play it up to the circle, put on a hold.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think she realized that was going to be called out for handling error, but yeah, there wasn't much she could have done there, hey?
No, definitely not. And there wasn't any other player close to pick it up.
So Bojanala back on the attack. Yeah, that's good communication. You can see Oratile indicating, come forward, come fetch.
Yeah.
But what a great take yet again from Asive Tangana.
Oh. That wing defense just got away with a massive... Oh, she didn't.
No,
I was like, she was a meter offside. How did they not see that?
But yeah, no, they picked it up and well spotted by the umpire.
Oretile just running a bit of flat lines here. I think we can just get her to drive more to the ball. That would be great.
Yeah, definitely towards the ball. The times that I've done it, it has worked beautifully. See, again, nobody coming forward.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so, I think we get a lot of anxiety because we can see the setups and really you just need one person to drive towards the ball.
Oh, unlucky again there. Not managing to keep that ball in play.
Yeah, I think there's a slight disconnect in this quarter. I mean, Carmen Nell started there on wing attack and there's been a substitution in this quarter, but it doesn't look like West Rand has adapted to the change, as they are losing quite a few balls in their goal shooting third.
And I think it's just because they're forcing stuff. Once they have that wing attack in the pocket, just rather play it back and reset.
Yeah.
Try the other angle.
Yeah, 100%, Amanda. I mean, the pocket's not the greatest of places to be, but she could use it to draw the defenders away and then come back towards the ball.
The pocket is only good if you've got height advantage.
True.
Yeah.
Very true indeed.
Oh! Little bit of a scramble. It's the third time they've lost the ball there.
Third time, you're 100% right. So the last time that West Rand scored was in that first quarter. They haven't moved an inch since then. And it is Bojanala that has continued their dominance, having scored 2 more goals in this second quarter.
Yeah, and for me, Bojanala doesn't have a lot of structure in their play. They're just waiting for the next available option, and they're just keeping the ball in hand. And then they've got 2 shooters who's not missing.
But that's the worst, type of netball to try and counter. And my heart goes out, to the West Rand players. But now we see an immediate change with Carmen Nel coming back in on wing attack. Amanda,
Yeah.
what do you make of that?
I think for me, Carmen Nel has been crucial in the attacking side of the West Rand. With Kwesi not moving a lot, they use her a lot, and now she wasn't available for them. But I also see that they've made a goal attack change, and I think that has affected them massively, the wing attack and goal attack change.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll just have to wait and see if the reintroduction of Carmen Nel does yield the desired effect for West Rand, and almost immediately it has, hey?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. So almost 5 minutes later, they sink in their first goal in the second quarter. But really, that is the benefit of injecting the energy in the likes of Carmen Nel.
Oh, unlucky there. I thought that it was going to go the other way, but to my surprise, not. Oh, and a beautiful drive there from Carmen, really working that leads, and unfortunately losing the ball there.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a scramble there, and it does go in favor of Bojanala. Sure, that's unfortunate. I thought that was well set up by Nel. But umpires are closer to the action,
Oh,
so
just look at that reset and drive, eh?
yeah,
It's
no, that's
beautiful.
super.
Sneaky little bounce pass.
But what I love about that is Upalesa wasn't set for that bounce pass, but Kekana forced her. She bounced it, and Tebe knew that she had to go and chase it. But what a great finish by Bojanala.
Yeah, and I think they've got a very good understanding for each other, and where they want to put the ball into each other.
Yep, and that certainly did work. So 4-goal difference. We are exactly halfway in this second quarter, and Bojanala still ahead. They're really having a strong second quarter so far.
Seems like Bojanala is using the reset options quite a lot now, but it's okay. It makes space for the shooters to start moving.
Yep. And really, I mean, if it is working, why not? Oh, so it looks like a contact there. Also, was it a stepping error?
Stepping
Yeah,
error.
stepping. So it is West Rand in the 19 side back on the attack. Oh, that's good interplay into the circle.
And Lambrecht picking up that rebound and putting up the goal. It seems that Westland's still struggling to find their rhythm this quarter. They seem to be a little bit unsettled.
Yeah, they do seem a little bit unsettled, Amanda. They haven't really quite gotten into it. So it looks like Gabrielle Leroux has a bit of an injury, or she hadn't explained that correctly to the umpires, because the umpires obviously need to know that a substitution is being made because there's an injury. You can't just, get off court and without actually asking for that injury time and explaining that you are having a bit of a niggle.
Yeah, and Sammy, I think it's quite a challenge for the coaches to play the players according to the rules, giving each player enough court time. You have to be tactically very smart on your substitutions, which can make it challenging as well at times.
Yeah, that's true indeed. You do bring a very strong point in that, Amanda, because all the players in the teams, in the respective teams, have to have a certain amount of court time, just as a bare minimum, and that's just to make sure that they are getting the learnings and the exposure that is required. So to your point, it can become a coach's headache for whatever reason, because you always have a 7 in mind and how you may want to make those substitutions. I think the spirit of it is great, in trying to boost court time, but a coach has to have a fine balance in that regard.
Yeah, definitely. It can be a challenge.
So only 2 goals in it as we continue with the second quarter performance between these two sides. Oh, that's a clever pop over from Uratile into Palesa Tebe. Tebe elated because that ball seemed hesitant, if it was going to sink in or not.
Oh, beautiful little tip there. Oh, great patience there with the ball, just waiting for that defense.
Yeah, so, I think the reintroduction of Null on that wing attack position is really doing wonders for West Rand. And, you can already see a difference in terms of how they're bringing that ball down court.
Yeah, no, definitely, Simi. Her intelligence on the court is really showing. Her timing has been superb, and just her offering onto the ball has been really good.
Yeah, it would be lovely to, catch up with the head coach afterwards just to find out what were the reasons for making the change in the first place, in that second quarter, because coaches want different things and they'll try different things. You would know this, right? But I think what I respect is picking it up quickly when something doesn't work and then going back to trying something different.
Yeah, definitely, because you don't want to put your players under pressure by making the wrong substitutions. And a beautiful intercept there by Papalo underneath that post. She read it beautifully. It was just beautiful.
Yeah, it was exceptionally timed. So there's the quick hands yet again from Palesa Tebe. Oh, that was a lovely screen.
Yeah, that was such a good pickup.
Yeah. And Tebe makes it count yet again. I love her excitement.
Yeah.
Her energy is just so infectious.
Give it to me again. Giving herself the air punch.
Oh, yeah, I love it. So a free pass awarded then to West Rand. It's because of that offside from Tiama Masekwaneng. So still 2 goals in it. Not much separating these two teams. Although their styles of play are very, very different, the score is just a reflection, I think, of, all the action and the close competition that we are witnessing in this encounter.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's been an interesting game for me, tactic-wise. And like you said, both teams playing a totally different style.
Oh, that's a good attempt there, throwing her body on the line, Papalo Mabusela. But the ball was out of court. Look at that. I'm absolutely loving this. The energy, the focus, the dedication, chasing every single ball. But doesn't work out as, it doesn't work out for Bojanala rather, but it is West Rand that sinks in another goal. So there goes the whistle signaling that we are nearing the end of the second quarter, but there is a bit of injury time in court 1 at least.
Yep. And Bojanala using that time wisely. So important for teams now to crunch in the last few seconds of a quarter.
Yeah, definitely. Any goal that you can sink in is precious. It's very much welcome, and that's exactly what Bojanala will be looking to do. Quick balls down court, but there's no time for Palesa in this instance. She must take the penalty shot and sink it in because they don't have the luxury of time.
Yeah,
it's a penalty shot. She still can take it in. Oh my goodness.
Unfortunately, not meant to be.
Yeah.
But great for them for using that few seconds because they nearly scored 2 goals.
Yeah, exactly.
In injury time.
So indeed, it was a great finish by Bojanala. And really, I think, putting themselves ahead going into halftime, it's exactly how they would have liked to well, to have been at least at this point. So there you have confirmation of the score. Bojanala still ahead their counterparts, but we are only at half time and 2 more quarters of action remaining. But do stay with us. We'll be back with you on the DSTV Now app right after this break.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
That's colossal. Is it brilliant? Here it is.
But he's a competitor. Here we go.
They all step up. But only one team has what it takes to be champion of the world. The ICC T20 World Cup. Only on Supersport, your world of champions. Stay connected to DSTV for all the big hits and nail-biting action. Broadcast brought to you by Ram Hand-to-Hand Couriers.
Welcoming you back to the Telkom Netball Championships. We are exactly in the third quarter in this battle up between West Rand and the 19 side and Rustenburg's Bojanala side. It really has been a cracker of a match. Surprise result at the halfway mark, Amanda. I think we both admitted that we wouldn't have called it, you know, seeing Bojanala where they were at the halfway mark.
Yeah, no, definitely, Sammy. For me, West Rand has been the team who's shown composure and throughout this game. But I think what Bojanala is doing is they're using the opportunities. Every ball they get is an opportunity for them to score, and that's been the difference. It's basically the heart against composure, and it's going to be interesting to see what the end result's going to look like.
Yeah, and I mean, just spotting a change right now between, or that switch over rather, between Kwesi and Lambrecht. What do you make out of that switch over by the head coach?
Yeah, I think it's good. Lambrecht can move. We've seen that. She's quite versatile on her movement. And I know that Kwesi does like to go into the circle quite quickly. I think with Carmen, they should be okay, because Carmen will carry the ball to the circle edge. So I think it's a good change. It's a good option to use.
Yeah, so we'll just have to wait and see whether that switch over does yield the desired effect.
Yeah, for me, they've also struggled to stop the shooters in the circle. And that's been one of my concerns. So I would have maybe made a change defensively in circle just to see what it can offer.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. No answer for the two shooters of Bojanala. But I mean, look at that superb intercept that was taken by Papalo Mabusela. I don't think it was the best of offloads because Kwesi wasn't well positioned, but I don't want to take away the credit from Papalo, who positioned herself well for that intercept.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Because sometimes the positioning of a defender can force the attacker to be in the wrong position.
Yep, so here's another attempted goal. Yep.
And again, the goal shooter's putting themselves under that pressure, you know, stepping into that defensive hands. But they've managed to come away with it throughout the match.
Yeah, it did work, definitely, but it just felt for me that, you know, she's perhaps tampering with her visibility of that goal post, and that's why that shot didn't even look like, you know, she was aiming for the goal post. But somebody who is all focused and sinking those balls in is none other than Lambrecht.
Yep, definitely, and you can see her punching her heart after she shot that goal. She really wants to do this for her team.
Yeah, so a little bit of a disruption appearing on the Bojanala side of attack.
There's been quite a number of throw-ins in that corner today, hey?
Yeah, definitely.
And beautifully read there by the goalkeeper, Gabriela Leroux.
She actually blocked both shooters, you know, from coming behind for the long pass. So I thought that it was quite cleverly done by Leroux. So throw in then again for West Rand. Oh, it's actually a contact. So penalty shot taken by Ukwezi Mandili. Yeah, I do like her in that goal shoot position. I think she's connecting quite lovely with Lambrecht.
Yeah, and I think she can put on a solid hold as well for the feeders.
Yeah, so West Rand having a strong third quarter start.
Yeah, and I think they can get away with it defensively because the defenders in circle aren't that tall, so Kwezi should be able to manage the defense. Oh, and right now the shooters are struggling to get over those hands. They seem to have lost some confidence in that shooting circle. Oh, but brilliant defense in that circle again.
So Lambrecht taking another shot at goal, and really this is a great performance from West Rand. It's a good comeback in this third quarter, and I mean, look at that drive by Lambrecht. Oh, this is exceptional stuff, and West Rand still ahead. Yeah, so there's those short passes into the circle. Oh, good hands. Well picked up there. But unfortunately, I think she got called there for handling error, but loving the energy from the goal defender.
Unfortunately, stepping error there by West Rand, taking that ball down court.
I love the energy that's coming through from the defensive trio of West Rand. They're challenging every single ball. It almost seems like there was a clear instruction from the head coach at halftime, because there really has been a renewed sense of energy defensively for West Rand.
Yeah, and definitely both teams being under a lot of pressure right now. Silly mistakes creeping in on either side. Oh, Bichanelli just playing it slowly now, safely, short, up to the circle. Beautiful offload there by Palesa to her goal sheet, and she's sinking that shot successfully for them.
Yeah, I love, you know, just the accuracy from those two shooters. They haven't had too much ball, but when they do get it into that shooting circle, they make it count. So only 2 goals separating these teams, at this stage.
Yeah, and that defensive duo in that circle doing great work. They're putting those shooters under a lot of pressure.
I mean, what's changed, according to your observation, Amanda, in this third quarter for West Rand? Because I also feel like, it's a case of this quarter in Bojanela's favor, this quarter is in West Rand's favor, but something's definitely changed in this third quarter as far as West Rand's performance is concerned.
Yeah, certainly for me, Bojanela's shooters, when the quarter started, they struggled in the shooting circle. It seemed like they couldn't get that shots in, and they weren't confident to shoot. Right now, they start to pick it up again, and I think that's been the difference where they shot the whole match. Now they hesitant, and it can be because they are starting to get scoreboard focused. They now know that it's pressure, and every shot needs to count.
Yeah, and I mean, if they just stick to the game plan, like they did, especially in that second quarter, the scoreboard will take care of itself. They don't even need to worry about that. So it's just always quite interesting for me. And I mean, I know we're making assumptions or, just what possibly could be running through the players' minds.
Exactly.
But that's a much better piece of play from Dipalesa, but it did fall short. They get saved by that contact call.
Because it seemed like the hands over the ball didn't bother them. But now it looks like it might be bothering them a little bit. They might be a little bit at unease.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, at some point they were stepping in, breaking their own 3 feet, and I think we're just blown away that they're not the tallest of shooters, and they're just fearless. They're breaking the 3 feet and taking those shots. So 2 goals in it, just less than 3 minutes. 3 minutes remaining this third quarter. That wasn't the best of options. I think she's underestimating Mabusela slightly with that offload.
Yeah, and I think Kwesi just not giving them the right option there as well. She's very close to the line, so the chances of that ball going out's pretty good.
And I mean, even her body language, she had both shoulders facing in the middle of the court. If she perhaps stood to one side to defend one side and keep that side open, that may have been a better option. But you can't just stand there,
No, definitely. Just give them the T option at least.
Yeah. But they are back on the attack, the West Rand side, and that's a much better offload into Lambrecht.
Yeah, definitely. Look, the changes have worked for them, but I think they're stronger with Lambrecht in the circle.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, I think so too. Because I think Kwesi, worked as an attacking, goal attack, bringing the ball through to Lambrecht. But I think really for me also the other big change was bringing Nell back, because she does bring a sense of stability and is definitely a much stronger feeder. Yeah, so that ball turned again. Oh, it was a good attempt.
Definitely, definitely.
I wasn't sure if she actually did go offsides or not, but I mean, we on the other side of the court, right?
Yeah.
But still, that energy and that attempt was still, I think, commendable.
Yeah, no, and it does take a lot of skill to manage to intercept a ball on a circle. I mean, you will know. You've been playing there for years. It's just tough because you only have this much space.
Exactly, and you're worried about the ball, the person, and the line, So it is a lot to try and manage. She got lucky there.
And she managed to get that in on time as well.
She certainly did. So now West Rand breaking away completely from Bojanala. It is a 5-goal difference between these two sides. And really, I think if we talk about the team that has capitalized on this third quarter, it is undoubtedly West Rand.
Yeah, and just being the more composure team like we spoke about, just staying calm throughout the match.
Oh, beautiful. She faked that ball and waited for Kekana to use that baseline drive. That's the clever playing we keep talking about.
Yep, no, that was good.
And Kwesi Mandili also returns the favor and sinks an impressive goal herself, taking West Rand to 29 goals versus 24 of Bojanala. But we are at the end of the third quarter. It really was an exciting one for West Rand, who turned the tables and securing a 5-goal lead at the end of the third quarter.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Welcoming you back to the Telkom Netball Champs. If you missed out on any of the action, here's a quick recap of what went down in this battle up between Bojanala and West Rand. Amanda, we spoke about the fact that it was a case of different quarters for the teams, but how impressive was West Rand in the third quarter?
Yeah, definitely showing good composure throughout that quarter and just making very little mistakes with the ball in hand. And I think defensively also putting the shooters of Bojanala under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and they certainly got a lot of that pressure in the third quarter. We thought initially they did so well, you know, holding their own, but perhaps some hesitation starting to creep in from Bojanala. But it is crunch time. It is the final 12 minutes of this match. So Bojanala is going to have to give it everything they've got if they want to come out tops in this encounter.
Yeah, and there hasn't been any changes from West Rand that I'm picking up right now. So I think they realized whatever they've got on court is working for them.
Oh, great take from Bojanala's goalkeeper. It's a take that is much needed by the Rustenburg side. Yeah, there's that patience that we saw in that first half from this side.
You know what I like about Bojanala, Semi, is even though they're not the tallest of players, it's not, they're still using whatever they have. Like, they can make a plan even if they don't have the height advantage. Looking at them defensively, how many balls they've picked up just playing off the body. And in the circle as well. I mean, they're still managing to get that ball and to put it up.
Yeah, I think, that's a great observation. You know, the team knowing exactly what their strengths are, where they're perhaps falling short, and capitalizing on their strengths. And you're absolutely right. I mean, for me, that's the best thing to do. Stick to your game plan, use what you have, and make it count.
Yeah, and they're doing quite a number of rolls as well on attack. You can see how they're pulling the defense one way and then moving the other way.
So that ball turned around beautifully by the goal defense of West Rand. And Kwesi Mandili then rewarding her by making it count. So it's still 5-goal difference in this match. Oh,
just look at that, eh? And that's what we spoke about, you know, making that goal shooter look open and then just going for it.
Yeah, no, there was a brilliant take from Upapalo Mabusela of Bojanala.
Yeah, I love that. I love moments like that.
Yeah, that's exactly what this game is about, you know, and she set it up so well. Unfortunately, stepping error called against Dipalesa Kekana. Can't afford any errors at this point. Bojanala is trailing by 5, so every single move has to be, you know, precise to the T.
Oh, well, there you go. Another turnover.
Yeah, defenders are working tirelessly, trying to create more opportunity for their side.
Yeah, and if they can continue to do that, then we still got a game on our hands.
Indeed. It's good patience, but nobody coming forward. They have to come fetch. Balesa comes to the rescue.
Sneaky little bounce pass there.
It was almost, you know, just popped down there.
Oh. And great effort there to keep that ball in play.
A contact call there against Kekana. She did try her best.
Seems to be a bit of confusion going on there.
Yeah.
In moments like that, I will just pick up the
Just
ball
take
and play.
it. Yeah, just take it and go with it, you know.
Say
the
sorry
umpire will
afterwards.
stop you. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, just another misfeed there.
Yeah, and I think again, you know, perhaps Kwesi not giving those options there because there isn't like a definite indication or signal of where she's available.
Yeah, and once the fenders are off the shooter, it makes it hard because they're not exactly sure where to feed it. So I think good on them for doing that defensively.
So Bojanala back on the attack. There's definitely a drop in the tempo. They're just taking it easy down court. And Genana was trying that long range shot. I'm not sure.
Oh, good shot. I expected the little leap there.
Yeah, same here. I was like, I don't know if she's going to take it or not, but she did.
I was like, you need to leap to shoot it in. Please leap.
But she had different plans, and those plans worked for her.
Just look at that, eh?
Loving it. Loving it. She doesn't give up. She's chasing every single ball that comes her way. The goal defense of Bojanala. And Kwesi Mandili takes another shot at goal. So only 4 goals in this match, and I was about to say 2 turnovers or an intercept or any error that comes from West Rand, then Bojanala is back in the mix, Amanda.
Yeah, definitely. They're still not giving up, and that's great to see. Still enough time for them to do what needs to be done in order to win that match.
Yeah.
So
yep, definitely enough time for Bojanala. They just need to think very carefully and, you know, make sure that the ball does sink in when they get into that circle. Yep, penalty shot there.
What I like about their shooters is that they will play the ball out. Oh!
Gosh, it's unbelievable.
They play it, they drive to the ball, and then they create something. I like that.
I mean, what happened to those bounce passes, those cheeky bounce passes in the circle for Bojanala? Those worked, but I mean, look at this goal defense yet again, challenging, contesting, giving Lambrecht a tough time.
Definitely, just a workhorse, playing for a full match.
So it's still a 5-goal game between these two sides. Yep, an over-eager center there. It's not hers. It is West Rand's.
That definitely was a break there.
So these are the turns that Bojanala will be looking on for the remainder of this match. But it's up to them and how well they finish. Oh, that's unfortunate. 3-second call against them. Yep, that's a good finish there from Mandile. That's the difference for me in this quarter, is that Bojanala is getting the ball through to the circle, but perhaps that finish not coming together nicely in this last quarter, whereas even if West Rand is working hard to get the ball in, but they actually do sink it in at the end.
Yep, definitely. And there they go now. Beautiful finish there, but that doesn't happen with every ball.
Yeah, they need to do a lot more of that, definitely. Okay, so time called out there by Nell. So there we see that change being made yet again. And Bojanala also capitalizing on this injury time to make their own substitution at this point. I mean, this could be a case of introducing some impact players that can turn things around. Hopefully, there's only just 4 minutes in this match. How important and how effective can an impact player be, Amanda, given such little time remaining?
Yeah, I think Bojanala hasn't used a lot of impact players throughout the match. They haven't made a lot of changes. But I think once you see that intensity starts to drop, you need to make changes. That's inevitable. And for them to make a change in the middle, I think is good. Helping to get that ball into the circle and also helping the shooters and just get them to do less work and making sure that the shot goes in.
Yep, indeed. Unfortunately, a little bit of a loose ball there for Bojanala. So this, I think, could pretty much be sealing things for West Rand.
Yeah, there's a lot of scrambling going on now on both sides. And I think it's the fatigue that settles in. Players seem to get tired, they stop concentrating, and now you have this ball flying all over the show. And your best teams are the teams that can play for 4 quarters.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what you aim for. That's what you want to see from your players, that consistency for the full duration of the match. I mean, it has been a long day. The first match started at 8 o'clock and we're already in game number 7. So I don't know how many matches, some of these players have had. Could be their second game or not, but still they have to train for these conditions. They have to be able to take all the heat and make sure that that performance is consistent throughout.
Yeah, and that's where substitution becomes key, because the moment intensity drops, you need to make the changes.
Yeah, a bit of a tussle going on there, but it was off ball.
But I think that's why it's so important when you select a team to have enough options to substitute, because if you sit with 5 centre court players on the bench, it's not going to help you much.
Yeah, definitely won't. You need to have, you have thought about every single position and what options you may may be able to tap into.
Yeah, and when you select a team, it takes a lot of effort and to figure out how you can use the 12 players as best as you can.
Let's talk about that, from your own perspective. What is it that you look for when you're making your selection of 10 players or 12 players, because at that point, you would have thought about their position, but what is it that drives you? What's the push factor? What is the pull factor?
Yeah, I think if you can have a team of 12 players, ideally you want to have 4 shooters. You want to have 2 good goal shooters that's solid, and then 2 that can maybe play goal attack and goal shooter, and then you need to have at least 4 mid-court players that can play both wing attack and center, or center wing defense, and then 4 players in the circle. I think ideally that gives you enough options.
Yeah.
And then you can look at more detail, like having a moving circle, or a defender that can play tight and a defender that can play loose. So I think if you've got the option of looking at all of that at a national level, that's quite good.
That's how you want to kind of package your team. Yeah, it makes sense, because you have to be able to counter whatever it is that your opposition could bring to the table, but I'm assuming that your game plan is always going to be primary, and then everything else is also, secondary to that. But, that makes perfect sense. So, this clash pretty much done and dusted as far as the win is concerned, because West Rand has turned things around in that third quarter, and I think they just continued on that momentum going to this final quarter.
And to me, if we look at the third quarter, when West Rand did make the substitutions, yes, they did lose ball in hand. It costed them the points.
Yeah.
But then looking at them now, Look at them now. Look at the scoreboard margin. So
Yep.
they gave it up just to do this.
Indeed.
So
Indeed, but there's just a few seconds remaining on the clock. But really, I think Bojanala was there. They sniffed the victory, but just not able to hold on to it for the full duration of the match. Regardless, you know, there will be a few takeaways like that superb shot from Mutipalesa Kekana, who has certainly been standing out in this game. But yeah, they didn't give up. They fought hard for, you know, for the full match, but again, some areas of concern, especially the consistency side of things. But really, I think they should be proud of how they showed up.
yeah, I think just it was a clever play by West Rand using their bench wisely.
Yeah, definitely.
The other team didn't use their bench that well.
Yeah, so it is all about the tactics that all the coaches do implement at the end of the day. But a big congratulations must go out to West Rand, who do come out the victors in this particular encounter. And a good attempt nonetheless for Bojanala. But yeah, it was a great match. And do stay with us. There are still 2 matches coming up your way on the DSTV app as we continue to bring you more action from the Telkom Netball Champs.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
We welcome you back here at Hoërskool Waterkloof. It is round 8 of the day. It has been a long day here. And as we continue with the Telkom Netball Championship. And up next, it is the Diamonds under 17 up against Ikhala under 17 as we see the teams lining up for the umpires. We'll go through the starting lineup of the Diamonds. It is Delaray on that goal shooter position. We've seen her, we've seen how accurate she can be, and also the dynamics it brings in that shooting circle. Creativity is something that Kelly Lee Bernard of Ikhala is going to have to work around. We saw also Adri on that goal attack. But before we go into the Diamonds and the starting lineup, this is what took place today. Tshwane Mangawong in the first round. Tshwane winning, NMB winning that victory over Johannesburg. And also Capricorn winning against Pixley A. Delta, a comfortable win against Impala under 18. Tshwane B 34-8. 38-34 against Vembe, and also Marula against the Cheetahs, a comfortable win also, and Cheetahs losing there 18-29. And we still have a lot of action to do. This is round 8. We still have one more round to go today. And as we about to start this game, we just want to go through the starting lineups again. Diamonds, Mika Delaray, goal shooter. Adri on that goal attack. Noluvo, Ty Bosch on wing attack. Marley on center. Nikisha on wing defense, and those defensive duo will be Klassen and Ral on goalkeeper goal defense. And for Ikhala, Rachel will start in the goal shooter position with Ubuhle Bukolo, and wing attack is Bahlokwa, and center Danielle, and wing defense Dekok, goal defense goalkeeper it is Kaylin and Kerry Lee. That is for this. That is the starting lineup of Ikhala.
as we are about to get underway in this encounter. It's going to be a very exciting game between the two sides. We've seen the Diamonds before. We saw that their strength is around, that it's in the shooting circle, and also that wing attack, bringing that ball down, is something that, you know, they do very well. And not forgetting that defensive duo of Claessens and Ral. Also some players to watch. So I think it's the first time doing Ikala together, Shamaine.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Ikala perform here, especially the under-17s. I think it's going to be a great matchup. I've heard good things, and I've seen some snippets here and there when you walk around and you're able to see some games. But, you know, I think this is going to be a great match. And I know the girls are tired. I know their bodies are tired. But I know that, you know, something happens when you start on court, and all of a sudden all that tiredness and exhaustion, it just disappears.
Yeah, it has to disappear. I mean, you need to bring your all here. I mean, we've been in tournaments where you play 3 games, 15 by 4. I mean, that's intense. Imagine you're all the way from PE, and then you go and play in Pretoria. Climate change, everything just works against you. You can't even breathe, and you end up playing 2-3 games a day. And those are not just easy matches. I mean, you play against the strong teams that going toe to toe. So it's going to be very exciting to see these girls really play for the entire week. I mean, I think we're on the 3rd day. We still have 2 more days to go. So we're almost done, ladies. And this is what senior netball is all about. So we know we're giving them a taste of what is still to come in the few years when they get selected for the national teams or for the provincial teams. You know, when they go for that national championship. So this is 70% or even 60 of one respect.
No, I mean, we've both been in those tournaments where you play 3 games a day, and then afterwards you literally walk off court, but you're kind of dragging your body with you. And as you said, you know, it's different environment, different climate, and that's something to get used to. But your team expects you to get used to it by the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yes, Shamaine, as we get ready, the girls are ready. Ikala under 17 up against the Diamonds. It's going to be exciting. I can't wait. The girls also can't wait. So it's going to be, I'm thinking it's going to be toe-to-toe. Up until maybe the 3rd and 4th quarter.
Let's call it, yeah.
Let's call it like that. We don't want to see one-way traffic here.
No.
No,
we like the interesting games. We want to be on our toes. We want to be on the edge of our seats. Those are the best games to watch, though.
Yeah, we want to jump, and I'm holding your shoulder. So animated, yeah. It's fun here at Hoërskool, Waterkloof. If you're not here, don't worry. We've got you. Just go on the DSTV app now and catch us live there. We're streaming live. We're taking netball to you at home. Come watch your kids. Come watch your cousins, your sisters, your friends. Come support them. And this is all the netball, the action that we've been bringing here at the Telkom Netball Championships. That was good hustle there from the goalkeeper of Ikala. And the Diamonds are the team playing in the yellow bibs, and Ikala are playing in the blue bibs. And Diamonds are currently shooting now, and that is Minka Delaray, the shooter, who is the most accurate in the team. She's the one to watch for.
Oh, Nontle, did you see that space of Minka that she held? She showed Adrine, you know, I'm here, I'm available, but unfortunately not looking into the circle quick enough. But still, they got that ball in there.
Yeah, and Adrien also taking that long shot. And the 2-0 is the score in favor of the Diamonds. And the Diamonds on attack. Center, Marley, completely unmarked. And Adrine again. No. Beautiful deflection and pick up there from the goalkeeper of Ikala, and this Kerry Lee Bernard.
It's just the ball placement there from the wing defense, Mika de Kok, to her goal defense, Caitlin Thatcher. You know, I think it was a bit too behind the player.
Yeah, the placement was not accurate there. Same as this one. I mean, I think, yeah, it was overly cooked. Oh, shame. I think she blinked. It happens. When you blink, you think you've got this ball, you've secured it, but no. But another opportunity for Ikala to get a turnover. There was a miscommunication there. We saw the goal defense, Caitlin, I mean, moving away, opening that tummy of Adrene, and I think that was the downfall there in that goal shooter. In that defensive unit.
Yeah, no, it was a great play by the shooters, but you know, no one spoke to one another again. We always speak about that communication, and that just didn't come through. But great backup there from Delare for her goal attack Noluvo. You know, that was a good pickup.
Yeah, that was a good pickup there by Noluvo, the wing attack, and Minka picked it up. And I always like that, you know, when you see that your partner is about to step off court or offside, and you go, a sense of urgency is everything, because you want to make sure that you pick up each and every loose ball.
Oh, I love it when they chase those loose balls. Even until it goes out of court, you know, there's someone chasing that ball, but that shows me there's urgency in the team.
No, she's struggling to shoot that ball. Bukolo. I mean, she had about 2-3 chances, and you can see that the ball is in the right direction, but just the technique and the power also, you know, that is lacking on that ball.
All it needs is a little bit of a lift out of her legs.
Another opportunity for Ikala. Oh, I think she took too long to pass because there were people available.
And that's just your own doubt creeping through. No, you can't pass that pass. But next time, just take it and, you know, pass it to your partner.
Too much space there for the wing attack, Noluvo.
Is it just me, or does the court look bigger?
No, it's because the Diamonds know exactly how to position themselves. They complement each other very well. They balance the court. They're not crowding, and that's why it looks so big.
No, definitely true. I can see how well they're working together, and it's such a joy to watch.
Much better transition for Ikala. Beautiful offload there by the wing attack, Bashokwa Tsimane. And they lose yet another opportunity there. I think this is a fourth ball for Ikala. And I mean, we should be sitting on 4-0 right now.
No, definitely. They've had many a chance. It's just that finishing of the goals and the turnovers, you know, it's unfortunate, but it's something they can still fix. Game is long not over yet.
Oh! Oh, that's unfortunate there by Delare. I think she thought she had enough room.
I thought she had enough room.
And you know what? That is the thing. When you position yourself closer to the line, you tend to, you know, to limit yourself. And that's what happens when you get that ball. I always say, you know, give yourself room so that you can just run into that space and get that ball.
No, definitely. I couldn't agree more. You know, as a shooter, my coach has always said, give yourself space. You're going to limit your space on the line. And it's dangerous to play on the baseline sometimes.
It is dangerous as we see the Ikala on attack. You see swinging that ball over to the wing attack. Bashokwa Mitsane and Rachel misses an opportunity, but she does get another one. She needs to convert this. They're still sitting on 0. Yes, she does. It is 4-1. That's the first goal for Ikala. And it was their center pass, so it was a good one. Good decision there by the umpire. Oh, beautiful space and beautiful offload there to the goal attack, Ubuhle Bukolo.
Yeah, the wing attack just waited a tad bit longer and allowed it to come into the circle. That was great patience exercised by the wing attack.
Second goal, consecutive goal for Ikala, and it's their center pass. I think they're picking up the pace. Yes, the wing attack is always alone. Good pick up by Danielle Honeyball. Yes. Oh yes, Ikala, third consecutive ball. It is looking good. It is 4-3 now, only trailing by 1.
That was great work by the shooter. I mean, she pulled out the circle and left open a completely empty circle for the goal attack to enter into. That was great work by the team there.
And there's another conversion there by the goal attack. 5-3 is the score. I think we've been talking about this. I mean, every time when there's no one driving in, I mean, you'll be forced to pass those diagonal long balls, you know. So someone really needs to make a decision. Center wing attack should never be behind their partners. They need to be in front. Because once you go and settle or stand at the pockets, you are creating intercept for the opposition. The goalkeepers marvel over those long diagonal passes in those pockets. So I always say to people, try to get away from the pocket, come and fetch the ball. Make it difficult for them to, you know, to intercept.
I mean, if you're waiting in the pocket, you're boxing yourself into one space, and that's exactly what you want to prevent. And we also said, don't force that ball, play it back, reset the ball, play it to your defense on the line. I think that's the safer option.
Good pick up there by the goalkeeper, Kerry Lee of Ikala. No one's driving. Like I said, they're all hiding behind their partners. To give and go, Danielle and Caitlin. Oh, that was risky. Oh, yes. Good call there by the umpire. It was stepping. I think she realized that I got the ball, but I also wanted to.
You know, it's a great pass that we saw. Very risky, as you said. But, I mean, sometimes it's worth the risk.
Yeah, sometimes it's worth the risk. And, you know, when you get that ball, you want to make sure that you convert it. But I understand it was a very tricky situation there by Rachel. And they do get another opportunity. That was a beautiful pickup from the keeper, but she was outside. It's like I'm watching soccer. You're outside, but, you know, you're trying to keep the ball in.
Great hustle, though, from her, you know, and that's what you wanted. I'm just sorry for her that there wasn't anyone from her team to pick up that ball.
Yeah, it was great hustle there by the goalkeeper, goal defense of the Diamonds. Good hustle from the keeper. I mean, look at that height.
Yeah.
She should have just, she could have just popped it over.
I saw the pop from here. You saw the pop from here. But I think that comes eventually with a bit more trust, with a bit more game time.
And also, we saw the pop, I mean, from up here. So, yeah, different angle, different situation.
Different perspective.
Different perspective. So, she probably didn't see it. Goal attack of Ikala Ubusebokolo. Always driving, I mean, always unmarked inside the circle and getting that ball comfortably there. Maybe she should try to work the base.
Yes.
Because it seems like she knows how to create space. She knows how to dodge. She does. I mean, we just spoke about it right now.
She heard us.
She did.
There must be a mic down there as well, or a speaker that says what we say. But that was great work, and she is strong on the base, so that's something she should utilize a bit more. But let's see if the Diamonds can reciprocate.
Contact called against the goal defense, Caitlin.
Oh, that was a great rebound taken there by Kerry Lee. She's been really good on the rebound. She's positioning perfectly.
Perfect. I think she's the first goalkeeper that I've seen who knows how to position herself well for those rebounds. It was a perfect pass. I don't think the goal attacker Bukolo was ready for that ball.
I think she saw it a bit too late.
Also, she positioned herself closer to the line, right at the baseline, so she didn't have room to actually, you know, step into and get that ball. Oh, brilliant hustle there from the goal defense, Caitlin. Yes, much better play there by Delaray to Adrene. 6-8. The Diamonds are leading by 2 goals. And it's just 15 more seconds to go in this quarter. And let's see if the Ikala can bridge the gap. Maybe they can squeeze the last goal. Oh, yes, we see that Ubuhle Bukolo. Yes, brilliant drive there. She is so brilliant in creating space and also, you know, finding her position right there inside the shooting circle.
Yeah, that was great play by Bushle, but great communication between her and the shooter. If it wasn't for the shooter that pulled out, there wouldn't have been that space created. Wonderful communication, but she has been amazing in creating opportunities in that circle.
Beautiful offload to the goal attack. Adrene from Unoluvo. They still have more time. I think we do have extra time. We see Rachel driving outside the circle, creating space, and then she moves into that baseline. That was a beautiful play there by the goal shooter, Rachel of Ikala. And it's still a 1-goal difference between the two sides. As we come to the end of the quarter, it is Ikala, the Diamonds, who are leading this match by 1 goal. It is toe-to-toe like we did expect, and it is very tough, especially in that shooting circle of the Diamonds. I mean, they've seen that the 2 defenders, Caitlin and Kerry Lee, are really giving them the hard time. I like the contesting that is happening there, but one player that really stood out for me from the Diamond, it is Minka Delaray and Adrene on that goal attack also. But Buhle Bukolo, for me, is the instrumental player for Ikala. But it's still early to say who's going to take this between the two sides. We still have 3 more quarters to go as we go to the coaches, just to hear what they are saying to their troops.
Every time the shooter is just standing in not like this, just trying to the back, okay? Very well. You guys must make sure that if you are standing for a authority to also ball, you must make sure you take the ball. Okay. I know you guys were nervous when we started now, but there were too many beach balls that we just slipped through our hands. Okay. So for this quarter, we focus to catch each and every ball.
Yeah, we can't hear what the coach is saying. I want to know what the coaches are saying to their teams, especially if the match is too tight. You know, So we couldn't hear what the coaches were saying to their players, you know, and it's always interesting. I always want to be a fly on the wall.
I wish I was.
Just to hear what they're saying, especially when the match is too tight. You know, you want to hear what they're saying, and you want to hear their new strategy and all that. And I'm hoping maybe halftime we'll be able to listen to both coaches and just to hear exactly what the direction and the plan is going to the next quarters. As we get underway in the second quarter, it is Ikala on attack. Yes, and that is Rachel who takes the first goal, and they're now sitting on 9-all. Between Ikala and the Diamonds.
Oh, look at Kerry Lee taking her first bite of victory there. Coming in with a beautiful intercept for Ikala. She's been really good all match so far.
I think, you know, the way she positions herself is so great. She knows how to put pressure. And she is, you know, controlling where the goal shooter should go. I mean, she wants the goal shooter to go. She's creating more intercepts for herself. That's a very intelligent player there, that Kerry Lee Bernard of Ikala. Good pick up there by Ral, the goalkeeper of the Diamonds.
Oh, just another unfortunate miss there at the end of the diamonds. I think the pressure of the defense of Ikala is coming through, you know, and it's adding some pressure to every single shot they're taking.
Oh, that pressure, that wall of defense there being applied by the diamonds. I mean, you can see that the Ikala attacking side is so confused. They don't know what to do, and that's why they are so all stuck there. And no one is driving forward, but someone needs to move. I always say when you're all confused and you feel like you don't know where to go, keep on moving.
Yeah, and I think it's just a testimony to the great defense of these three. They've done it yesterday and they're doing it now, so that was just great defense. But again, Buhle coming through, playing fantastic netball.
Well, 10-all is the score between these two sides. We did call it. It was going to be toe-to-toe between the Ikala under-17 and the Diamonds under-17. As we see the Diamonds building that ball up, the patience around there, and then they find Adrene in the shooting circle, and she converts it.
She has been shooting so well this match.
She has been, you know, and also as a goal attack, I mean, you do a lot. You defend, you attack, you fetch, you sweep, and she also takes those balls. So it's quite impressive. I mean, we spoke about the attack, the goal attack, who we've seen in South Africa that all of a sudden they are the playmakers, and sometimes you find half time they're sitting on 100%. And you know, and you like, I mean, don't you get tired? Where is this accuracy coming from? And we like that because we can see that they are very creative and they're also hungry, you know, for the game. And they tend to be playmakers now. I mean, if you watch the Varsity Cup or the TNL, you would have seen that most of the playmakers from the team are mostly goal attackers.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? I think goal attacks have to be some of the fittest players on court. You have to attack, you have to defend, and then you have to have enough breath left to actually take a shot.
Good offload there to the goal shooter, Rachel. And Ikala takes the lead in this second quarter. Buhle on attack to Danielle. Bashokwa, the wing attack, and we see a beautiful screenish. It was not completely a screen, it was a screenish. They were not even aware that they were, you know, setting up a screen there.
That's sometimes the best type of screens, if you don't even realize you're doing it, but it works out perfectly.
Ikala are leading this encounter. Oh, yo, that was a brilliant pass. And look at her. She is so confident.
And I mean, if you get fed those amazing balls and you just have that confidence up already to take those shots, why not take it? Why not just be confident?
Yeah, I'll also take, if I was feeling myself, I'll take them. But yeah, I mean, I'm a 1% kind of shooter, you know.
You know, sometimes 1% is all you need, no?
And they kind of putting their foot on the accelerator right now. And it's getting tougher and tougher for their defenders to intercept against the two shooters. But we see another turnover here for Ikala. I think the second quarter, they're playing a much better netball, more controlled. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, they're taking their time. They're not rushing their passes.
Yeah, and it makes such a big difference if you're just a bit more patient, not always pass on the first, second, and just take your time, allow your teammates to actually complete their movements or to actually make a movement. So well done, Onikala, for actually practicing out that exercise of patience.
Buhle Bukolo wanted to do a give and go with Itzemane Basokwa. Yes, and Rachel and Buhle Bukolo combination is getting stronger and stronger. Good pick up there by Bahlokwa.
Oh, those are free passes with those silly contact errors there in the circle from the defense. You don't want to make those type of mistakes in the circle.
No. You don't want to give either your shooters a second chance as a defender, and as a defender, as a shooter, you don't want to give the defenders a chance for rebound. So, especially in the shooting circle, it's too risky. We saw that step coming. Yeah, good pressure there by the Diamonds. They take it down. See the wing attack of the Diamonds, Noluvo, high up, and she is at the edge of the circle right now.
How did she get there so fast? She was right on the other side, sped across court. Well, that's agility for you.
Yeah, that's agility. And also, I mean, her finding proper spaces to get that ball. Look at them, center wing attack in the same spot. And where are their partners?
That was my question to you. I was going to ask, where are the defenders?
Yeah, the Diamonds, they have the center pass now. I think they're coming back. Oh, that was a beautiful pass there to the goal shooter of the Diamonds, Minka Delaray.
But Marley Creek, the center, she's been passing those the whole game. She's got that confidence and trust in herself to pass those balls, and that's a certain type of skill.
It is, but now my concern is, what is Danielle Hannibal doing about it?
How is she going to counter that?
Yeah, because now she's been passing those long, accurate passes. It means that there's not enough pressure on the center.
Yeah, there's no hands over her passes. No, just, I mean, pressure. There's no pressure.
Still 3 minutes to go before the end of the second quarter. I think it is Ikala who are in charge. As you see that accurate pass, I mean, it's easy. Once you get to the edge of the circle, it's easy to find your shooters. So pressure needs to be applied by the Ikala defensive unit from the center, wing defense, goal defense, and not to allow her to think that the keeper, who's really been working well, Kerry Lee, and also Caitlin, not taking away anything from her, but I think that pressure really needs to start in that center third already.
Yeah, we've always said it's a team defense. You can't just expect the defenders to come up with all the intercepts if there's no pressure.
Patience from the Diamonds. Pressure, yes. Ooh. Oh, that was an amazing offload again there to Adrene.
Those two know each other really well because Marley keeps looking for Adrene. So that's a connection that should actually be broken by the Ikala defenders.
Yeah, they know each other very well. And as we see Rachel taking the shot. And she does, taking the Ikala team to 18 goals to 16. Still a very close game between these two sides. Always that center wing attack of Ikala, always the Diamonds always together, but Danielle spoils the party and grabs a brilliant intercept.
We just asked, where's the pressure on the pass? And now there is pressure on the pass, and that's exactly what we wanted to happen.
But we don't want to see that pressure of the pass for like 2 minutes. We want to see it for the entire 12 minutes. So it is consistency that we're asking for. We know that the girls are capable of doing it, and we know we've seen it, but it's just not consistent. If we've seen it once, it doesn't mean that you're doing it. It just means that you're not consistently doing it. It's not at the back of your mind all the time.
It's as if you remembered it all of a sudden.
Yeah. So it's something that we'd really like to see constantly from Ikala. Rachel using that baseline. Oh, she must really lift the ball. Just lift it a little bit.
It just needs to come out of her legs. That's all that needs to happen. The angle is there.
Long pass. Look at that court, and that's why you said earlier, why does the court look so big? It's because of space creativity there by the Diamonds. I think they know how to balance the court.
They make it look as if there's 4 or 5 meters extra on the court.
Just a few seconds to go before the end of the second quarter. As we get to the end of the second quarter, it is now the Ikhala team who are leading the Diamonds by 2 goals. And we did say it was going to be a closely contested game. We saw in the beginning of the match, the first quarter, that the Diamonds were leading, but also I think by 1. In the second quarter, the Ikhala took the lead and leading by 2 goals. We still have that championship quarter, that exciting quarter that everyone always talks about, and it tends to change things around. I don't know, we've spoken about this, me and Simi, that something psychologically happens to all the players when it comes to that third quarter. But you know what, you still have 24 minutes of exciting netball here at the Hoërskool Waterkloof, and it is the 3rd day of the Telkom Netball Championship. But you know what, so much fun and so much excellence and talent here at Hoërskool. So please don't go away as we bring you more action.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
That's colossal. Is it brilliant? Here it is.
But he's a competitor. Here we go.
They all step up. But only one team has what it takes to be champion of the world. The ICC T20 World Cup. Only on Supersport, your world of champions. Stay connected to DSTV for all the big hits and nail-biting action. Broadcast brought to you by Ram Hand-to-Hand Couriers.
Well, we welcome you back here at Waterkloof Hoërskool, and the 3rd day of the Telkom Netball Championships. As we are watching this clash between the Ikhala and the Diamonds under 17. If you've just joined us at home, you missed 24 minutes of exciting netball between the two sides. We saw in that first quarter the Diamonds taking the lead, and in the second quarter the Ikhala changed gears and came here and with a different game plan, and they closed off the second quarter with a 2-goal lead. And as we now starting the third quarter between the two sides, this is the championship quarter and most important quarter in the netball game. It is stepping called against Rachel of Ikhala. That's not a good start.
Not really, no. I would have preferred if she actually took it without the stepping, But we see just a couple of changes on court, but none we didn't expect. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen in this third quarter. Don't we love a close match?
I love a close match. I mean, it keeps us on our toes. And sometimes you feel like you one of those goals there.
Yeah.
And I mean, we touch each other, we pull each other here because, you know, the nerves. Not only the coaches are, you know, jumping off their chair, we also here as commentators, you know, we also jump off our chairs because it is exciting. Oh, now that was a good intercept there by Marley.
Yeah, great take there. And that's one of those moments where we can, you know, be excited with all the girls. Fantastic take. We've seen a couple of great intercepts on both sides for both teams.
And the Diamonds take the lead. So that means that the Diamonds shot 3 consecutive goals in this quarter and nothing yet by Ikala. Oh!
That was a beautiful goal.
I mean, they came back in this third quarter. They have intentions. They want the Ikala to know that they are really not going to let this game go without a fight. 4 consecutive goals in favor of the Diamonds in the first 2 minutes of the game. Another lost opportunity there by Ikala. And Diamonds on attack. Goal defense completely unmarked. Muhle Bukolo needs to to defend. She's a goal attack. You need to put pressure on those goal defense, wing defense when they're attacking, because you have one person who's free who can handle the ball as many times as, you know, as they want, because they're not marked.
A give and go is such a great way to get into a space, and if you don't defend your goal defense and wing defense when they attack, that's exactly what they're going to play. They're going to play the give and go.
That was a good patience there from the wing attack of the Diamonds. The new wing attack, Noluvo, is now sitting this one out. Just waiting for confirmation of the new wing attack of the Diamonds. Good take there by the wing defense. Nikisha, brilliant take. I don't know what's happening here. It's like I'm looking at the different team, the Diamonds in this third quarter, or maybe, you know, because remember they did lead in that first quarter by 1, and this is the third quarter. Maybe this is the comfortable side. Maybe the shooters, could be that. Maybe this is my favorite pole. You know, this is my favorite side.
But that's a thing. That's a real thing for a shooter. There is a post you prefer to another one, and I don't know why it happens. It's as if there's a twist in the one or something that you don't like. But I'm really impressed so far with the Diamonds' start here. Again, I wish we could hear what the coach had said to them.
I also want to hear stepping error there called against the wing defense of Ikala. And you know what? Yes, I know we're talking about the pole and the preference when it comes to the shooters. You know, they prefer certain pole, and that's why sometimes you can see that they're shooting well, they're playing well. But it's not only the shooters who are doing well from the Diamonds. The defenders, the wing defense. I mean, she took a brilliant wing. I mean, intercept, the goal defense. Everyone, all hands on deck. So, okay.
We both
that
saw
was
that.
cha-cha-cha right there.
At least we know she can dance too.
Oh,
wow.
What a take!
That's what we were looking for from Ikala. We were waiting. We're in the 4th minute and we only saw it now.
Yeah, but what I don't want to see is them forcing those long balls. I just want them to build it up. The same strategy they used in that second quarter.
They were very patient, very calm. But, I mean, thoroughly deserved intercept. That was a brilliant take by Caitlin. And she's been doing it throughout the game.
Timing, everything, execution, elevation. Whoa, another lost opportunity by Ikala. Look at how quickly that ball gets into the shooting third of the Diamonds.
And again! That was such a beautiful take.
Caitlin, you're lekker ding.
Ja nee, Caitlin, jou lekker ding. Daai was fantasties.
Listen, she came out of nowhere. out of nowhere, and the same movement, the same intercept. Brilliant. Look at that. Out of nowhere. Brilliant. 45-degree and intercept. That's exactly what you want. We always say that as coaches. That was well timed there by the goal defense.
That is textbook intercepting.
Yes, and it takes Ikala to their first goal after 5 minutes. After 5 minutes of play, they sink in their first goal in the third quarter. So it is really good work there put by the Diamonds.
Shows you what kind of pressure the Ikala shooters are under, because the Diamonds are pressing and defending from down here all the way through to the shooters.
Good dodge by the wing attack of Ikala. 2 against 1. This would have been a brilliant time to do a screen. Oh,
and see, that's heartbreaking. There was an opportunity for a screen and then a stepping error, but thankfully Danielle, she picked that up for them. She brings it back.
Yeah, there are no leads in the shooting circle. Someone needs to, you can't give a give and go and then remain in the same position. I mean, what's the purpose of the give and go?
To move closer.
Yes, and then if you feel like your defender is right behind you, then run off court. It's like the girls are not using that rule. Oh! No, this is becoming the battle of the centers now.
I can't remember when last we saw so many intercepts.
Yeah, it is exciting. You can see the girls really pushing.
Good rebound though.
No. Oh, now that was a devastating shot. There by Rachel. Now it's a third chance.
Third.
In a minute. She still doesn't sink it.
Fourth.
They really need to make sure. You can see also she's, that confidence is starting to, to go down. And Ubuhle Bugolo will convert that for the side, 22-25. Only trailing by 3. Pressure, we see the wing attack of Ikala trying to put pressure there on the ball.
But the feeds are so accurate. I mean, it's a great example again of the commitment and the communication in that side.
You know why the feeds are so easy? The keeper is positioning herself behind the tall shooter, so you don't stand a chance.
No.
So if she can dance and create that illusion that she's not there, the same thing that we've seen from Caitlin, the goal defense, she's hanging loose, and that's why she was able to get those 2 intercepts.
Yeah, definitely.
23-26 is the score between the 2 sides. The Diamonds are leading Ikala by 3 goals as the Ikala side gets another opportunity. No one driving, everyone is standing. They find the wing attack. Danielle on center, give and go with Ubuhle Bugolo on the goal attack. Ubuhle, yes, that was a brilliant, better option there, Danielle. Clever play. Delore, Rachel really needs to step up on that goal shooter position. The only thing that she needs to do is just to push that ball.
No, definitely. I mean, she's got all of the skills. She just needs to get back her confidence.
No one is coming for the goal, the center pass, but Caitlin does the goal defense, the agile, exciting goal defense of Ikala. I mean, they're doing well. They took a turnover, and now they're trying to close that gap. No!
They can be very lucky that Adrinea has such long arms.
Yeah, they're very lucky there. I mean, I wouldn't have forced that ball against the 2 defenders. Even though they're short, you don't want to put your shooter under a lot of pressure.
Couldn't agree with you more.
So the new goal shooter is Adriana van Rensburg for the Diamonds. and she replaced Minka Delaray, and the wing attack is Annika. That replaced Nolovo. And for Ikala side, we see the new wing defense replacing de Kock is Dupreez. So only one change for Ikala and 2 for the Diamonds. Yeah, that was brilliant. Good pickup. Oh, there was some soccer there too. Eh?
But great pickup there for the Diamonds again, and Adrina just continuing, you know, nothing affecting her at the moment. She's playing really good netball. Oh, she was alone. Goal defense nowhere to be found. Great move by Bushle. That's what we saw from her in the first quarter.
Yeah, that's what we saw, and she started. I think it was the second quarter, or maybe towards the end of the first quarter as well. And you know, in this third quarter, she hasn't. You know, she's hiding. I'll say she's hiding. She needs to come out again. We want to see her. We miss that exciting, creative Bushle.
Yeah. So let's get you back, girl.
Let's get you back. 2 goals is the difference between the two sides. No, there's not a chance.
Oh my goodness, that's unlucky.
Oh, that's unlucky there for the goal defense. Klassen of the Diamonds. And as we come to the end of the third quarter, it is the Ikala, the Diamonds, who are leading 29-27, and Ikala are still battling to close that gap. It's still a 2 goal difference between the side, and as we go into the fourth quarter, it's going to be very interesting to see what the coach of Ikala does. I mean, we've seen that the ball now is getting into the shooting circle, but Rachel, the shooter, the main shooter, the girl who was really sinking them in the first half, is really struggling in this third quarter. So maybe an inclusion of a new shooter will be something that the coach might be looking at, because the girls are really working. Caitlin and Kerry Lee are really working well, and it's just that the sinking and the conversion rate is dropping for the Ikala side. But for the Diamonds, they are still sitting on a 2-goal lead as we are about to go into the fourth quarter. It's going to be very interesting to see how they finish off, and I'm hoping for a very strong finish from both sides. We did call it was going to be toe-to-toe, and as we are excited to see what these two teams are going to bring.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
It's the last 12 minutes of this encounter between the Diamonds under 17 and Ikala. And it is the Diamonds who are leading Ikala by just 2 goals as we get underway in this fourth quarter. Stepping error call against Marley, and she's laughing. She wasn't expecting that ball.
I think no one was expecting that ball to go to her. But I'm really excited to see what's going to happen in this fourth quarter. I'm so glad we got our wish of a tight match. So let's see what happens.
We see a new shooter. That means that Ubuhle moved to the goal shooter position, like we call it. We
Yep.
did call it because we saw that Rachel was struggling to sink balls. The balls were getting into the shooting circle, but they were not converting them. So the coach did hear us, and Ubuhle was moved to goal attack to goal shooter. From goal attack to the goal shooter position, and we do have a new goal attack. So it's going to be very interesting to see. And the new goal attack was the wing attack of Bahlokwa Tsemane. So quite an interesting call. I mean, we've seen that we are aware that goal attacks to centers centers wing attack can play goal attack. But it's going to be very interesting to see if she can convert, because that was what was missing from the Ikala side in that third quarter.
Yeah, no, I think she's going to bring something else to the court, but let's see if she can convert those goals, if she has to take them. Oh, replay.
Yeah, that was a clever call clever move by the wing defense of Ikala. Dupree's. Yeah, play the ball short. Temane with Danielle. Yes, brilliant move there by Ubuhle Bukolo.
The only thing that has to happen from Temane is she just has to sweep the circle. That's all she has to do, is play open that circle so Buhle can actually get that ball in the space.
And that's it. That's what we've been calling for, you know, and especially if you are a goal attack, that's what you are supposed to do. Make sure you confuse the defenders. You try to pull them away from the main shooter. So you kind of do a dirty job.
Oh no, very, very, very dirty.
Look at that base drive there by Zemane. Oh, she does.
Yes, girl.
She does
We
convert
like
that.
it.
That is what we're looking for. 31-31. It is that tight match we've all been waiting for, calling for between the two sides. Oh, brilliant feed to the goal attack. Adrene.
No, again, Marley finding Adrene way too easily in that circle.
I'm still saying, I mean, if you're positioning yourself behind her, you don't stand a chance.
Yep.
Try and dance, and also just keep on moving, keep on repositioning yourself. Good pickup there from the Carrie Lee. I think she's very, she's a very hungry goalkeeper. I mean, she's always on her toes. That's what you're looking for, for a goalkeeper. It was not on. There was no one available. I did see.
Yeah.
Everyone was hiding, or they were starting to dodge at that time when she was ready to offload the ball. But they must try and win this one in. But the Diamonds are still leading. And they're now on attack. Same script. We've seen that over and over again. And you know what? Caitlin has been working tirelessly on that goal defense position. She needs help. You can see that the height also, height disadvantage, and that goal against that tall Adrene. What do we need to do? We need wing defense to put pressure on these passes.
Yes.
Did you see that there was absolutely no pressure on that wing attack?
But there hasn't been a lot of pressure. Like you said earlier, when Danielle did it once, it doesn't mean she's been doing it the whole match or that she's going to be doing it again. And I mean, it's a frustration for the defenders in Caitlin and Kerry Lee. I can understand that. So someone needs to take that ownership and start to defend and put the pressure on.
Yeah, I would like to see the wing defense and the center putting pressure on their passes. I mean, on their feeders. Those are the main feeders. Those are the people who are feeding the shooters. Stepping, called against Simane. Yeah, much better play there by Kerry Lee, the goalkeeper, trying to keep Adrene outside the circle. But my thing is, she's starting behind her also, you see. And you can see that she does have the elevation. She's agile. She can get those high balls. Why not position yourself in front? Give yourself 50-50 chances of getting that ball.
Yeah, no, definitely. But also kudos to the shooters for actually keeping their stomach open, for being front the whole time. But I want to see them to move around, because that means they're standing still as defenders.
A huge lunge there by Buhle Bukolo. And she converts this one again. They just need to turn one. They need to turn this one, and the next one is their center pass. You can see that Caitlin is trying to drop back. Or I think they're switching with the goalkeeper. Stepping, good pressure there by the Ikala team. Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, so Caitlin has done that a couple of times, and I understand where the frustration comes from, but just reset, play to your keeper, play the short pass. Just keep it safe for one pass or two passes.
I mean, Shaman, I hear what you're saying, but you work so hard.
Yeah.
You know, you work so hard. You get that turnover, but then you throw it away. So why not look after it? Why not build it up? We've seen what Caitlin is capable of.
Yeah.
Take good care of it, you know, play it down, and, you know, give your shooters yet another opportunity. And for me, Caitlin and Kerry Lee are those strong players in the team. So they really, really need to step to stand up for the team. No, that was not on. I think also Caitlin went into a very awkward space.
And the balls are flying all around court right now.
Yeah, the girls are starting to, I mean, the legs are starting to give in. You can see the concentration span is dropping. Keep your cool. Take it down. Who's driving? Play it back if you have to. Yes, much better play there. Yes, give it to her. She's fond of you. Yes, much better. She steps in. Yeah, she gave away her 3 feet. Yes, good hands there by the goalkeeper of the Diamonds.
Yeah, that was a very clever play. You know, she stayed in that position. And you know, so many defenders don't know that they're allowed to stay if the shooter steps in. We don't like it when you know. We love it when you don't know it. But it's a very, very important rule to actually know and play.
And you can use that, you know, as long as you don't put your hands on the ball. Just stretch them high so you force your shooter or goal attack to lift that ball. And remember, they already gave away their space. And also they're off balance because they stepped. So they really need to, and they also need to release within 3 seconds. So all pressure, you know, there's all pressure all around that shooting circle. So let's see if this one will be synced. No. Another opportunity for Ikala. Yes, good dodge there by Zemane.
It was a clever little play of the feet.
Both out of play. And only 4 minutes to go. They 2 goals down. It is doable. They can do it. Yes!
And that's how you do it.
Oh, that was a good hustle there. Oh, it's their ball. Okay. Another opportunity. There's some volleyball being played here, you know.
Some people say volleyball and netball have a lot of the same type of skills. I just want to know which ones.
Which ones? Because we're not even supposed to be hitting these balls.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that brilliant deflection there by the wing attack of Ikala. They still have enough time, Charmaine, the Ikala side. They still have enough time. They sink this one. They just need to turn the center pass of the Diamonds. And then they're back at it.
Oh, this is intense. This is netball, and this is so much fun.
It is so much fun. We did promise you a lot of exciting netball here at Hoërskool Waterkloof. Let's see. Yeah, another opportunity for Ikala. It is getting tougher and tougher. There was no one driving for the ball, you know, and that's how they're losing a lot of balls. And it is the Diamonds on attack now. You see Adriana, the new goal shooter. Ooh.
That was very, very close.
Oh, what a brilliant pass there by Annika. No, they're running away, the Diamonds. You know, they are in control, and I think, oh! That was brilliant there by Adrene, the goal attack of the Diamonds. Look at that. Center landing at the edge of the circle. Comfortably offloads that ball to the shooters. Yes, another opportunity taken by Caitlin.
I am on the edge of my seat. I mean, there's a minute and a half left, and there's still everything left.
No one driving those leads in the midcourt. You missed them. Oh, brilliant work there by the Diamonds. No! Oh, I'm stressing for them. I'm stressing for them. That was good pressure then being applied by the Diamonds. I think they have done enough. The Diamonds, they deserve it. They worked well as a team. They were consistent throughout. And I must say, the lady of the moment for me, it is that Adrene, the goal attack, who really was instrumental. I mean, the way she positions herself against that solid, tough, aggressive, and brilliant defense of Ikala, Kerry Lee, and Caitlin. I mean, she handled it very well and took those shots accurately, I mean, under the pole. And she didn't have it easy.
No, and she played extremely well. I mean, she still intercepted balls. She was part of the attack, and she was the main shooter of the game.
And Kerry Lee again getting that intercept for her side. Forward, there's no one forward as they play back. Caitlin again to Temane. Okay, they're driving, you know, patiently, and they can squeeze in the last one. They can squeeze in the last one. They still have few seconds just to squeeze in the last one. Oh, no!
Oh, that's so unfortunate. She's been working tirelessly as well.
Oh, look at that. They are so excited. That was well deserved there by the Diamonds. I think they really worked well from this. I think that second quarter for me that changed things around. I mean, they were really, you know, fighting together as a team. And that goal attack that we keep talking about, Adrene, and those feeds from Anika Bays, who came in the third and fourth quarter. I think she knew how to feed her very well. And for me, it was the consistency all throughout, from the defender up until the shooters from the Diamond side. But there were moments of brilliance from the Ikala. I mean, that shooting duo of Rachel and Muhle Bukolo. We also saw Muhle moving from the goal attack into the goal shooter position, and we saw Utemane from the wing attack to goal attack, because those balls were not sinking in the second quarter. And I think that's where the Ikala really struggled. It was that third quarter that changed things around. I mean, they had a lot of opportunities in the shooting circle, but it was just not sinking. I must emphasize this defensive duo of Ikala, Kerry Lee Bernard and Caitlin on that defensive unit. They were so solid. You know what, they should be happy. I know it's devastating they didn't win, but what a performance between the two sides.
Verstappen's ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton's going to try again, this time on the inside and comes to the touch. Of what if, all in one moment. I am hungry for more action like this. Cheers you can hear for tens of miles around.
Thought I was going to have a heart attack, to be honest.
Fasten your seatbelts as the exhilarating second half of the Formula One season continues. On Supersport, only on DSTV Premium. Broadcast proudly brought to you by Discovery.
Hey man, what would Disky be without you? I mean, Nina, the over-the-top passionistas. Nani, abashayela phansi. Without lessons in swim. Lava that we love to hate. Without the encyclopedia of Disky. Tiba the flair, the rhythm, ashindwela. That brings the wow. Hey, don't forget that fire commentary.
Juna. The streaky breakaway, can he find a goal? Oh my word!
And to you, who brings the shade? Celebrate.
The sky is the limit.
Long live the DSTV Premiership. Long live.
Itisky is everything with you, and you are everything to Itisky.
Game time, boys.
Yay! What's with Itisky? So, Babi Sebonke, to live the best of the DSTV Premiership on Supersport, your world of champions on DSTV.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Devon. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed one player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Volume Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
As we bring day 3 of the Telkom Netball Champs to a close, only one more match remaining then at Hoërskool Waterkloof. Having a bit of a delay there, but it is the under-19 clash coming up against Thabo Mafutsanyane that will be taking on Ilembe. Should be an exciting game, as we've had 8 matches so far, so it's been a bumper to bumper of some really thrilling and exciting netball. But you can see the sun setting there as we are drawing a close to what really has been a spectacular day of netball. I'm not alone in commentary. I am joined yet again by Amanda Mainhard. Third game that we're covering together this afternoon. It really has been an exciting day of netball.
Yeah, looking forward to take this plane off now with you, Simi. I call Simi my co-pilot, and I enjoy sitting in the passenger seat with you.
No, I don't think it's a passenger seat per se, but absolutely, it's been great having you with us. Man, I mean, looking at that lineup from Ilembe, KZN team, we know what to expect from them in terms of the ball speed, short passes, but what else can we look forward to in this upcoming clash?
Yeah, I think KZN, at the end of the day, you want to finish strong. So they'll be hoping to bag a win before they go home tonight. And it's going to be interesting how they're going to play and what kind of performance they're going to put on, especially if it's their first game of the day. It's quite late now, so it depends on what they were up to the whole day.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they would have hopefully had some rest time and an opportunity to look at their game plan, because it's going to be a longer match trying to close off their campaign. And looking now at the Thabo Mafutsanyane under-19 side, a full complement in terms of the team with the 5 substitutions. But I mean, what can we look forward to? They are hailing from the Free State, so it should be an exciting one. But just to have a quick recap of the 8 previous games that we witnessed this afternoon. I mean, we opened with that great clash between Tshwane and 19 as well as Mangaung. But really, I think the standout for us was that West Rand versus Bojanala match. And we had the pleasure of actually covering that game. And the under-17 clash also certainly lived up, resulting in a 2-goal victory for the Diamonds. I mean, if you look at those matches, hopefully the Ilembe and Thabo Mafutsanyane clash will also be tightly contested.
Yeah, definitely. And I think all the teams that are playing today would want to end off in a good position on the log. So all of them will be looking to take a win home and hopefully get a good position on the log.
Yeah, I mean, just to remind all of viewers, tomorrow then is when all the playoffs will be taking place as we work away towards the finals. Finals only on, well, there will be a few, I think one final tomorrow and then another 2 on Thursday morning. But still lots of action coming up your way on the DSTV Now app. So really looking forward to that.
Yeah, I have to say I am currently enjoying Ilembe's uniforms. It's quite funky.
It is.
The pink. So I'm hoping that they'll play some funky netball.
Yeah, and that neon green bib as well. So it kind of adds a lot of spark and color into their playing kit. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Hopefully they play on court can live up to that.
Definitely.
So just looking on then in terms of how Ilembe performed so far. So these 2 teams are part of the Division B2 side. They've played 2 games and no victory as yet, both having lost their first 2 encounters. So this is their 3rd game, so they will certainly be looking to secure a victory. And the way things look at the moment, I mean, Ilembe is bottom of that log, but only because of the goal difference. So I do think that we'll have a show up on our way, and with the 2 teams trying to secure that long-awaited victory. And Amanda, I mean, I know we talk about the provinces and how they're different, at schools level. This is almost like a Free State KZN clash. And we know what Free State and KZN can do at a senior level. But Should we be expecting any surprises, at a schools level in terms of what we can anticipate going into this match?
Then to care, you must make sure that you keep the shooter from your opponent team behind you. Don't allow them to put you in behind of them. So you must make sure that when they going out of the ring, you must make sure that you keep them away from the pole. So the thing that we're going to do, all infringements that occur in a center third, it will take by wing defense and GD, whilst the wing attacker and center trying to go there nearby the poles, so that it will be easy to supply the balls to goal shooter or goal attacker. I trust you guys, girls, and I believe on you. 1, 2, 3, 11!
Yep, would have been great to try and get a sense of what it is that the head coach was trying to get into his troops. But, I suppose we'll have to wait and see what it is that the teams do deliver on court. And we are well underway with the final clash of the day. And it is Thabo Mofokeng that gets us kick-started in this battle lap. They do come very bright in their playing kit. And definitely a good start in terms of their campaign. So first goal in, then for Thabo M.
Yeah, I think they did have a great start there. They didn't struggle too much getting that ball in. Ilembe just missing that shot, unfortunately, and Thabo Mofokeng will have a go at it.
Yeah, I haven't really, seen Thabo M in action in this competition, but they're looking strong, just gauging by the few seconds or piece of play that we've seen. And I think defensively, that height in Tulufele Mokoena is definitely going to bode well for Thabo Mofokeng. And we got a glimpse of Ilembe in yesterday's matches. But what was exciting for me is definitely that circle with Upindile Zungu and Spogazi Mhlongo. Yeah, lovely start there from Mupulane Mokati, the goal attack. She almost went into a middle split and quickly regained her balance to sink it in for her side. So 2 goals, no response as yet for Ilembe.
Yeah, what I can see about her, she does have the confidence to shoot, and that's a good thing to set earlier on in the game, is just to take the ball and take the shot. Otherwise, the defense will back up on the shooter.
Yeah, indeed. But a little bit of miscommunication there from Thabo Mofokeng. Oh, that's unfortunate. Stepping error called against Shandu. Yeah, that's a good offload into the circle. But yeah, the shooters have to back themselves up. They can't rely on a rebound or even, a second attempt. They kind of need to sink it in the first time round.
No, definitely. And like you said, they don't have the height advantage necessarily, so it might be that they won't get the rebound. So make sure that you're in a good shooting position when taking this shot.
I love what I'm seeing from Mutsulufele, the goalkeeper of Thabo Mofokeng. She's facing her opponent head on. Look at that.
Yeah.
Yep, she's not bothered about the ball. She's almost playing like a wing defense. Wing defenders usually stick to their position. They don't worry about the ball. They know that the intercept will come at some point. And that's what we're seeing from Mokoena.
Yeah, and a good pickup from her there on the rebound. And a nice solid attacking drive.
Yep, that's good speed down court, but good deflection. And well done there
Yeah, and
the
I have
wing
to
defense.
say, she's got nice long arms. The wing defense, Amanda.
Yeah.
She's definitely gonna be a nuisance.
Must be an Amanda thing, hey. Being a nuisance on court as a defender.
Definitely. That's why she's playing defense.
Yeah, that's a clever little bounce pass and an opportunity for Ilembe to sink it in. And they do crack that scoreboard. 4 minutes later, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter as long as they've built a good momentum. But unfortunately, Thabo Mafutanyane not able to make their own centre pass count. Well, that's a good save from their centre, Mamelo Hlongwane.
I have to say, Simi, Thabo M is letting the ball go quite easily. They're not afraid to let the ball go. Playing it on the first second, and that's good to see.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, if it's on, why not? I do think that that little bit of that last offload could have been a bounce into the circle. You know, just not to force the ball in or put themselves under pressure.
Yep.
So contact called against Tulufelo Mukwena.
And like you said, Telefelo really doing some work in that circle. Look at that again. Just her dominancy on defense is very visible at this stage.
I mean, just to perhaps weigh in on that a little bit, you know, I'm of the school of thought that even if you are focusing on your partner or your position, you still can't keep your eyes off the ball. You know, it has to be a little bit of both, where you can see your opponent, but your eye is always on the ball. But I mean, she's adapted like a completely different stance where she's facing a partner head on. Now, as a keeper, what would work better?
Yeah, for me, I think as a keeper, you want to look at the ball because that's the only thing that you can take. You can't take the shooter anyway.
Yeah.
So I would, if as a wing defense, that's fine, marking the player and not allowing her space. Then I would say, okay, it's fine, face guard her. But as a keeper, you want to look for opportunity outside the circle. There's so much opportunities for defenders to go out for that flyers and that long passes. And she won't be able to take any of that. Yet, yes, she will keep the goal shooter, but she'll miss the rest of the game.
Yeah, indeed. It was just an interesting observation because it's definitely something that I haven't seen. So always great to get your insight on that. But I mean, now she's ball watching, she's out of that circle, she's chasing, and I think there's a nice switch over as well with Karabo Nyama, where she's falling back into that circle to try and you know, take on that that defensive responsibility.
Yeah, Sammy, and for me, this can be a totally wrong observation, but she might come from a basketball background where you mark a player the whole time.
Yeah.
And because if you look at her movement, it's quite similar to basketball, the marking.
Yeah.
So that might be also the reason why she's defending like that.
Okay, but you know, regardless of the tactic or the game plan, it does seem to be working for Thabo Mafutanyane, especially in terms of turning the ball. But they just need to back themselves up and make it count when it comes to the conversion.
Oh, yep. Struggling to get that rebound there.
Yep, second time round. Not able to make it count. You can hear the coach courtside shouting, make use of it. And I mean, we echo the sentiments fully because the ball is getting to the shooting circle, but you know, the goals falling short for both Mufokeng and Mukati. Oh, good defensive work. There's that ball speed. Straight into the shooting circle, and it's all eyes on Mufokeng, and unfortunately still, Amanda, you know, they're not able to make it count. I mean, this for me as a defender, you know, you would be sitting there turning the ball. I mean, look at that.
Just look at that. Simi, and that there she was looking at the ball and she got it. So yeah, beautiful intercept, and she gets rewarded.
Yeah, definitely. So that's a much better finish from Thabo Mafutanyane. And they just need to continue chipping away. Oh, that's unfortunate there. So a line breaking call against Upilile Dlamini. It was Ilembe's centre pass. Yep, that's good patience coming through from Kabisile Mlangeni, who then finds her goal shooter, Mufukeng. Mufukeng seems to have settled down nicely now, and I hope that she just continues on that impressive shooting spree.
Yeah, definitely. And the centre just missing that ball on the drive-through.
Yeah, just can't turn your back on the ball at all. You need to expect the unexpected at all times on court.
Yep.
Yep, that's a lovely finish from Uspokazi Mhlongo. It's been a long time since they scored a goal, so this should do well for Ilembe.
Yep. And Ilembe needed that. They needed to secure that goal as a team.
And it's 4 goals for Ilembe, so 2 consecutive goals, and they could possibly have just had that that momentum that they've been looking for, because really I think that was quite impressive from the KZN-based side. Yep, coach giving some words, relax, make use, you know, just saying the right things to try and get some positive reinforcement into the shooting circle.
Yeah, because Tabu M is coming in with a lot of speed into that circle, and it feels like the shooters are rushed when they shoot. They should just be patient, take their 3 seconds, and then take the shot.
Yeah, so only 3 goals in it. That is a bullet pass from Mutandiswa Shandu into that circle. And she did well looking down court as the first option.
Yeah, and I think Shandu has been really effective on the attack for the team. As a defending player, she's moved through court. If you watch her, she's available on almost every ball on the attack.
Yeah, and that's good. You know, it's great to have that reassurance that you have a goal defense, or a wing defense for that matter, that is always there to support you on the attacking side of things. And even defensively now, she did that well. She went in there with the outside arm.
Yep. And again, demanding ball back and then giving it in.
Lucky one there. But Spagazi Mhlongo does make it count. So 5 goals for Ilembe, only trailing by 2. Oh, that's an important turnover for Ilembe. It is the centre pass of Tabo M, and if they do make it count, they potentially could equalize, given that they've got the next centre pass.
Yep.
Spoke too soon.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if Tabu M can pick up on that 45 intercepts, because they're putting in that ball on the spot now a couple of times, and it's a good intercept for the defense to take. So maybe just change that angle a bit on attack.
Okay, so it's probably their strongest side, hey?
Yeah.
And feeding a lot more from the left-hand side of the court as well. But yeah, you're right. If it's 45 degrees, one of the defenders could set themselves up for the intercept. So that's good work there from Ilembe, who managed to capitalize a goal on the back of Tabo Mafutsanyane's centre pass. But unfortunately, we are nearing the end of this first quarter, and this ball just going back and forth, no one really wanting to make it count. And there you have it. We do reach the end of the first quarter. It really has been a closely contested first 12 minutes in this game. And just to confirm that score at the end of the first quarter, then it is Tabo M that edges with just a 1-goal lead. But do stay with us. We do have a lot more action coming up at the Telkom Netball Championships just after this break.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, you know, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed 1 player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, Ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Volume Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
All ready and set for the second quarter action at the Hoërskool Waterkloof as we continue with day 3 of the Telkom Netball Champs. And Amanda, just looking on at that first quarter, it went toe-to-toe pretty much for the duration of that 12 minutes. But what is the big standout for you? I think, just looking at how these teams have showed up.
Yeah, for me, Thabo M has just been stronger on the defensive side of things. They picked up quite a number of intercepts. For me, that was the standout. And then Ilembe just struggling to finish in the goal shooting end. Going in, but just not managing to finish.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it is the goals scored that win the game of netball. So Ilembe is going to have to look into that and hopefully have adapted going into the second quarter.
And beautiful ball there, faking the defense and then giving it over.
Yeah, unfortunately, that ball held call again, so she held on too long for 3 seconds. I mean, that's unfortunate. They were right in the shooting circle. As much as you want to make use of your 3 seconds, you still need to release within the time limit.
Yep. Who's really impressed me is this little Shandu, the goal defense. Just how she transitions from defense straight onto attack. Just watch her as she moves. Well, hopefully she'll do it again now. But
and you know what they say about commentators, Chris? Just when you give credit, then the exact opposite happens. Yeah, she did just scramble a little bit with her feet. The goal attack, Spokaz Mhlongo. So Thabo M back on the attack. A little bit of confusion there, but the game resumes.
Oh,
yep, there's Shandu.
Yep.
Did speak about this. High alert, always on the run and looking out for that ball.
Yeah, because there's a second time that has happened to them where the player just looked away for a brief moment and they lost the ball.
So Thabo M looking to break away from Ilembe. This is a strong start from the Free State-based team.
Yeah, and how good is Pulani's split landings in that circle, right?
Yeah, she's been given quite a few, hey? And I think what impresses me is just her athleticism, because she's got the split, she regains the balance, and she still has to shoot.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good pickup from Minentle Mthembu, center of Ilembe. Yeah, unfortunately, Amanda Ngata just called out there for a stepping error. So no goal as yet for Ilembe in the second quarter.
Oh, good footwork there by the shooter from Tabu M.
Yeah, the placements for me is just so definitive. It's clear, everyone knows what to expect. They're moving in the right spaces. It's almost difficult for Ilembe to shut it down. I mean, they've been working well, and there's times they've gotten their deflection in here and there. But I've just been so impressed by the ball speed, the placement from Tabo M.
Oh, and there she is, the little pocket rocket.
She is.
Driving
indeed.
through court. Oh.
Yep, that's unfortunate there for Ilembe. A missed shot at goal. Oh my goodness, Shandu, what an exceptional take.
Yep, that was beautifully read. And managing to keep her feet, because she wasn't in awkward position there.
Yeah, look at that. There's a retake of that superb take. She went in there with both hands and had good control. So, I mean, that is really quite exceptional. So here's a throw in for Tabo M. Yeah, no, that was never going to work, and it was never going to go past the umpire who's closer to the action. So well picked up, and only 2 goals separating these two sides.
Both the teams are driving quite flat in the circle end. It's like the shooters are driving away from the ball instead of one just giving an option towards the ball.
Yeah, and they need to look at that because, I mean, the attackers are having to work tirelessly hard, to try and find somebody or to, that little piece of play was to swing the ball right across that circle. So there needs to be a clear lead, definitely, from one of the shooters.
Oh, and a good finish there by Tabu M again. For me, that's been the difference now in this quarter. It's definitely the shooting end.
Yep, very excited and charged up. Goal defense, Karabonyama looking to get things underway, but you have to take it from where the umpire called, called for the throw in. Yeah, too many loose balls and misplacements. I think they've got the best conditions to play under. It's much cooler. It's in the evening. So they definitely have a better deal than what some of the teams had to do, during the day at this venue.
Yes, I mean, and for me, playing under the lights, it's showtime.
Yeah,
it's ideal.
Definitely.
So I'm guessing we will still see a show.
Definitely. I mean, that was a great close off there by Pulane Mokati. Goal attack. You know what's interesting about these players as well? I think, they give it away in terms of their body language that I want to pass to the goal attack. So goal attack, here I am, I'm coming, I'm releasing this ball. And I mean, defenders want that. Defenders want, they should be looking at the passer to get the cues of where the ball's possibly coming. And nobody's faking or trying to, pull the defenders away. They're giving it a dead clear indication of who they're passing to.
No, I couldn't agree with you more, Sammy, because I think the defense are having a field day on both sides.
Yeah.
Because it's like you say, they can just follow the body language of the passer, which makes it quite easy. And as a defender, I mean, just give them the cue and they will take it. Oh.
Yeah, I thought that was off court, but I mean, look at that. I love the energy that's coming through from Umhlongo, the goal attack of Ilembe. But unfortunately, that ball still refusing to sink in.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if there will be changes made, and if they can work some different combinations still maybe, because that can also be the reason why they're struggling, is just because the combinations aren't working.
And I mean, where would there be possible opportunity for those changes, Amanda?
Yeah, I think Ilembe, like you've mentioned, Sibukazi having good energy in that circle, maybe just giving another shooter that can help her with that and actually absorb that energy, because right now it's like they're just a little bit out of rhythm in that goal shooting circle. So I would look at making a change possibly in there. Defensively, I think they're okay.
Yeah.
Just maybe in that shooting circle.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think there's too much movement in Ilembe's shooting circle, and perhaps that's the game plan, but you still need to sink the goals in. We weren't able to see anybody else on the bench, though, you know, and I mean, we did have a look at the lineup as well. So, if anything, it may just be a positional change with the 7 on court.
Yeah, no, and then I'm not sure if they've got it. But maybe they still have someone that can do that.
Yep, well, I guess we'll have to wait and see.
My money will be on Amanda.
Yeah, so 4 goals in it, just 2.5 minutes remaining in this second quarter. And Thabo M has really, I think, been much stronger getting into this second quarter. But Ilembe, I mean, they're not letting it go at all. You know, they just need to back themselves up in that shooting circle.
Yeah, because I think they've got the possession. They've got a lot of opportunities. It's just, yeah, finishing it.
Yeah, definitely is about finishing a job well started, because the defenders are starting well. They're turning ball. They are creating the opportunities. And this time around, they do make it count, taking them to 9 goals. So only 3 goals difference, 1 turnover, 1 intercept, a single error, and Ilembe could be back in it.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing Ilembe's defense dropping off that line on the center pass now, and dropping into the possible space where Thabo M wants to attack. So it's a good defensive change there coming from them.
Yeah, it definitely is, and it's effective, right? Because you create the impression that there's no defenders, but they're hanging in there, they're waiting.
Good job there, well played. Went for the lead and then just played herself into that wide open circle. Beautiful.
Yeah, that shooting circle of Thabo M is really exciting in Mofokeng and Mokati, and they just play so lovely together.
Good vision there, well played, and she rewards her with a shot.
Yeah, so Ilembe gets into the double-digit mark, 10 goals at the moment. They are still trailing by 3. Oh, Shandu! That is a magnificent take. So there's that replay straight into the shooting circle that we saw earlier on. Oh, that's good work, patience, short passes. Oh, saved there by Katlego Mofokeng. And she does make it count. So 4 goals up for Thabo M. Not much time remaining in the second quarter.
Yes, I mean, I think it will be interesting to see the ball handling, because I think both sides are just not utilizing ball in hand. It seems like they're playing up and down, up and down, up and down on the same center pass.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of that. And whether it's discipline or just exercising some patience, 100%. This ball has been going back and forth for quite some time now, with no real, player coming out strong or dominant that actually wants to take it and make it count. But there isn't really much time on the clock. I think the umpire is just calling out to get the ball back on court.
Yes, I mean, I think always if you look at the scoreboard, I think a 10 to 12 goals per quarter is a good margin.
Yeah.
For playing effective netball, because otherwise you end up wasting a lot of energy playing up and down.
Yeah, it's purposeless, right? I mean, you're 100% spot on. On average, you're expecting 1 goal per minute from each team. And I mean, looking at that, we're already halfway. You would have expected a higher score, you know, from these teams. But I agree with you. It's all about energy preservation, making sure the ball moves as opposed to the players, you know, going back and forth. But we are exactly at the halfway mark. 2 quarters done and dusted. And there's the confirmation of the score at halftime. It is Thabo M leading 14 versus 10 of Ilembe.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
That's colossal. Is it brilliant? Here it is.
But he's a competitor. Here we go.
They all step up. But only one team has what it takes to be champion of the world. The ICC T20 World Cup. Only on Supersport, your world of champions. Stay connected to DSTV for all the big hits and nail-biting action. Broadcast brought to you by Ram Hand-to-Hand Couriers.
We welcome you back to the Telkom Netball Champs as we bring day 3 to a close. We are exactly halfway in this battle up between Ilembe and Thabo Mafutsanyane.
I just love how both centers stood there, not sure who's got the first ball.
Yeah, usually players, you know, just grab it and then they'll deal all the formalities after the effect, if it is their centre pass or not.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that was quite interesting from both centres. So an out-of-court ball. It is the throw-in for Thabo Mafutsanyane. Now, Amanda, we spoke about some possible changes going into this third quarter, and I think specifically you're looking into that shooting circle for Ilembe. We didn't talk about what we could expect from Thabo M. Would you change anything there, or you know, would you have just kept things as they were?
Yeah, I don't think I would have made any changes. Maybe a wing attack center change, possibly, to help with that balls in the middle, and but you need someone with patience. And I don't know if they've got that on the bench. And just about playing more with more effect.
Yeah.
And yeah, just not running up and down the whole time.
Yeah, because you spoke about the change of tempo, certainly going to that goal shooting third, because I think, you know, the suggestion was that they're moving with a lot of speed down court, but getting to that edge of the circle, perhaps changing the tempo a bit, slowing things down, so that your shooter doesn't feel as if they also rushed to take the shots, as we just saw now from Mufokeng.
Yeah, because I think they've been shooting on the first, second, basically the whole match. They just catch, step, shoot. And for me, it's just about taking a breather as a shooter. The game stops. Oh, beautiful intercept there by the goal defense from Thabo M. Karabu. She read that well and came around superbly, so that was good.
There's that ball speed, but placement not the greatest of them all. I don't think Mofokeng was well positioned there because she wasn't, even her footwork, wasn't in the right direction. And you have Andy, who was smothering her and flinging that ball out of court.
Yeah, you could see she was trying to do a little roll, but the timing of the roll was not perfect or ideal for the feeder. And so the idea was there, but the execution, yeah, that remains questionable.
So Ilembe gets the throw in, and they'll be looking to try and close that gap. It's only 4 goals separating these two teams, so not really much in it.
No, it's not a runaway game for either side.
I was counting the 3rd second already, but fortunately, Muspagazi got saved by that call to his contact, and she does make it count, taking Ilembe to 12 goals. Oh my goodness, great take there from Pulane Mokati.
Great to see.
Yeah, the shooters are still hiding behind their defenders. They need to, I think, come a lot more to the front, or just open that circle up a little bit, because I feel like the attackers are trying to get those high balls in. I mean, that's a much better piece of play into the circle.
Yeah, and interesting for me now is that she didn't step closer. She stepped most of the times, and the space was there for her to definitely step closer.
And also, I'm still seeing that quick shot or attempted goal in that 1st second. So it could be her style, but yeah, she does put herself under pressure. So there's another ball turned away by Thabo M. Defensively as a unit for me, they really, I think, shooting the lights out in this quarter.
No, definitely. They've picked up their game and their strategy around it, so it's good to see.
And I mean, this is the power, of 2 steals or 2 turnovers, because all of a sudden, Thabo M is pulling away. They're leading by 7 goals. I mean, at some point, it was still 3 or 4 goals, but 1 or 2 steals from your position really, I think, starts to change the landscape a lot more.
Yeah, and I think they're playing with a lot of energy right now, whereas Ilembe is very flat currently.
Yeah. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Very cool and calm. Spokazim Mhlongo. She's doing great for a goal attack, taking a lot of that responsibility in that shooting circle. I'm not sure what that pass was, but it was well picked up by Katlego Mofokeng.
Yeah, that's something that you will usually see in rugby, but
yeah,
they did manage to somehow get it there.
So here's an opportunity for Ilembe, but they're going to have to sharpen up on those placements.
Oh, intercept opportunity.
It was. It definitely was, and I thought that Utsulufelo Mokoena tried her best because she read it, but perhaps just slightly off.
Yes, I mean, that ball had a name on it. I think you could have gotten it from here.
So here's a throw in for Ilembe, but good hands from Mokoena, trying to get that ball. She is from, she was standing behind, so not the best of positions to be, but still she is disrupting the flow of the ball.
Yeah, that was always going to be a short pass or out. Not a good option right there.
Yeah, and this has been quite interesting for me. Ilembe hasn't been able to shut down, the attacking force of Thabo M.
No.
Oh, lovely hands from Mokoena, working tirelessly.
I love her energy, I have to say. She's got this little hop and takes it and drives. It's good to see.
Yeah, and for me, she's playing that wing defense type of role in goal keep. She's sitting tight on her shooter, but also looking out for those balls. And it's really exciting, I think, to see her. And you're right, she's on her toes, hopping around, using her arms, and always on the mark. So 20 goals for Thabo M, and they are still ahead by 6. Oh, there's that good support coming through from Karabo Nyama.
Yeah, something what's quite noticeable about Ilembe is how slowly they turn around once they've caught a ball. It's like they catch it and then after that they turn. They're not turning with the ball.
Yeah.
And just gaining that few seconds extra.
Of advantage, yeah. No, you're 100% right. Oh, fortunately, line breaking for Ilembe. You know, for me, it's the errors that are putting Ilembe on the back foot more than, you know, what we saw in the first half, which was a few shots at goal not really working their way. But now the errors, they need to back themselves up. 3 seconds, there you go.
Yep.
Oh, there was a lovely swing.
Yeah.
And just a quick release into that circle.
Yep. And just the shooters giving them an option. But it was good play.
Yeah, definitely. Love it when a plan, you know, goes so well. And those attackers were determined to get that ball through that shooting circle. And they did a magnificent job. So here's a long-range shot for Pulane Mukati, and she makes it count. They've definitely found their mojo. Their shooters in that Thabo M side are really, I think, so strong, so solid, and the confidence for me is undoubtedly standing out.
No, definitely. But I have to give it to Mshlongu, the goal attack from Ilembe. She seems to find that top quite easily on that drive into that shooting circle. And she lands in a good position every time.
Yeah. She's almost starting outside the circle, but driving towards the circle. You're 100% right. And she's been dominant, you know, for the duration of this match. So a lucky one there, that ball bouncing off that goal post and well picked up by Mufukeng. Yeah, so the score starting to run away from Ilembe. There's a 10-goal difference at this point. Yeah, there wasn't a real, I don't know if it was a real pass. No communication there. And, I mean, Thabo M was going to pick that up in any instance.
There they go. Let's see what they do with this opportunity.
Yeah, that last attempt didn't even touch the rim. And unfortunately, she couldn't catch it, Mufukeng, because that would have been a handling error. Can't, you know, release the ball and then catch it without being in contact with either a person or the goal post or ring itself. But Thabo Mafutanyana do get the throw in. Yeah, the intensity in the Ilembe camp seems to have gone down slightly in this quarter.
Yeah, and Sammy, I don't think they've got any substitutions that they can make, which is quite sad, because that's going to cost them quite a lot.
Yeah, so they do have to make the best with what they've got. Or perhaps positional change, you know, I mean, there's always an option, assuming that a player is able to play more than one position on court.
Yeah, I think even if it's just swapping your goal defense and goalkeeper around for a quarter and spare some legs.
So we're in the final minute of this third quarter, and Thabo M really, I think, pulling away from Ilembe.
I have to say, one of the main things I've picked up from both sides is just the ball speed, and Ilembe just not turning when they catch the ball, so wasting seconds on that ball, and Thabo M just letting the ball go, quick turn and release, and at the end of the day, it's going to make a big difference on your attack.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, you need to move in the direction that the ball is going, where your goalposts are. It just, and to your point, Amanda, it's efficient, it saves time, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Thabo M.
Yeah, because the slower you turn with ball in hand, the easier it is for defense to fall back.
Yeah.
And set up and fall back and set up. And then it becomes hard for your attack to get the ball through.
Yeah, you're 100% right. You're actually giving your defenders time to catch up with you instead of, trying to get ahead and get that advantage. But we'll just have to wait and see what happens in the final quarter, because at this stage, it is Thabo M that has the upper hand. Just given that superb third quarter performance. So just a few seconds remaining in this third quarter. Yeah, I think some of the drives from Ilembe a little bit too early.
Yeah, and Ilembe just doesn't have the patience anymore. They're just forcing whatever. Whether it's on or not, they're going to put it in.
Yeah, certainly. But we do reach the end of the third quarter. It is 10 goals separating these two sides. And credit must go to Thabo Mafutsanyane, just in terms of how they accelerated in that third quarter. And that's why they are sitting pretty with a 25 goal versus 15 of Ilembe. But do stay with us, only one quarter remaining, and we'll be back right after this short break.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
We are well into the final quarter of the day, and Ilembe still has an opportunity to try and turn things around. It is 10 goals difference though, but it'll be all eyes on court one this evening to see if they are able to get that much desired victory. They do have the first centre pass in this final quarter. And Amanda, we spoke a little bit about the fact that they don't have any options, but perhaps a positional change or two. Haven't really seen any at this point. But, I mean, what is it that they can do to try and close the gap? I don't personally believe that, they can, just given how strong Thabo M has been in the third quarter. But your thoughts in that regard?
Certainly for me, Ilembe's centre, Mthembu, it feels like she's not comfortable in the centre position. Like, at the start of every quarter, she wasn't exactly sure where she should be standing. And I think maybe that can be one of the reasons why they are struggling through the mid-court.
Yeah.
So maybe I would have made a change there, just positionally, see what it can offer. And yeah, you got to try and save energy in some way.
Yeah, so just to switch over perhaps between that wing attack and centre, because you want a centre who's in control, who's driving towards the ball and also putting a lot of pressure on your opposition centre passes. And you're 100% right. We haven't really seen much of that coming through from Minentle Mthembu.
Yeah, and if I look at Shandu, who's been brilliant on defence, but she's been so solid on attack, I would even move her into that centre position.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen that a couple of times, when goal defenders do move to that centre position. It doesn't happen a lot, but there's definitely merit in trying something like that out. So there's a good chase by Shandu, but unfortunately she did step off court. Oh, that's lovely piece of play into that shooting circle. And Katlego Mofokeng rewards them by making it count. What's been exciting for me from Katlego is that she actually really tries to play herself right under that goal post.
No, definitely. I think she's done very well. And also when she moves out, she will just go straight back into that open space. And her timing on that is really good.
Yeah, definitely. There was just a little bit of miscommunication there. So Ilembe is back on the attack. Oh, good effort from Ukarabo Nyama, the goal defense. There's that big lunge coming through from Spokai's Mhlongo.
It's interesting when they take the throw-ins, how close the shooters are standing towards the ball, because I think if they just pull away a bit more, it gives them a little bit more options on that throw-in.
Yeah.
Because they run to the line and then it's not an option really.
Yeah, and I mean, I was observing the two mid-court players because it's always a difficult one, you know, if you are taking the throw in. And both of them were inside on the top end of the circle. So again, that could have also been an option because they're kind of defending that space and then swing it back into the circle.
Yep.
So yeah, you're 100% right. It wasn't really clear if there was a setup from, you know, from Ilembe as far as that throw-in was concerned. So still 10 goals separating these two teams.
Yeah, I can see there's a little bit of a hands up going on the centre pass. Must be part of the defensive strategy.
Oh, that's a good pickup there from Thabo M's defensive unit. Oh, lovely stuff. Fortunately, stepping error inside the circle.
And again, a good roll, but just making it more effective, the timing of it.
Yeah, I did notice that the roll-off was not well-timed, but what I enjoyed about Mofokeng is that when she realized it wasn't working, she then still dodged and availed herself right under the goalpost. So you can't just try something and then leave it at that. You know, keep reinventing, keep trying something different, and it's encouraging to see that come through.
And earlier we spoke about her driving out of that circle and again being available on an option, driving back in. And I think that, like you said, she will give a movement and then immediately give a counter movement.
Yeah, yeah. So that is quite impressive from the young goal shooter. And over a third called against Thabo M. So here's an opportunity for Ilembe to make it count. They need to go back to the short passes, patience, driving towards the ball, and try to safely offload into the circle. That's not going to cut it.
Yeah, and I have to say Thabo M haven't made many mistakes in this second half of the game. So that was their first big mistake, that over a third pass.
Oh, that's quite interesting. I thought it was Thabo M's throw-in, but Ilembe taking it and moving with it. But they have to go and sink it into the circle. I thought she was offside.
Definitely. I looked at that and I was like, what?
I think some of these players are too quick on their feet.
It is the end of the day. I think maybe the umpires might be feeling a little bit tired now as well.
Listen, we're feeling it from here as well. I mean, it's been a long day. You know, 9 games. This is the 9th game of the day. So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely, I think, some fatigue starting to creep in from all fronts. So, Thabo M continuing to pull away from Ilembe. They're definitely more dominant in the second half of this match. Oh my goodness, that could have been a great close off for Pulane Mokati.
Coming down quite hard there on that drive through. I hope she's okay.
Yep, she needs to be. They don't have any options. So I also hope that it's not a serious injury for Andiswa and that she's able to get back on her feet. Yeah, things not going well on the attacking side of Ilembe. It's almost as if they've given up. You know, their body isn't saying that, but I'm not really seeing that same intensity, all those drives, the communication that we saw in the first half of the match. So it does almost look as if they've given up on this match and, you know, trying to turn things around.
Yeah, and I think Simi, the uniforms of Tabu M is really helping them. The bright.
It's intimidating.
Yeah, and in the evening it's hard because the light makes it a bit harder to see spaces. So I think that's why they can let that ball go with quite a lot of speed.
Yeah, so that's a lovely pickup from Shandu. She's been working tirelessly despite what the scoreboard looks like. Oh, that's lovely shot from Uspokazi Mhlongo.
And I think she was glad that was it, looking at that.
And they needed that, you know, I just think they needed it to stay in this game. There's only 4 minutes remaining, but it's still always lovely to close off strong.
Yeah, especially going into the playoffs tomorrow, and I'm feeling confident.
Yeah, so that's going to be quite exciting. A couple of playoffs lined up in tomorrow's fixture. And we'll also just, confirm towards the later stages of this match, you know, what those players are going to look like. But there's definitely a few, I think, semi-finals and in the under-17 section, and then also some, I think there's one final, under-18 final coming up as well. So there's lots, I think, to look forward to, as well as we, you know, have the last 2 days of the Telkom Netball Champs remaining.
Oh, and unfortunately just another forced ball into that goal shooting end, not working out for Ilembe. Yes, I mean, I think as a defender, I remember playing, and you just, when things don't work out, you just start losing your patience, and I think that's something Ilembe is doing.
Yeah.
The defense are just not having patience with the ball in hand, so they're just putting in the long balls, hoping that someone will pick it up.
And I can only imagine that it is frustrating, you know. If we had to look at the stats at the end of this match, you could see how much ball was turned by Ilembe and compared to the shooters' conversion rate, you know, and that tells you exactly what's going down in court right now.
Yeah, because even if you look, they just lost ball and they were just like, oh, whatever. And they walked into that circle.
Yeah, so obstruction called just outside the circle. See, that's the risk that you run as a keeper if you've got your back towards the ball, because all they had to do was just to pop it over. And unfortunately, Mukwena, you know, she's good, she's always on her toes, but having your back against the ball, you're not going to see it. And I think if she was well positioned, she could have had that.
Yep, definitely.
So Spokazi Mhlongo saves the day again. I mean, they're not going to get the outcome that they want, but I think just chipping away at the scoreboard.
Yeah, and Sammy, as a defender, you spoke about it earlier, it's about positioning, and she can still position herself in order to see the shooter and the ball. And it's a coaching thing that you got to fix with a player, making sure she can see both.
Yeah, it's important. I mean, you don't want to miss out on you know, opportunities coming up your way, and I think that was one of those instances where she was well within her range to take that intercept. But we are just over 1 minute remaining in this match. I mean, that was a great take from Okarabo Nyama. She's been reading those balls so well, the goal defense of Taboma Futsanyane.
Solid effort again there.
So we're in the final seconds of this match, and really I think it has been a well-rounded performance from Taboma Futsanyane, who hit the ground running, and I think from the third quarter, put their foot on the accelerator and stamping the authority. But Ilembe having moments of brilliance, but just not consistent enough. And I think at some stage, we've been talking about how their body language had changed as the match had progressed more and more. And perhaps just a discipline thing, I think, going into, tomorrow's games as well, just to stay in there. It doesn't matter what the scoreboard is, but they really have to learn to fight right until the end.
Yeah, definitely. And you gotta take something into the next day.
Yeah.
After a game like this, there's always lessons that can be learned.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I think your frame of mind is so important, despite what the scoreboard is. Take away the small victories and then use, the mistakes, the errors as an opportunity to learn and grow into as you take on the next game.
Yeah, especially in a tournament, because tomorrow you need to be back on court.
Yep, indeed. Yeah, that's a lovely shot from Katlego Mofokeng. We don't have much time remaining, but really this has been a great performance. It's been a great day of netball, actually, all round, as we brought to you all 9 matches through our DSTV app. But for now, a big congratulations to Thabo Mafutsanyana, who do come out tops and manage to secure their first victory in this competition. And for Ilembe, it's another day of learning and growth, and hopefully they'll come back stronger in their upcoming matches. So that does wrap up day 3 of the Telkom Netball Champs. It has been a superb day of netball. So tomorrow is day 4. Lots of action coming up, Amanda, as we build towards the playoffs. And I'm sure that we are all anticipating and looking forward to what's coming ahead.
Yes, Sammy, I couldn't agree with you more. I think tomorrow we're going to see some fantastic matches happening. So all the viewers back home, make sure to tune in tomorrow for some action.
Indeed, lots of action coming up your way. So there's the confirmation of that score. Yet again, it is Thabo M that came out victorious with a 14-goal victory. So we're going to hand over now back to Andy Mahamba, who's going to be wrapping up the day for us.
For day 4, because
It's okay, stop. I think we're gonna have to go again. Okay, you ready? 3.
that's how we wrap day 3 of the Telkom Netball Champs. Of course, we've seen quite a lot of action on court. We brought you 9 games today, so it was quite a treat for you watching at home. Do remember, we still have more action tomorrow, and day 4 is going to be quite a crucial day for the teams. A last opportunity to perhaps improve their standings on the log and get themselves into those semi-final spots. So just to give you a rundown of what's going to happen in the semi-finals, of course, the sides split into 2 pools in that under-18 division. Only the top 2 sides in each pool will be playing each other in the semi-finals and put themselves instead to qualify for the finals and perhaps lift that title. The same does go for the under-17 and under-19 categories, where we're going to be seeing the semi-finals in those categories as well. But of course, we'll be keeping up to date with the under-17s and under-19s in particular tomorrow. So do make sure you join us for all of that action. For today, though, the sun has already set. It is getting dark and the ladies are getting ready to go home. And I'm sure you at home are also getting ready to get your nighttime routine started. So let's do it again tomorrow then, as we get into day 4 of the Telkom Netball Champs. My name's Andy Mahamba. It's been great being with you. We'll see you tomorrow.